Good morning, welcome back everyone to the road to the international here as we head towards Copenhagen. First up, the Chinese regional qualifiers though, of course, as we get close to the end. We're back into the lower bracket, Danog, and we've got some exciting matches coming up. The one that we were kind of waiting for as well, but we'll get to that a little bit later on, because Danog, we've had plenty of games, and the road we've been on has been pretty exciting here in China. What have we seen? What have you come to learn?
That China really doesn't care about what the meta is. They'll very happily pick whatever they want, right? We've seen some support Witch Doctor look absolutely dominant. We've seen a little bit of Huskar when really no one else is looking to play it. Even Bane occasionally. We've seen some role switch-ups. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to bring any sort of that kind of stuff out today as well. I'd be keen to see if we might see some Oracle as well, because Somnus, he's a really big fan of that hero, just because it's going to provide him so much more capability to make those big plays around the mid lane.
Yeah, having this kind of fog hero to defend your big flashy cores is always super nice to have. And here's our bracket. See where we've come from and where we're heading towards. Yesterday we had, of course, Team Turtle taking on Spiky Gaming, getting through that lower bracket. It was covered by Bcop and Lacoste. We were on that upper bracket yesterday. Now watching Team Zero take out G2IG, Azure Ray going through to that upper bracket final to face them after they dispatched with LGD. And that is the series that we're looking at, right? Okay, we've got G2IG down in the lower bracket against Kev, but LGD Gaming against Team Turtle. Lower bracket, best of 3, elimination time, a couple of steps away from TI is going to be super spicy.
Yeah, for sure. And we are going to get that one qualification game at the end of today, right? Team Zero taking on Azure Ray. So one team is going to be decided at the end of today, which is going to be really exciting. Of course, the loser of Team Zero and Azure Ray still gets that double chance. They'll be waiting in the losers bracket final. Everything's a best of 3. No best of 5s here, considering there are 2 slots. So I'm interested to see who's going to be the one to punch their ticket just that little bit earlier. But yep, we got to get past those lower bracket games. And we saw in the bracket that everything in the lower bracket thus far has been a 2-0. It's been a lot closer in the upper bracket, a bunch of 2-1s, but 2-0s all the way through. I think today might be a little bit different though, Gary. I think we might be seeing one, maybe even 2 2-1s go down on record here.
Yeah, but potentially, it depends on, I think, G2IG, we've seen them kind of falter and slip in their earlier games in the series. They need a bit of time to warm up, it's felt like. They've got to get into gear and kick into action a little bit. LGD against Team Turtle, though, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Watching Team Turtle, I said it at the start of the bracket, they're going to be that Grim Reaper in the lower bracket, right? Just knocking on doors, taking out Old Warrior, taking out Spiky Gaming. Going up against LGD, These are the kind of players on Team Turtle that are not going to take this lightly. They're up against their old squad, right? Chalice, Somnus, these guys, Planet, being ex-LGD players are going to be like, well, this is our chance. This is our time to show them that, we're not washed up. We're not retired. We're still here. We're still looking to qualify for TI, and we're going to knock out our old comrades.
Yeah, not complete meme stack, right? I think a couple of days ago I called them like the Team Bald streamer stack of the Chinese region, right? But they have been anything but. They have just been putting really, really good results on the board, convincing wins as well, basically never even being slightly challenged. I think that's going to change today, though. LGD, that game 2 yesterday, they looked completely dominant going up against Azure with that bristleback that they were able to pick up for themselves. I think it was a tap out in about 28 or so minutes, but you just see what LGD are capable of doing around these really high damage heroes. Of course, they've got the mental. I mean, you've got Xiao drafting for them, right? So something like an AA is capable of slipping through. He'll very happily pick it. The thing that I've seen a bit of weakness from them, though, Gary, is if they don't have that easy way to find initiation, they really start to crumble. Their formation kind of breaks down a little bit, and you can get punished by these heroes that like to build into the auras or these really high impact support ultimates in particular.
I'd be kind of curious to know if Team Turtle had, a coach or a mentor or anything like that, or if they're just relying on their myriad skills and knowledge and experience.
Good vibes.
The good vibes between them. Just realizing, 3 out of the 5 players are ex-LGD players. Of course, Pichu and Yang, right? The 2 that were, ex like Vici Gaming or Aster and Keen Gaming previously haven't played for LGD, but the other 3 will be riling them up, saying, right, it's time to go. This is our big chance. Again, elimination time in that lower bracket potential just to knock out LGD as we get ourselves towards that first series of the day. Thinking about priority picks as well. We've seen a couple, we saw there on the stats, right? Ancient Apparition picked up by both sides, having some good success as kind of a sneaky pick to deal with some of these very tanky core heroes that we're seeing.
Yeah, for sure. Even just like I think the Weaver is going to be a pretty high priority. I think Chalice first picked it in a few of his games yesterday and just looked so dominant on it. And of course, you can run it as a 4, you can run it as a 5. So I think that's really just what they're going to be prioritizing. They're playing for Somnus on Team Turtle. I think that's just the main playmaker that you need to be enabling as much as possible. Yang, a little bit sacrificial, and then Chalice, if they can have first pick, I think they're going to go ahead and maybe start to lean towards a few more of his heroes just to get him the busted position 1s really early while they still can.
Get in the TA if that's let through.
Yep.
I still haven't seen one. There was one played yesterday, but I wasn't covering it, so it doesn't count. Spiky Gaming lost with a TA because of Team Turtle's Huskar, right?
Yeah, just makes it one of those things that can actually deal with it. Maybe a little bit less so than previous because they changed the inner fire, right? Now it silences instead of disarms. But yeah, you just have a look at all those bans being given over to, I would say, the top 2 staples of the China region. The TA, they've always loved it, but Phoenix is number 1 for me. That is the one that they just do not want to let through. And I would have to say, even more so this series, Y loves his Phoenix. So I'd be surprised to see that one slip on through. It's been a while since we've seen the Centaur, actually, hasn't it? It's it was a staple in the early parts of the qualifiers, but certainly not as much lately.
Yeah, we had like maybe 1 or 2 games of it. It was a kind of it's the same story when I did the Eastern European qualifiers. It started off being very popular, first pick material, then kind of fell by the wayside, got forgotten when other picks and stuff were being prioritized. And thinking about priority picks, Clockwork, Dark Willow, seeing there the numbers of picks for them, 13 on the Willow, 10 on the Clockwork, and then thinking about the win rate of them as well. 70+% win rate on these support heroes when they're being first phased just feels so good when you're entering a draft, because either A, your opponents are thinking, if they've got first pick, do we have to ban Clock and Willow? Are we scared of both or neither? Do we let them both through so we get one or the other? And you get into this kind of game of, cycling through which hero is more important for us and our strategy and who's got the kind of signature player on those heroes as well. And then you got to start thinking about core heroes like Shadow Fiend, TA, Storm Spirit, and that Phoenix you were mentioning. The ban pool for that first phase gets pretty hectic, honestly, quite quickly.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you're LGD, you're probably going to be over the moon if you get something like a Clockwork plus Phoenix combination, right? Because it gives you everything. Gives you team fight, gives you good lanes, gives you, that offensive and a little bit more defensive support. I feel like it's going to work pretty well with their hero pool as well. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that they're looking to prioritize. But of course, the Willow, incredibly strong as well. We've seen it just be one of the top gankers out there as a support, just in terms of the damage output that you're able to provide. I guess the one weakness of it is that it does tend to be lean a little bit more to just being a position 4. You can run it as 5, but you just don't see the same level of impact. The position 5 generally wants to stay babysitting the position 1, while pos 4 wants to be rotating to those 6-minute power runes. So I kind of want to see that come through for whichever team is able to pick it up. But also, I want to see more Mars. New has an amazing Mars, and I just don't think we've seen quite enough of it yet. He's 3-0 on it in these qualifiers so far, but I want to see it with my eyes. It just makes those saving supports so much more difficult to play. And he's going up against one of the best saving support players in Picho in that position 5 role. Like, he loves the Shadow Demon. He loves the Oracle. He loves these sorts of heroes that can just, be a little bit cheekier. Look at, he's a Raptors fan. Let's go, Picho. I'm a fan of him even more now.
I don't know what that means.
Toronto.
He's a fan of dinosaurs. He likes some Velociraptors, no?
Maybe he'll pick Primal Beast 5, you never know. It's basketball.
Good old basketball. Yeah, I guess that's going to come back to what you were talking about with kind of first picking Chalice's hero, right? Depending on what he's got will maybe allow New to pick up that Mars, because it feels like Mars wants specific lane matchups where he's going to be able to pressure with his position 4 and do a lot of damage. Level 2, look for kills even on the opponents, as we do get ourselves into the draft. So game number 1 in this best of 3, and there's the man in Y's seat that we're going to be looking at. Xiao, the director, drafting away for new LGD. Real LGD.
Real LGD. The true LGD. The final form he would like to feel, because he's been so close to success so many times, right, as the coach. Multiple times just getting to that very last hurdle, but falling just a little bit short. And you can see the big difference there. The old bedroom, I doubt they're doing any sort of boot camps here on Team Turtle. They're much more focused on, their streams when they're not playing into this. But of course, the competitive nature, it never goes away.
The bedrooms, the cat ears, little Chalice with a mohawk there as well. Bringing
good.
back the old, the 2000s hairstyles. I remember when I was a young teenager.
Faux hawk,
yeah, the faux hawk. Rolling around with that. The old emo and pop punk days. That was good. Bring back the old styles. It's happening a lot, honestly.
Everything's cyclical.
Yeah, it's all about nostalgia nowadays. I mean, Team Turtle is a prime example of this. Old LGD nostalgia coming back, and I'm sure they've still got a lot of supporters. As
Just got to come down to Australia, Gary. There's mullets everywhere. You know, I don't feel like that was kind of always a thing, but you know, it was certainly a lot more popular these days for the Zoomers, not for my age.
That was a culture shock for me when I moved to Germany, honestly, because that's a very popular hairstyle for like middle-aged women. So, I'd say like 25% of 40-plus-year-old women here in Berlin anyway have got the freaking mullets going. Anyway.
Oh, here you go, Gary. You got your wish.
Templar Assassin, first up pick. So what did we have? Kotal, Venge, Witch Doctor, Phoenix. So yeah, a lot of focus on these support heroes being banned out, with Weaver, Chaos Knight, Darkseer over on the other side. Like you said, a bit of focus onto Chalice and his first pick hero pool there alongside that Darkseer potential. And TA. Oh my goodness. It's going to be the hands of Shiro, I guess?
You would imagine so. I wonder what they're going to actually look to pick up against it on Team Turtle, right? Like you mentioned, going up against the TA, it wasn't necessarily in the lane. Brambles feels pretty good at being able to break those refraction charges and be pretty good at trading against the TA in lane as well. Might consider going something like the Clockwork even, just to be able to have that. Or, you know, Gary, if we are seeing a Clockwork maybe paired together with the SF, I know you've been waiting for it, but you never know, you never know. The Huskar is what I was going to mention just before. It felt good because it was a last pick of the overall draft into an Ember Spirit lane. So it just crushes that lane already, and you're pretty good into the TA as well, right? Oh, yeah. So it was just doubly impactful. This time around, not sure if they're going to be able to pick it super early on, and I doubt LGD are going to let it slip all the way through to the end of the draft, because once again, Team Turtle have that second pick, and they have the last pick of the overall draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a fan here of Team Turtle kind of finding a way to pick a halberd carrier, you know, some kind of, well, one of their maybe tanky strength offlaners to buy halberd against the TA has always felt very good against the hero. You try and burn through refraction. It's not the same as it used to be. You don't get to pick Venomancer or anything like that against anybody. You've got the old barrier that you've got to try and burn through nowadays, not just the instances.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at like the ban from Team Turtle. I think it'll tell a lot about what exactly their strategy is to be able to deal with this TA. Willow's good on its own, but you need more than that. You know, you need to actually be able to get onto a, you know, the route will obviously be incredibly nice, but once TA's got that blink, you've just got, you know, the escape potential as well. So I don't think they can go like an Ember Spirit this early on. You know, you've got the Flame Guard, which is an innate ability now as well, so it's always going to be ticking. Dealing a little bit of damage towards the TA makes the laning stage a little bit easier, but you leave yourself vulnerable to a lot of things. A, being countered out in the lane by something like, you know, the DK, the Monkey King, the Huskar, or you can even go into something like a Nyx Assassin, where you guarantee get the Spike Carapace off, and well, there we go, we get the busted duo.
It's over, Danog. It's over. Team Turtle have won. They've got the two 70% win rate hero supports up already. And TA into Pango now for LGD. At least something
back in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, this offlane Pango with the Echo Sabers looked, you know, decent. Can get out of cogs, can maybe do damage in that Shadow Realm. And Shadow Shaman, now a hero of LGD, something we've seen a couple of days in a row now.
Don't know how I feel about the Shaman necessarily. I mean, I know it's good against the Clockwork, right? You've got that little bit of invulnerability, so you can get out with the Cluster Clock of the cogs combination. But typically, going up against a Clockwork was kind of awkward, right? You can't use the shackles at all. So maybe they're just feeling like, you know what, we're just wanting to play a little bit more around something that's going to provide us some push. And for them, I just want to see again. For LGD, their weakness has been starting a lot of these team fights, and you know, Centaur is great at being able to find that disengage as well. So even more so now, they're going to need a way to be able to lock the team fight in place and make sure that they're not just easily escaping when, as soon as they hear a Pango roll.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, right? Looking at this kind of Serpent Ward's Pango roll, the TA even.
Harry,
we've got the SF Clockwork, the cogs farming, the Souls farm has arrived. But yeah, LGD's kind of game plan so far with these three heroes is to kind of set up, right? You kind of bunker in an area, either you're pushing a tower or holding a high ground. And like you said, if you hear the Pango roll and you see the Serpent Wards coming down, you know that that zone is where they want to fight. So being able to disengage, stampede away, even just scouting with a rocket flare can be very helpful. As LGD now going to the Beastmaster. But yeah, SF Clockwork, super, super nice to have there, and still potentially flexible for your Shadow Fiend mid and safe lane.
Yes, they will. I'm a little worried though. What if Pango is just mid, which it most likely is, and I mean the SF can be mid. It can be pos 1 too, though, right? Like you're playing together with a Clockwork. Feels pretty good for the laning stage, and you know I feel like they play so much better when Somnus is enabled by having that last overall pick. So I mean, could it honestly be something like the Huskar again coming through against the Pango? It's not bad.
Could be, yeah. Definitely a possibility. Hell, I've been telling you, I always try and shoehorn Huskar and Necro into drafts. So I'm just going to wait and see. You know, maybe it's a Necro game. Maybe that last pick Necro is going to come out for someone, because that was something that he used to use quite a lot as well as a kind of cheesy last pick back in the day. And yeah, I think I kind of prefer safe lane SF. Like you say, with the Clockwork, you've got ranged carry with that melee Clockwork. You just do so well in the lane. Just don't pick Somnus a DK or something, please.
No, not for Somnus. Like, it's great against Pango, but I don't know. Maybe they do need it. No, they got the Clockwork to be able to hook in onto the TA. I don't think it's quite so necessary.
Maybe it's just a Somnus SF. You know, does Chalice play Shadow Fiend? Don't know.
He can.
Somnus
especially with the
Clockwork,
right?
But it's like Somnus absolutely plays Shadow Fiend.
For sure.
With a Klink's ban and maybe another ban here on Chalice's hero, we might be looking at a safe lane carry for them.
I'm just thinking of stuff that, like, I'm trying to consider what is Beastmaster's role in this game. Like, are they trying to be really tricky? Could it be a mid Beastmaster that's spamming axes and then an offlane Pangolier again? But if it is Beastmaster in the offlane, are you going those axes build, or are you trying to enable yourself with a bit more push? Go, you know, this Helm of the Overlord build, because Clockwork and Willow aren't that great at dealing with that sort of push, right? So you're really needing to rely on the cores. So instead of farming, they're going to need to address that. Otherwise, you're going to be losing a lot of towers very, very early on. And they do ban out the Huskar early, and well, they actually snag the Oracle for themselves. So White going to be playing that one too. Would be quite nice for the lane, just to be able to avoid some of the damage coming through from the Willow and the Centaur, especially at that level 2 timing.
Yeah, a bit of protection against all that magical damage in the mid game as well from SF, Centaur. Yeah, protect whoever's getting jumped. Always very nice.
Still just trying to think what they actually want to go with this last pick overall. Like, do you want more burst for yourself? Do you want, like, a Tiny, for example? It's not great against the TA, just because, you know, refraction and all that, but I feel like they've got decent stuff to be able to deal with that. Maybe this is a game for Clockwork to go into something like that, earn for himself, eventually into the Vessel, just to provide a little bit more of that ticking damage. I know it's not enough to be able to just crack through the refraction easily, but it's something else on top of everything.
It's troll time again. Troll with some dispels with his Aghanim Scepter. And get on top of the TA, root her up, decent against the Pango. And then you're a ranged carry with the Clockwork as well. Oh, Razor was the other one I was about to mention. Seems pretty nice. Yeah, it's going to be your safe lane, right? Razor with Clockwork.
Feels pretty great. Just be able to knock people back, keep them inside the cogs, make it a little bit awkward. And, I mean, it does need to... I guess for the lane as well, right? New needs to be very careful. You know, this is going to be the axes spam style of Beastmaster, because you really don't want to leave your boar potentially vulnerable to getting killed. It gives way too much experience, and you've got now a Clockwork with Battery Assault and a Razor with Plasma Field that are going to be able to snipe them from afar. And if you get in close, you're also probably just going to die. Whereas if it was, for example, Echoes in the offlane, or sorry, Pango in the offlane, then you've got the Swashbuckle to be able to get out of any sort of cogs initiation. New doesn't have that same sort of luxury, so PYW is really going to be the main saving potential for that lane, I suppose.
I mean, this is one of those drafts where I kind of like the individual heroes for LGD, but I kind of struggle to imagine the team fights when they're entering them, you know, the kind of overall game plan, other than get TA fat, you know, get her as farmed as possible and get into that mid game. I'm not even sure about like laning stage here from LGD. Looking at Willow Centaur, Clockwork Razor, and then Shadow Fiend mid, it feels like Team Turtle maybe have the upper hand in laning stage, but as that game develops, you know, the kind of hidden threats that LGD have with that saving prowess of the Oracle, the maybe, split push and ghost push out of the Beastmaster and the Shadow Shaman when they're setting up on objectives, stealing a Roshan, giving TA a good time in the Ancients to protect her. They've got ways to keep themselves in the game and get to that mid-game point. So we could have, if this game goes long, which it definitely could do between these two teams, I think LGD probably want to drag this one out a little bit.
Yeah, I think they do, but I mean, it's not like they're going to be weak in the late game on Team Turtle either, right?
No.
Like Razor, he's just going to scale amazingly against all these heroes. You have nothing except the Primal Roar to be able to get through that BKB Razor that's just trying to run at you. So I feel like later on, Team Turtle, that's going to be their main target. Just try and enable Chalice as much as possible, because if there's no Roar, then once you pop the BKBs, what's going to stop you from just running down all of these heroes? And they've got plenty of chase potential as well with the hook shot, with, Blink Dagger coming through from the Centaur, with the Stampede. It's not like they're lacking in anything, really.
Camp's already being blocked there. Sentry over in a large camp. There's Team Turtle blocking things up. Make sure the Shadow Shaman and the Beastmaster don't get the free stacks and the free bank being built up.
Mm-hmm.
Expanded armature. Refractor.
Is that actually what it's called? Wow. That sounds like a supervillain from Transformers or something.
The Incredibles.
Yeah.
The battle begins.
Old top rune. Oh, Ishmael's going to just wander in and get it. 2 for 2. No real contest. No real mucking around. Now, Somnus, they didn't do the funny little business, did they?
I'm a little sad.
0 souls. We've usually seen Clockwork and Shadow Fiend. SF joins the... He's got Cogs level 1, so they could have done it, but I guess just not wanting to sit in Fountain, wanting to get out on the map and do stuff. Yeah, Shadow Fiend with his Clockwork very often enters lane with 12 souls already.
Mm-hmm. Even a couple would have been huge. You've already got like a pretty decent right-click, not advantage, but you've got the range to be able to stay away from the Pangolier. So anything that's going to equalize the amount of right-click damage that you have for the laning stage is going to feel really good.
Maybe it's one of these situations where someone says, I don't need it. Get under the skin of Echo a little bit. Echo clicks the SF. He doesn't have any souls. Why didn't he kill Cogs? And you lose the lane anyway. It's like, oh boy. Somnus is in his head, under his skin. I mean, already doing very well on the last hits, dominating the lane already, right?
He's, I think, hit every single last hit except one deny in lane so far. So yeah, he's doing pretty damn good.
Missed out on 2 denies. How dare you? 5 and 3 so far. 6 and 3. Pretty perfect. Cursed him a little bit as the creep wave comes under tower. Misses 1 last hit. But what is it? 10 out of 12?
Mm-hmm.
Still pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good.
Bottle already coming out for him. Yeah, difficult time for Echo there. 2 last hits on a Pango, and this is always going to be the way. Might have to think about, dragging wave or trying to get in behind the enemy tier 1 tower. Can you even bring heroes in to help him? Like Oracle and Shadow Shaman don't seem like the best rotating supports.
Shaman maybe. It really is just going to depend on, are you able to get a kill early on? Can you get an early boots? He's prioritized just a little bit of trading potential on PYW for now. But I was expecting to see a little bit more from this bottom side, especially now that, well, maybe not anymore. If they could hit level 2 early on Team Turtle to go for a kill onto PYW, because he leveled up the Ether Shock level 1, and here we go.
Yeah.
See them trying to get out the cogs, but it's just a little bit too slow.
Man, PYW just battery sorted down. They put the boar by the Clockwork, so tanking up a bit of that damage. And I guess Static Link early on isn't that good. Chalice still going to get a few whips in there onto PYW. I'm turned on a bit by the Hawk, though.
You just saw how they instantly focused the boar as soon as it was, both of them actually, they were able to claim the last hits for, and that just gives such a experience benefit to you and your team. The only reason that the XP is still pretty dead even in this bottom side is that there were creeps going underneath the tower all the while they were going for that kill. Yeah. So they're going to look to try and continue that as much as possible. Of course, Clockwork, one of those heroes that really does scale amazingly at level 3, just to be able to more than double the damage from the battery assault.
Oh, so far.
Yeah, PYW to run away early.
Ooh, who got it? Has Oracle got it? Why you smiles? Really nice there, Fortune's End, as the Bramble's connected to get himself out of that sticky spot. Gets the Lotus from the pool. PYW chasing back the Clockwork.
Pichel would be able to get away. I mean, again, it's all just enabling Chalice, right? Like, he's very happy if New is not being able to pick up a lot of this farm. Of course, you are a Beastmaster. He's got 1 point in the Wild Axes. I guess not really valuing the Inner Beast passive as much anymore, especially considering he gets it, you know, just a little bit for himself through the innate ability. But he's playing up against a Clockwork, so he's constantly going to get his mana burned here in the lane if he's not too careful.
We need the mangoes, need the Bassi. Spam the mana pool out. Sentry D-Ward there. From the Shadow Shaman immediately being battered by the Clockwork, but the Panther Field misses. So no chase onto PYW, and a short static link there. Great bit of damage from the Beastmaster. Not ideal for Team Turtle, but still trying to give this Razor a good time, as in the mid lane. We do have a rotation in from the Oracle, a surprise one from Why You Smile. Brambles, though, out from the Willow. That's going to save the Shadow Fiend and turn here with a couple of raises. Blood Grenade thrown back the other way, and first blood for Planet. The turnaround play. Aggression into reaction, and Team Turtle coming out on top, potentially with a double. Somnus doesn't want to go diving on the tower, even with the level 3 raises, while down at bottom lane. The Clock and the Razor really dominating this laning phase. Team Turtle looking incredibly hot mid lane again. Why? He's being surrounded here as Planet came in from behind. Somnus with the mid-range raise, not quite landing, but the long range should be able to tap him down and take him out. Oh, hang on a second, pops the Lotus, stays alive. Planet and the Somnus, a couple more clicks. It's inevitable. Why You Smile going to try and delay the death of himself, but in the end, it's Somnus to claim another life.
Now, do you think there was any, I don't know if malice is the right word there, Gary, but instantly just dropping the tip there, Planet, onto Echoes as soon as he was able to get the kill? Do you think that's a bit of friendly banter, or is that like, oh, maybe you shouldn't have actually kicked me from this team? Maybe I'm actually going to give you some pretty good value here. He fed the Lotus over to Somnus as well, just to give him that little bit of an XP boost for when they were going for that gank attempt as well. So just really good play all around from Planet.
No, you never know, right? Maybe it's just how dare you pick Pango into us. What are you doing picking Pango mid?
True. Might even be able to get a TP back mid and refill the bottle on the SF. Of course, it is one of those heroes that...
Chalice?
What?
And he's taken out here. Yeah, Clockwork was far too distant and a pretty massive wave there. Allowed PYW to shackle him up, and Beastmaster bringing quite a bit of damage. That's a good kill out of that bottom lane for LGD.
Look at mid, though. You see all these heroes playing around the mid lane. Planet really just wanting to secure as much as possible for Somnus, obviously giving him the full bottle refill.
And 6-minute rune. And it's an invis down bottom. Why You Smile going to try deny it. Succeeds at it. Echo is... She has crashed into the brambles, but no big deal. And Why You Smile's going to get slowed down here. Rocket Flare and Blood Grenade, but he dispels it off with the Fortune's End. A roaming Oracle, not something I expected, but this is like leaving the TA alone in a lane against Centaur, where she is winning pretty hard now.
I mean, you saw he didn't start the lane with any Rings of Protection as well on the Centaur, so Yang was taking quite a bit of harass. He's been able to get into the chainmail now, making things a little easier for himself, but yeah, Shiro is just going to have a totally free time up here, but he's really the only one in that sort of situation, right? Both other lanes are going fairly well, I would say, for Team Turtle.
Oh, for sure. And now Planet and Picho are trying to come in behind into this bottom lane. New and PYW sat around 80% HP.
7 minutes.
7 minutes coming up. 2 supports are here, though, with the Oracle and the Shadow Shaman. They're even TP in the Pango. Echo, level 6, coming in here to defend it. 4 heroes around this Wisdom Rune. 5. They're going to lose one, though, as the Shadow Shaman's down. Dies to neutral creep. Planet is found by Echo, and now the Rolling Thunder on the Chalice. LGD, again, with these response moves coming in to claim multiple heroes, taking them all down.
Very, very greedy there to be able to go in, especially with Chalice, right? Like, he wants to be able to at least salvage something out of that, but I think you would have been happy enough just knowing that there's 4 heroes in the general area and letting Somnus just sit back and farm. Now, he's just going to fall even further behind on this Razor. I'm sure they're just talking to Somnus right now, saying, hey, you're the one that's having a decent game, although they stuffed up the bottle refill as well for mid, so not everything going perfectly right now for Team Turtle, and as I say that, Yang's getting chased as well.
He's got Stampede, so once this Fortune End hits him, he should be all right just to run away if even needed. And Planet's there with the Brambles. Now they Stampede. The Shackle's a long-range chameleon tongue connects on Centaur, but he's not an insect. He'll turn around and help to fight with Somnus now arriving from the right-hand side. PYW. Oh, hang on. The cluster clutch. The little chickens. He's going to get taken down in the end regardless. Shiro's turned on. Refraction's up, but immediately taken down. The barrier's gone, and Somnus with a double kill. The Shadow Fiend out of this mid lane, given so much emphatic defense out of Team Turtle, now gets into an aggressive posture to get some kills.
If you've learned anything over your years, it's you do not give Somnus a free game. He has the capability. One of the few mid laners that will just run away with the game if you just give him the openings to be able to do so, and he's showing why. Almost perfect in the laning stage. I think it was Samael talking about laning against Somnus, and it's like he's a robot. You know, that he just doesn't mess anything up in the lane, and it's kind of crazy that he's still this good after this many years.
Yeah, I mean, he was the original one before we talked about Nisha, right? Somnus was the robot, and then Nisha came in and kind of took his crown a little bit there. Yeah, like I say, Somnus still up
They're
to the
even
top.
baiting Chalice.
Roaring the Razor, but the Requiem's here. Pango feared and sent packing, but they don't yet have the hook shot, so reinitiating is kind of difficult. The cogs are really good. Picho traps Echo inside the cogs. Oh, that's just gorgeous from the Clockwork. Really well set up there. The counter to the Pango is a little cage to trap him in.
Mm-hmm. We've seen even just the bigger gap between the cogs as well. If you're timing it perfectly, you can actually just lock him in there. Might not be able to, you know, enable him to escape at all if you're able to get that one off. So just really nice micro plays coming out here from Team Turtle, and it's resulting in a slight net worth lead right now. So I'm just wondering what they're actually going to now do with this. Are they going to be in a position to be able to, you know, start pushing into some of these towers? Because that Picho, sorry, not Picho, PYW, he'll be okay on the bottom side of the map. But we've got that 10-minute siege creep wave coming, and
I don't know if he's okay with the Clockwork arriving. He's dead. Taken out. Reactions coming in again as a Clockwork Courier is going to fly over the Beastmaster and die with a smoking and clarity on it. I TP'd Oracle down here as well, so you know, Why You Smile has kind of made a long move down bottom and now a long walk back into mid.
And he needs to get there as well. Like Somnus, he's got those 24 souls, 72 bonus damage. He just picked up a neutral item, and they've got that siege creep to be able to play around. So this is the thing. He's also got the Dragon Lance finished, so he can just stay at this relatively safe pace, be able to back on up, and even his rotation through isn't going to be able to catch them off guard.
That's all seen coming. Double Radiant Observer wards. I think the double Dire wards there as well, watching around the bottom rune spot. Lots of vision. One of them does expire while we're talking about it. But yeah, lots of emphasis there around that kind of mid to bottom lane area where all this action has been. I think it's very important as well because we were talking about LGD and their almost need to kind of stack ancients and build things up. They've not been able to do any of that yet. You know, we had that sentry ward placed early to block the large camp. Lots of aggression in this bottom lane as well. So no chance here for LGD to build up bank in those camps. And they're forced to make moves of their own. PYW will start things off on the Clockwork here. Get Echo into a bit of action and allow the Pango to play some Dota. Finally.
Finally, they're even going to farm a little bit off of the cogs as well. Pretty needed. I mean, it's going to get you closer into some of those early items that you're acquiring. Of course, he is going the Echo Saber ever since the... Are we calling it a feature or a bug, Gary? What's the go?
Well, I think I don't know. I struggle with this kind of thing because it was in the game and it was broken, then it was fixed, and then it's kind of silently come back. So I kind of feel like it's a bug. But it's always one of those things, right? If it's in Dota, it's in Dota. You know?
Yeah.
You play with what you got.
Burning Barrage. Screw that. That was just busted.
Well, that's the thing. Once it gets nerfed, once it gets changed, then you can like retroactively apply the term bug to it, right? It's like that was being exploited. It got changed. It got nerfed. It wasn't meant to be in the game.
And you talk about all the potential that they've got for catch. Now even Somnus has a haste room, and that's why they're making this move up towards the top side to try and punish Shiro. He's working into a little bit more of that Tower Sieger style build as opposed to the Blink Dagger, so might get caught out here without too many ways to be able to escape. They instantly get the ping and he gets the hook.
Man, this Clockwork straight on top of the TA with the Dark Willow. The plan is going to help out to get Somnus a mega kill streak, and that's TA dying a couple of times while trying to farm and join these top lane fights. Still, like, only a 1k net worth lead, but it feels like the direction of the game, you know, these next, up to minute 20 is going to be all about Team Turtle and how they make the moves.
Exactly, and I feel like it'll go balloon back to 2, maybe even 3k once they take this this T1 tower top. The thing about that was, yeah, you were losing the TA, but New was using the time with his Helm of the Dominator to be able to take bottom tower, and he's closing in on that Helm of the Overlord as well. So you talk about their potential to take a few of these initiatives a little bit earlier on Team Turtle, you miss up one of these fights and you're actually in a position to get countered. Yeah.
Well, he knows there's a high ground ward there now, as PYW just immediately hexes and drops the Serpent Wards on the Clockwork. This is going to mean, though, they don't have that ability to go for mid-tier 1 anymore. It would have been really nice to have this Helm Creep, Serpent Wards, push mid-tier 1, maybe set up for a fight around the Pango roll, but not going to have that anymore.
Still probably just get the Helm Creep as well, as YU Smile will be able to build up another stack inside of this ancient camp area. They're still keeping the hard camp blocked, by the way, to the south of Y, so they're not enabling quite as much of that scaling potential coming through from, honestly, all 3 cores on LG. Yeah, what are you doing? Got a mind of his own.
Ancient Rumblehide. What a dum-dum. Dumblehide.
Dumblehide. Man, you always know it's bad when you call him by his full name as well. It's never... It's no Ainchi or anything like that.
Ancient Jeremy Rumblehide, come here right now. Go to your room. Well, no, don't go to your room. He went to his room too quickly. I don't know why they do that sometimes. Why you smell probably a bit pissed off. The little dinosaur. Well, TA is going to farm through the stacks. 7,000 net worth. Still looking pretty good here with that. Like you say, Dragonlance nearly at the Desolator. Shiro needs time though, right? This LGD lineup still, like I said at the end of the draft, kind of needs that time to get out of the laning stage, break down the game, open up a bit of map space, especially for this Templar Assassin. But I think more importantly, unlocking the potential of the Pango is the most serious challenge this game. Is the Pango just a rolling thunderbot? Can he actually, have a bit of impact?
Shiro, is he going to be able to dodge out this hook shot? Because I think he knows they're coming.
Hello. Straight in. They've got a Beastmaster behind her, but in comes Yang, the Roar and the Centaur. Shiro, the Static Link, dragging all that damage away from the TA. YU Smile's dead to the Clockwork and the Centaur now, as Shiro still surviving. Chalice getting rolled on. False Promise onto Echo as they turn back and kill off Yang. 1 for 1. Better here from LGD, but in comes Somnus with a Requiem. Big damage, and the Fear on the Pango will take down Echo as Shiro's trying to slip away from this. Still being protected by PYW and New around those Serpent Wards. And that's the thing, right? LGD, when they fight, they are fighting in a, 1,000, I guess like a 500 range radius circle. The Serpent Wards, the Beastmaster units, wherever that TA is set up as a turret. Whereas Team Turtle, much more back and forth, dragging the fight forward, then back into the Requiem and the Shadow Fiend. But once LGD can retreat back into that circle, Turtle don't want to chase.
No, they don't. And, I mean, it's for a good reason, right? SF doesn't really have that chase potential. He doesn't have the ability to commit truly into the team fight as well. It was a really nice usage of the Cogs Requiem as well. Basically a way to guarantee that someone's going to just bounce into those Cogs, get a little bit of that extra damage as well, and prevent the full-on, runaway. Somnus could still actually get those right clicks off in the middle of the fight as well. I have to wonder, they were going for that attempt, but you had a TA trap next to this top twin gate, so I think Shiro actually saw them coming, and so that's why they were all there ready on LGD to be able to make that turnaround. At the end of the day, it's still just a 1-for-1 core trade. No, actually, they got YU Smile as well, so maybe just underestimating the strength that Team Turtle have at this point.
Yeah, really hoping that their Rolling Thunder and Serpent Wards were going to win them the fight there. Not happening, though, and I guess because Oracle was caught, Y had
a really big catch with the Cogs, I think. I'm sure Y is saying, that pulled me into the Cogs. He was pretty well spaced, but, new, bigger Cogs is just a little bit unconventional at times.
I guess he had to, preemptively false promise the Pango. If he had that a little bit later on, then maybe you get a save and drag out the fight a bit longer. Definitely an element of the fight that went awry.
Ooh, they're wanting to go Roche already.
Okay.
Do they have the damage to do it?
Look at this SF, my man.
Yeah, but he's pretty big, but it is very important that they take it away from, and look at this, LGD, they're instantly going to go for a smoke up to try and contest it because they have the minus armor, they have the Helm of the Overlord creep to be able to potentially do it. This is going to be a slow-ish Roshan.
Is it going to be fast enough? A Bedlam, the Centaur tanking, Somnus with his shield rune. They're going to get the Aegis and the kill before LGD arrive. Now, LGD, do you want to fight this? You're backing up a little bit, thinking about pushing that wave and maybe setting up a little deeper here for a team fight just to the right-hand side. And I say, no, the Templar Assassin isn't with us. We cannot go bull rushing into this.
Yeah, they were just in two minds about it, right? If they full-on committed, I mean, it probably would have gone poorly for them, right? Because the TA wasn't there. But, you know, Pango was in the lane, then he wasn't. Then they wanted to get the D ward off. Then he wanted to join together with the smoke. It's just too slow if you're looking to try and contest this sort of thing. So not only do they not get the Roshan, it also means that only your TA was farming at that time. You know, you had 4 heroes not pushing out lanes, which means that they're actually going to be able to do something aggressive now on Team Turtle. The lanes are in a good spot to be able to potentially get a kill and lead that into something else. Echoes is the one.
Man, Picho is just so good. Traps him in the cogs. Down he goes. Echo dead again. We've had a few games. We've talked about the Clockwork. Incredible pick, incredible win rate so far in the regional qualifiers. We've had a few games and players where they've whiffed a few hook shots, but this has been 100% hook accuracy, landing on core heroes, perfectly angled, and setting up in a situation where his cores can follow through on. And Pichu, right place, right time, every time.
Yeah. I was kind of imagining that they might have wanted to keep pushing into the mid lane, right? Like, you'd killed off the Pangolier, the main, ongoing control for a lot of these team fights. You have an amp damage on Somnus, and an Aegis as well, and the lane was pushed in. So I'm a little surprised that they didn't want to commit at least into getting the glyph popped by LGD, but clearly feeling like they just needed that little bit of extra farm for themselves, maybe even just valuing Picho that highly. His Clockwork, those hook shots, like you've been mentioning, have been so core to them starting off these team fights well.
This is huge, but oh man, look at that. He's got a 4-staff on the Clockwork. He is... I don't know, man. This Pichu guy, you can't give him Clockwork. This has been tremendous. Saves Shadow Fiend from like a 1v4. The LG were all approaching. Insanely good. So, I think primarily the reason that they don't want to go pushing like top and mid is because of how important Ancients are this game. I think Team Turtle really understanding and realizing, blocking that large camp, playing a lot, even thinking about that Wisdom Rune aggressive move where they lost 3 heroes. I think that was even the right idea, but executed poorly. They want to control Tormentor, Ancients, stop the TA from accelerating, stop them getting the neutral item tokens as freely as they have been. And this is where Team Turtle want to play. Radiant side into Dire Ancients, kind of pivot between bottom and mid tier 2. Forget about top lane.
The 20-minute mark as well, right? Like, they're in position with an amp damage still on SF, half duration left on it, to be able to just quickly secure the Tormentor for themselves. And you know how good the Aghanim Shard is for both Clockwork and the Willow. Willows are actually bought her, so you might be able to buff up Yang even further as well if he's able to get a free Aghanim Shard for himself. Yeah. But it's going to be Clockwork, which honestly, not bad at all.
Yeah, pretty freaking good, because now he can go in and jetpack out. Get away from danger. And this is 20 minutes, a bit of damage on the tier 3 already. LGD bring Shadow Shaman back. Might think about bringing a couple of others back, but right now they've set up a bit of a base camp over on that Radiant side. Try and get the TA at least a bit of Ancient's farm, as she has now slipped behind the Shadow Fiend by about 2,000.
Very rare to see a TA slip behind, right? She got a 2-level advantage on the SF, so that's a plus. He's grouping up with the team a little bit more, and it's resulting in a lot of objectives taken. It's a really tight balancing act, though, right? Because TA obviously farms incredibly quickly. You're able to, get this lead, whether it be gold or experience. But if you're losing towers, you're losing your potential to be able to have this area to flash farm. And like you said, just looking to try and go for that ancient denial, I feel like is just so important. So, they didn't go for the mid tower like I expected them to, but bottom, both towers cleared out, Tormentor cleared out. This is exactly what they want to do. And I feel like they probably won't do too much else with the rest of this Aegis, right? It's just going to be about getting into that next item for themselves. Hurricane Pike very, very shortly coming up for Somnus, and I believe you've nearly got a BKB as well for Chalice. About 1.5 items away. Crimson Guard coming too, going to be great against the Beastmaster and the Pangolier especially.
Another Crimson Guard. Now we've gone from Vanguard unbuyable item into Crimson Guard being one of the rising stars of this regional qualifier. I picked up more often on Clockwork from what we've seen as a kind of position 5 item, but grabbing it on a Centaur, no problem there.
Just going to read the wording of it again, because, they did change it. So it's based on the caster's max health instead of their strength. So, you know what, for a Centaur, it's not really that bad either way, right? Especially considering with the Centaur, the raw hide that you have just gives you bonus health every 120 seconds. It's not like, you know, get +2 strength every 2 minutes. So it's going to work out very nice for him. And I feel like it's going to cause LGD that same issue that they've been having in that upper bracket series against Azure, right? You might find the initiation, but is anything going to die? You know, you've got the area denial, you've got, you know, BKBs coming out, you'll have Hurricane Pikes, you'll have a Crimson Guard, just a Centaur on its own with nearly 3,000 health already.
Can he escape this? Nah, he goes deeper. He knows he's dead. He's like, screw you guys. Okay, you got me. 4 heroes for me. Bring it on.
Worth.
That's
an all chat moment where you just say, yeah, worth it.
A fair amount of money for a Clockwork kill, though. Like 600 plus going the way of LGD.
He's probably worth more with his performance so far this game, in terms of just getting this annoying Metal Knight off the map. Looking to try and go in for an aggressive attempt with this Aegis about to wear off. Just 35 seconds left. Somnus isn't around to be able to potentially get caught by it, but with the lane pushing in, you've got those Mass Serpent wards up again, and I would have to imagine PYW is just going to very proactively drop this. Even if you're going to look to try and commit the glyph, it's not going to be able to do too much. Is he going to actually be able to catch the Centaur instead?
Oh, looks like it, yeah.
That's a good start.
Hex into Serpent wards. Do they need the Roar here as well from New? They thought about it. Stampede not quite enough to get him away, and a Terrorize attempted. Planet sends a couple of them feared out, but you still lose Yang. And this is where LGD are at their strongest, right? Setting up that kind of bunker with the summons out of Beastmaster, the Serpent wards pushing into a tier 2. Not something that Team Turtle can kind of react to once that has already been set up.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to rely on your Clockwork and Willow already being in position to be able to defend against it, right? Like if that Terrorize came out perhaps a little bit sooner, not caught inside the cogs anymore. Means that Centaur's probably going to be able to get away. But again, it's not like they got nothing out of it. Somnus was up top the entire time. He's got that level 15 talent, so his presence to the Dark Lord aura affects buildings, and he took a tier 2 just solo.
That minus armor's going to be ridiculous.
He's going AC as well.
Yeah.
So, like, it's just going to rip through a lot of these.
Brought back a memory of Somnus playing Invoker like 8 years ago and going for a Deso AC build. He loves minus armor strats, this Somnus guy.
Yeah. Surprised we haven't seen him play as much of the Slardar, right? That was really flavor of the month about a week or so ago.
Yeah, Slardar's kind of dropped off the face of the planet here in the Chinese region.
They're
Like sometimes
Somnus.
like,
He's farming right underneath a trap right now. Are they in a position to potentially go for the gank? They're already smoked up here with PYW and YU Smile, but he's going to need boys to be able to connect through to him. I'm not sure if you've got the damage to be able to take him out with how farmed he is.
and Clockwork's right next to him, hey? There's Force Staff, there's Hookshot, and Pichu. This guy has been massive.
They're picking out the power rune. That's what they're looking to try and play around.
24 minutes coming up. 4 members from Team Turtle mid. Missing their Centaur currently. What's the vision situation like here with this pause? Like, does Clockwork see anything up in that river?
Don't think so. He's got Y's playing in the blind spot, basically. Even Shadow Shaman's like right on the edge of any sort of vision that they've got here. They
So they
finally
see the
do get a
Clockwork.
very brief glimpse.
He doesn't see them. Straight in with a Hex and the Control, trying to take down the Clockwork, and it's well done. Terrorize just clipping there onto the Shadow Shaman as the Shadow Fiend steps up onto New here. With the Yang's arrival, they blow up the Beastmaster. The
Good
Brambles really causing issues here for LGD as they cannot approach, can't get up the staircase. They nearly take down YU Smile. Looks like they should be able to follow through on this and kill the Oracle in the end. Just a little more damage here. The right clicks will come as Chalice, Yang step up the stairs.
Nice try on the escape there, but they just once again got disconnected, right? There wasn't that easy form of initiation. Sure, you kill the Clockwork, but who cares? It's a Clockwork, you know? At the end of the day, they've got the rest of the damage to be able to just rip through your team. Look how quickly this tower is melting. All off the back of Somnus.
Well, at least Echoes with his Echo Zaber is taking down a courier and clearing out that mid-wave in behind them, so slowing down the push. But look at the pings and the rocket flare right on the head of the Pangolier. Straight in with Pichu respawning. Hookshot onto him. Try to shield crash and swashbuckle your way out of this, and it looks like he's actually successful. Gets just enough distance out of the reach of Razor.
But now you have no tier 2 towers to play around at all, and that's going to be a big issue for them. They're already setting up on LGD around this top side, and it's a pretty quick Roshan respawn as well, 30 seconds away. Lane's pushed in reasonably nicely, especially considering it is the 25-minute mark, so siege creep is going to be barreling down that top lane. Someone's going to need to address this, otherwise it's going to be far too obvious that Team Turtle are, going to try and contest the Roshan area. So Yang will do that for now, by far the tankiest hero on Team Turtle. And it's only going to get more and more of an issue once he starts building into even more of these aura items as well, so I'm a little surprised that LGD didn't try and plant their flag a little bit more strongly around that Roche pit.
Okay, nice, yes. I was going to ask when someone's going to buy a lifesteal item. He just grabs a casual Morbid Mask here. I was watching him kind of build into Daedalus, but yeah, lifesteal on Shadow Fiend offers you tremendous value when you're standing in these fights. A shard for the Razor, so that improved static link now. And potential there to kind of walk the dog with the Pango or the Razor.
And this is something that Picho does very nicely. He is an early gem buyer, especially when they're ahead, just to make sure that you've got complete control over all areas of the map, right? They're basically only this TA trap that Somnus is next to is the vision that they've got to be able to play around. And at nighttime, that just feels so horrible to just have no understanding of where you can play. It's not even like you have the clockwork themselves, so there's not going to be a hook shot that they can look to play around either.
Where are they going with this smoke? Chalice wants to join them, yeah.
It's got the BKB, so why not?
Quality of life improvement with the smokes. When they added that, just, walk back into whoever popped it. You smoke yourself up. I mean, both
they
teams
saw the
here
direction.
Edging
saw the direction the rocket came from.
towards the Roche pit. Shiro, first point of contact. Yang into the back, blows up Why You Smiled. Now onto the TA. Chalice goes straight onto Shiro and takes her down. Echoes Pango trying to roll away from this and will get the distance he needs, but they're farming up Serpent Wards after killing the TA. Oracle brought back. It just all falls apart here. Team Turtle are looking incredible in game one.
They are. I really do feel like it's just because they gave up a lot of that area on the top side of the map. If possible, have a quick look at the death summary for the TA as well. The lack of BKB is what's really standing out to me. Just rooted, stunned. There's nowhere that she could go, and she was caught inside the cogs. What are you supposed to do against that?
Yeah, you hope your supports are able to cast their spells on you, right? The fact they blew up While You Smile meant no save, no false promise, no reduction of that magic damage. And they're going on PYW. Gonna catch out the Shadow Shaman here with a Terrorize. The false promise comes onto him now, but he is absolutely dead no matter what. Chase on for a little bit more here. The bonus kills lurking in the back. PYW dead. And a dieback on the Oracle potential here. You're right, Yang. I mean, maybe with these traps slowing them down and silencing them, there's no way. Yang and Chalice going to be able to chase this one until the cows come home. Oh, the second TA trap, though. Oh, keeps the Oracle alive. Okay, Why You Smile. Thank you, TA.
That's like the one little bit of, I know it's not much, but vision that they had on the map was those TA traps. So you hate to have them pop just to try and save your position 5, but it was a necessity for them to be able to do that. So, I mean, everything is just dying so fast, and it really feels like they themselves are lacking these big aura items, right? You're relying so heavily on Y. His positioning is normally really good, but it's not even that he's in a bad spot a lot of the time. It's just that you've got so many different avenues to be able to catch him out. You've got the jetpack, the hook shot, the stampede, Centaur has the blink dagger as well. Where is he supposed to even position himself as a position 5? Like, he's trying to buy the blink dagger, but it's just, you're playing from way too far behind for him to get into it.
Yeah, just thinking about the way this game's gone, it feels like everything we said in the draft is, kind of come true, right? This is LGD giving Team Turtle all the heroes they wanted, allowing Clockwork, the Willow, the Shadow Fiend, the Centaur, the Razor. These are all super meta heroes and kind of signature heroes for Team Turtle as well. And a very kind of finicky, nuanced draft from LGD that could work, but is proving very difficult to execute here for LGD.
I want to see them make a bit of a patrol through here with the gem on planet, just to try and take away even more of that vision that they've got to play around, right? This is the TA Ag Shard trap, so it gives that little bit more vision for them to be able to play around with, and at nighttime, I mean, vision is just at such a premium as well, so at least that'll be rectified a little bit in 5 seconds, turning back into day, but where can you even go now? You've got no tier 2 towers to be able to play around with. You don't have the Aegis to play around with. You have the harder initiation to be able to try and claim. it feels again like that classic LGD issue where they just can't find the right pickoff that they're looking for. No blink daggers on anyone except for
Right.
Pangolier right now.
Yeah, it's like you need to blink Roy, you need to blink Hex from Shadow Shaman, and yeah, just a way to enter these fights. Because so far it's just been Picho, right? Scouting with Rocket Flare, seeing where you're coming from.
He's got a Vlads as well, giving even more damage to the rest of the Void, and an amp damage, and a siege creep. I guess Shiro can like one-shot the waves though.
The power of the TA. Still on that tier 3 though, Somnus just wailing away at it. Jetpack from Picho, just trying to scout over the ramparts there and see what's inside the Dire Castle.
Get rid of the amp damage.
Oh man, Yang tried to jump, but Shiro too speedy for him. They roar up the Shadow Fiend now. He's got Aegis still. They do roll into the back. Shadow Fiend's gonna die here to the TAs. They stampede and charge into the back. New in serious trouble. The false promise will protect him though as Yang goes in deeper onto the Shadow Shaman. Cluster Cluck gonna buy a little bit of time trying to micro the chickens, but he's dead regardless as Somnus respawns and moves into a second lane of barracks here. Shiro standing his ground and fighting. Pretty tremendous damage from the TA. He's nearly shredding through Somnus there. He needs a bit of backup from the rest of his team as Chalice steps up in onto New. Another blink away from the Centaur stop. The BKB's up from New. He's dying to the Razor back in his fountain. Barely surviving. Does get away. But Somnus is still just shredding through buildings as Echoes is dead to Chalice in the back. Shiro and YU Smile left kind of alone here to try and defend their buildings. Another blink away from the stomp. 3 in a row from Shiro. You can pull out all these fancy plays, you know, pirouette around your opponents, but in the end you are cowering in your fountain as Team Turtle come in and crush your base.
Yeah, they've got all that lifesteal coming through as well, not just from the Satanic, but even just Picho living. He's got the Vlads to be able to play around with as well. So how are you supposed to engage? How are you supposed to try and trade?
The Force Staff, they're trying to get Shiro out of here with the Hurricane Pike and the Refraction back up. He's staying alive, but the Razor's on his tail. Does blink back in the fountain to 5 at a time, but now the move on the PYW, taking down the Shadow Shaman. No PYW, Razor tanking through the damage of the TA, and they are just stuck in the well. No way out. Not even Lassie to come and bark and say that little Jimmy, he's stuck in there, can't escape. There is just no way out of here. The tier 4s are dying.
They're not even worrying. They're not worrying about Megas. They just want to finish the game right now, not given the option to be able to get into these items that could potentially turn this game around. Can they find Somnus? He's got his...
Well, defending the throat, he's got Manta, he's got Satanic, he can stand and fight, brawl back into this Pango of Echoes. Shiro trying to stand there and battle him, but Picho with a hook shot right into the back line. Catches up to New with the Cogs as well, and Chalice slays the Pangolier. Shiro getting raised down, Refraction is up, but absolutely nothing he can do now. GG called as LGD tap out in game number 1. Team Turtle, the victors off the back of an exceptional draft. Well executed. LGD left... just faltering here in game 1.
Faltering indeed, and yeah, you have to be, feeling a little bit scared right now. The Raptors fan himself, Picho, on his clockwork, was really just making everything happen that game. Really solid in the lane, really solid with the early rotations around the power runes, enabling Somnus so much, not just from those ganks, also from the power runes, also from just using the cogs so that Requiem isn't pushing people back, and of course finding the also important initiation onto YU Smile's Oracle. In terms of like a 5 versus 5 battle, he took the gold medal.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Zhao 8 kind of gambling a bit in the draft, letting them have all these heroes. It's a trait that a lot of these kind of old school drafters and captains have, right? You think about Puppy, Kuroki, Zhao 8. They very often, in game 1 of a BO3 or best of 5 say, hey, we're going to give them what they want. We'll see if we can defeat it. Because if LGD do win this game, it's like we gave them Clock, we gave them Dark Willow, we gave everything they wanted and we still won. That is a massive, victory, a massive little bonus flag to have going into game 2. Yeah. But losing, it's a hard reset here for LGD. Back to the drawing board, and you really do, you do have to think, okay, we cannot give them 5 signature, giga meta heroes like this. It's just not happening.
It's not possible. I get what you're saying. I get the mentality around that, but I'm not sure lower bracket against a team that knows you like the back of their hand is the right time to be able to do that sort of thing, right? Like maybe in a best of 5, maybe in an upper bracket when you've got that double chance, but now essentially you're in best of 1 territory, right? Like you lose, you're out of these qualifiers when you are probably the number 2 favorite to be able to make it through. So this is the sort of thing that You play with fire, you're going to get burned sometimes, and I just want to see them draft something a little bit more simple for themselves. Initiation stuns, not just relying on the one person. I need two coming out from LGD if I'm going to feel a little bit more confident moving forward with their draft chances.
Well, that's something we've got to. I'm going to go look at that during the break. Honestly, when was the last time we had a TI without LGD? You know,
Oof. Yeah,
they have been a mainstay. You know, they have been the Chinese team for a long time. If we don't have LGD at TI because they're knocked out by ex-LGD, question mark's going to be thrown around there. As we do see the endgame score screen, Somnus Shadowfiend 12-0-5. Like, he had a spectacular game. He was set up for success. I don't know if you'll agree with me here, though, but Clockwork, Picho, MVP for me.
Oh, yeah. Both of them. Dual MVPs, I think, for Son. Like, he just... Yes, you're probably going to win that lane, but he crushed the early stages when you probably shouldn't. It's like a 10 10 attack damage disadvantage against the Clockwork, and he basically nearly got first 2, nearly 3 waves perfect in terms of last hits and denies. So Picho for the initiation, and for the map reads, and for the vision advantage, and even his item build. Same sort of thing though for Somnus, just the individual mechanical skill in his lane, knowing the right sort of spacing, and I thought his item build was perfection.
Hell, you know, going back to that point again, right? He didn't even need to farm the souls at the beginning. I think that is a really big statement of intent from Somnus and from Team Turtle. We picked Shadowfiend Clockwork and we didn't even abuse it. We didn't even exploit one of the big reasons you pick these heroes together. And it's just absolutely incredible there. So game 1 going the way of Team Turtle over LGD. You know, Xiao 8's gonna have to have a bit of a team talk there with his boys, go back to the drawing board and figure out what they do in game 2, as that is coming up after this pretty quick break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
welcome back to the Chinese regional qualifiers here on the road to the international as we head into game 2 of our first series of the day. Team Turtle taking on LGD Gaming, and Team Turtle, the victors in game 1, handed on a single silver platter the draft they wanted, the Clockwork, the Willow, these high priority, 70% win rate heroes, the top pick, the top of the pecking order in drafts. And Dano, we've got to start talking about this because it's been 13 years since LGD have not made a TI. TI1, they weren't there. They have been at every single TI since. And potentially, here in the lower bracket, elimination time, they're a game away from not making this year's TI, which is honestly insane. It's like the end of an era, potentially.
We've seen a few ends of eras over the time, right? The teams that were at the very top, it felt like they were the pinnacle. They could never drop out of it. And then they just completely fall by the wayside. I mean, a couple of TIs ago, right? Secret came from the last chance qualifiers, and then they placed in second. Next TI, Puppy, that was the first one that he didn't attend. So It shows that, if you don't keep up with the times, if you don't adapt, then some new blood is going to take it away from you. And I mean, you just talk about all the TIs that LGD have been to. It's not even just like they were there. They were just present. They were very, very good at basically every single one of those TIs. Top 4, pretty much, on average, I would say. Top 3 is probably their average placement overall, which is so insane to have that kind of longevity for such a long amount of time.
Yeah, and what one of the kind of driving forces behind that has always been Xiao 8, right? He's been there since TI2. Now of course he's in the coaching slot. But that man there in Y seat, this guy has been around for a long time, and I think dropping out of TI qualifiers is something that's gonna hurt him. This is something that he cannot allow to happen. For his own personal brand, his own personal vision of where he needs to be, and going to TI, maybe even thinking like, maybe this is my last TI. Going into this one, he wants to, grab his players, grab this draft here in game 2 by the scruff of the neck and say, I'm taking you to Copenhagen, whether you like it or not.
But then the man in the Raptors jersey and the cat ears on his Clockwork was just the one to kind of, put a stop to that sort of thing. And you just see LGD, they've stuck kind of consistent with a few of their bans, but they're getting rid of, some of the respect, right? Somnus not going to be allowed to play his Shadow Fiend another time. They don't have the first pick overall, though, and Team Turtle, they've actually gone ahead and removed the Clockwork themselves. So maybe they're just trying to think of, let's have a different strategy for ourselves. Everything's flipped, I believe. No, side is still the same, but everything else is flipped on its head, pick order. So I wonder if Team Turtle have a general strategy that's going to be more about picking what they feel is mega busted in this first phase. If I had to hazard a guess as to what it might be, probably going to be the Weaver if they're allowed to get it. Just because, again, you've got that flex, it's going to give you a strong lane regardless if it's a core or a support. I'd be feeling very confident with that.
I'm kind of wondering who do we let through in this ban phase, right? Because you add the Shadow Fiend in there. Phoenix is now left in the pool. Another ban going to come out of Team Turtle here. But you've removed the Witch Doctor, the Venge, the CK. Yeah, you're right. The Templar Assassin is still out there. So we're left with quite a nice broad hero pool with Darkseer also still available with the Weaver that you're mentioning. So multiple heroes there that could be that first pick. I mean, hell, the Dark Willow that we saw in the previous game. Still up there, like almost 80% win rate now, I think, with that victory.
Yes, and I want to highlight something as well with how PYW was, sorry, not PYW, how they were able to play it on Team Turtle with Planet, is that he didn't necessarily do the most damage, but he knew his role to perfection, as we see the man not playing for LGD anymore, but still in the LGD jersey. His damage received the entire game was only 7,500. So he was always on the back lines. It really just goes to show that this lack of ways to initiate a lot of fights in multiple different avenues meant that he was able to just sit back, get a Bedlam off, get a Terrorize, get that massive Bramble area denial off every single time.
Well, the Storm Spirit first up. We've seen, of course, the prowess of this hero with the mana regeneration items you can buy. We saw Meteor Hammer yesterday, looked incredibly good. And I think this is also a threat in the draft where you're now saying, do you have to ban out the IO, the Lion or whoever, these mana busted heroes pumping me back up to keep me on the map? And you have to try and remove them out. And it looks like the answer for now, so far from Xiao 8, just the Lashrak to try and deal with him in lane a little bit.
Yeah, it's fine for the lane, right? You can just trade with Lightning Storm versus the Static Remnant. Most of the time, it meant that the Lesh actually got out a little bit ahead because, again, Storm did need to walk into the creep wave to get the farm, but not anymore. So feels even more advantageous now for Somnus to be able to play it. And I mean, his Storm Spirit is just kind of pretty much on the same level of his Shadow Fiend, in my opinion. Like, he's just such a good player on that hero, and I'm going to give another shout out to the YouTube channel that covers a lot of these Chinese streamers. Somnus is having the game of his life with 7.36 Oracle, where he played Storm Spirit. You can just hear him in the comms where he's talking with his mates on TeamSpeak or Discord or wherever it might be, and he's just like, man, this is so easy. I know where every single power rune is, and I just have full mana constantly, pretty much. So
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they didn't consider that for themselves with Picho being one of his favorite heroes.
Is there one that the one that I've missed? I guess Kotl was one that's already banned. That's one of those buffing heroes, right? It's like Io,
Lion, Pugna.
Lion. Oh, Pugna was one that I forgot. That's the one.
Turn to pick.
Maybe the Wyvern if you go the Facet as well,
Oh, yeah.
but it's not as good.
That's still
Full on push.
a lot of faith in the Shadow Shaman. Yeah, but you're right. Edict and Serpent Wards. There's still the ability here for them to kind of win a fight and convert it. It seems like LGD putting a lot of emphasis on that. But that first step was what they struggled with in game one, was winning the fight before they could actually convert into objectives.
I think of what else they might want to have here, right? Because the Storm Spirit, I think, needs someone to be able to follow him in. And the times that we've seen Storm Spirit have a pretty easy time is when he's got something like the Dark Willow to be able to play with. Even when it's going up against, like, with a Hoodwink pair, we haven't really seen that same level of effectiveness because even with the Sharpshooter having such long range, it's not always as predictable to be able to get that nice, easy follow-up. Instead, they're just going to go for the team fight, which I'm, very, very happy for them to do so, right? Like, Shadow Shaman isn't really in a position to be able to get right-clicks on the egg, neither is the Leshrac. You have to be a little worried about, I would say, the Gyrocopter now at this stage, just because I feel like you can kind of set yourself up around this sort of area. That's what LGD did do nicely in that last draft. We mentioned it, right? You dropped the Serpent Wards, you dropped the Rolling Thunder, and there was this just area that you couldn't fight into. You've just got to prevent them from being able to escape that area now. And we're going to see an off-lane, I would assume, DK to enable them to do that.
I'm wondering if Io is going to get picked at all here. It seems like both teams are kind of avoiding it, skirting around the edges of the Io pick. Because like Io Lesh is great, Io Storm is great. Could have an Io DK potentially. As
I really hate the Phoenix IO support pairing.
That is
you
true.
just don't do anything, and that's what I would be feeling a little more anxious about. For LGD, I could see it working for sure. I think it also provides you a nice little save as well. Especially, the Phoenix does make it a little better, but when you have stuff that's single target, like Storm Spirit Vortex, like Dragon Tail, having a save, like an IO just through Tether and, of course, Relocate Overcharge, feels great. You want to avoid AoE damage if possible.
win rate 0%. He's picked 3 times and he's not won a game yet, Phoenix. Banned 24 times. That's one of the wildest stats I've seen in a while, honestly.
He'll make it work. I have faith.
But just the contrast, right? The difference between picking 2 supports in game 1 where they've got 70% win rate to now having this Phoenix at 0. To get a Marcy for LGD.
Egg hitter, a little bit of extra movement speed with a rebound. Nice lane as well with the, I would assume, Shadow Shaman. You never know, Shiro could play at position 1, but to me this feels a little bit more like it's setting up new for success. Marcy, Shadow Shaman is a really strong lane together, tons of control, and ways to just burst people down.
Let's have a look here. LGD Marcy, 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So it's been a little while since they've played it, and it was Io Marcy as a pairing. Shiro carry Marcy with the Y Io a couple of times in a row.
Maybe it's a 5 Marcy.
They have also played Y as a 5 Marcy. You're right. Yeah, I've just seen that one as well.
So what do you then play into? Like, are they trying to snag Weaver last pick? No, it's banned.
It's banned, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Any other range that might be able to... I mean, Gyro, I guess, is still out there. I was calling for it a while ago. And you do somewhat have different avenues of initiation, right? What's up?
Where's the TA, buddy?
Where is the TA? That's what I... Like, Phoenix is kind of good against TA, though, right? Like, not just the damage over time that you're able to deal with, 5 different spells, when you include the innate now, the Dying Light, but... also just the attack damage slow, especially if you're going to avoid going into the BKB like Shiro did last game. Oh, finally we see Tusky Dusky. Give me the drinking buddies. Give me the combination. That's what I want to see come out here. I mean, It could still be a 5 or a 4, either of these heroes, right? You know,
10
Phoenix
seconds
DK
remaining.
feels not too bad. If you're looking to run that in the side lane, means
5
that
seconds
you know,
remaining.
Phoenix is able to leave the lane, rotate a little bit more. Who knows? Maybe once the lane dissolves, you like rotate top on the rotate to the safe lane on the Phoenix, and Tusk is the one that's actually making a lot of these more rune-oriented plays. I'm just a little mindful of, you know, the double melee, especially when you're going
Yeah.
up against a Marcy potentially, either in a POS 1 or a POS 5 role, just to
10
get like a
seconds
dispose back
remaining.
under a tower, for example.
5 seconds remaining.
LGD Games
Yeah, and
turn
I
to
guess one of the
battle.
strengths of Team Turtle here is that they kind of have 2 offlaners in their side lanes, right? So they could feasibly play this Dragon Knight in the safe lane with the Phoenix and have have the Tusk with someone else in the offlane if they really wanted to shift things around.
Yep, I could certainly see that.
10 seconds
What?
remaining.
What are they lacking right now on Turtle? I feel like they're lacking stuff to keep the team fight anchored in a small spot so that Phoenix can truly have that impact that he wants, right? Like, I feel like you're just going to get a little too overwhelmed without some form of area control, whether it be...
I kind of want them just to have burst damage, honestly. Like I think they've got enough with Vortex, Snowball, Dragon Tail to kind of stun people and catch them. I want them to have that bit of, you know, bang, firepower.
Forgetting about the cluster clock, bro. The invulnerability coming through for the shaman. They could save
He's a
from the
support.
burst.
It's
You
fine.
never know.
Remaining.
You never know.
It's
I
like
don't know.
blood-
I just... Do you not want some kind of BKB piercing disable outside of the Walrus Punch? I kind of do.
I want someone to blow up the Leshrac, honestly. Like I feel like the majority of the damage here, the big threat from LGD so far is Lesh and his damage. So if you're able to like blink Dragon Tail, you know, Snowball Stun, Walrus Punch, you almost kill him, and then in comes a cavalry with a dispose and rebound, a rolling thunder. I want that little bit of, you know, snappiness to the Team Turtle side.
oomph.
Something fast, yeah.
So
Not
what,
sure
like,
what it is.
like a CK or something? Oh, it's already banned. Razor. Okay. It's
he
not
brings up a-
snappy, but you can follow the
bit of a
Pangolier in a
punch.
lot of these team fights, right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. You like if you're wanting to commit into these team fights, you're committing into. I mean, Tusk Razor's not a bad lane either. If they did want to go down that route, right?
10
You just
seconds
drinking Buddy's the
remaining.
Razor. He's got 25% extra movement speed. You've also got a little bit of extra damage once you're linked
seconds
together.
remaining.
You've got a stun. You've got the ice shards to be able to follow up on. I feel like this Razor is reasonably enabled with this draft. And again, you really do need to choose if you want to commit into the fight with the Pangolier and the Leshrac, because it'll be into a Phoenix Sunray, into all this AoE damage coming through, into potential stuns if you don't have the BKB on the Leshrac. So more than ever, I think this game is going to be centered around who finds the initiation. So for LGD, I'm going to need to see something else that has a stun, even if it's like a position 1 that needs to buy a Blink Dagger.
Your heroes.
It's not a stun, but you do buy Blink Dagger, right? I want them to convert on whoever they catch out is the big thing. And I feel like, you know, maybe it'll be Dragon Lance into a Blink Dagger and then the Desolator, because this Phoenix needs to die. They need to blow up if they ever find Picho.
Like a lot of uncomfortable faces there on the LGD side. Getting ready
And Razor as well.
into their draft. Yeah, this is the thing, right? You just swap things around, Yang and Chalice, depending on what the lane matchups are, and you can just put them wherever you want to. DK, I guess like you say, it's kind of going to be the Razor Tusk DK Phoenix. You want that melee ranged. And then Storm in that mid lane against a Leshrac. It's a mild advantage for LGD there, but I kind of feel like Team Turtle the slight edge in this draft again, but that might just be my like inherent bias where I don't understand, you know, Shadow Shaman and Marcy as the position 4 and 5, Pango as a position 3. I've not had a lot of faith in for a long time now. Echo Saber build is cool, but it hasn't shown, you know, massive impact. Again, it feels like a delicate draft from LGD that kind of, you know, teeters on that knife's edge where, you know, insanity and genius, you know, from Xiao 8, where the potential is absolutely there for scaling, for taking stacks, building up massive bank and getting net worth on your core heroes quite quickly, and then, you know, transferring into these objectives through team fighting and the skills you've got. It's just the staying power of Team Turtle, the tankiness, the innate maneuverability of their heroes. If they catch a glimpse of someone, the Storm Spirit's jumping in, you know, with a multitude of follow-up. That blow-up potential is always scary when you enter team fights.
I'm just considering like the facet choices that they're going for as well. The bodyguard, I believe, is what Why Your Smile is chosen for the Marcy as well.
Okay.
Which, in my eyes, that's kind of what you go when you want to be a little bit more of that core role. Just because it's providing you the bonus damage. I don't think it actually gets shared. It's only the armor, I believe, that gets shared. So the bonus lifesteal and attack damage is on the actual Marcy itself. If you read the last line of that bodyguard, so it's going to be nice to have additional armor on. Let's say a Leshrac early on, you might not need to go as early into the plate mail if you're trying to fight into this DK, into the Tusk, into the Razor, but I don't know. I feel like Sidekick could have potentially worked out quite nicely for them as well.
Definitely curious to see how it all pans out here in Game 2. As, again, we're in a situation, if you're just joining us, LGD on the verge of elimination here in this best of 3. If Team Turtle are able to tip the scales and topple them over, we could have a TI without LGD for the first time in, 13 years, we figured out? And that's, no Shao 8 for 13, for the first time in 13 years as well, which is honestly kind of crazy.
That's insane. And I mean, back at TI7, there were 2 LGDs even, Forever Young. Maybe it'll now, if Team Turtle get the win, it'll be LGD Forever Old. They'll get picked up by the organization because, they are 2 years older on average, but PYW is really skewing it a little bit further for on the old side for PSG LGD, the current one. It's not PSG anymore, they're not with them.
A couple of observer wards there, overlapping. No one's got a D ward out yet. And an interesting Radiant observer ward down in the bottom jungle as well, I guess, watching for the bounty rune, in case they want to try and have a fight around there early on. And large camp also blocked up with a sentry. Try and stop. This is the thing, right? You're trying to stop LGD from dishonorably playing that lane. Because it's not an easy one. They're probably going to want to drag waves around, manipulate the creep waves, like we've seen a little bit more in this qualifier. That equilibrium manipulation has been much more popular.
Yeah, I'm just... top is where I'm going to be looking the entire time. Like, I think mid should be a pretty even trade. I think bottom should be, honestly, kind of boring. You've got Phoenix and DK probably aren't going to be in positions to die, but this will be a constant kill lane going back and forth for mine. Planet, as soon as he's level 2, maybe level 3, they'll have 1 point in everything. The Ice Shards, the Snowball, and the Drinking Buddies. But if you step out of position just once, you're going to get disposed back into a creep wave. You're going to get TA with the meld, like's happening right now onto Yang up top.
Yep, down you go. Razor gone. And Planet with those shards unable to really turn and do too much.
Not appreciating the fact that somehow this ability was not touched all that much. He's getting tossed back as well on Planet. Ooh, close there. Yeah, how is Meld still, -5 armor at level 1 for 35 mana on an 11-second cooldown? That's insane.
Yeah, I'll never forget Animajor. Oh, hang on, down bottom. They turn onto PYW. The Chalice. He's going to come in here with the help of the Fire Spirits. Oh, hang on, that cluster clock. The little chicken escaping 1 HP. He survives it.
Foul play. Oh, he's able to get away. So stupid. Yeah, what's up with Animajor?
Yeah, I think it was Nothing to Say Templar Assassin. I can't remember who he was playing against, but it was TA against Ember mid, and he went for Meld level 1, hid in the river, hit the Ember once with Meld, and then melded again and got first blood just off of 2 hits. That's how strong Meld is in those early levels.
It's against an Agi hero as well. That should have a lot more armor to play around.
Well, a good early start from LGD so far, getting first blood, avoiding death in that bottom lane. Team Turtle unable to strike just yet. They need those levels up in these side lanes to get stuff done. And Marcy even bringing out another blood grenade in a couple of seconds here to maybe get another kill on this Razor. They'll try on Planet first, but he drags himself back in towards the Razor, turn it around.
No fear. I think they want to try and push this lane out as much as possible on Team Turtle right now, just to ensure that they can go for the Lotus Pool, because they know it's going to be a very brawling style of lane, but very nicely done by Shiro and Y to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm surprised that they were able to get so close to killing PYW on that bottom side, to be honest. But, they do have, again, that big roller coaster of relative strength with the Phoenix especially, right? When he's got the Fire Spirits every 50 or so seconds, incredibly strong. When he doesn't have it, incredibly weak. So, I don't even necessarily know that they can exploit this, right? Like, Pangolier in the off lane, you're sharing a lot of the experience. One of the big things that was good about Pango previously is that you got this big power spike a lot earlier than anyone else could look to address, but now with him sharing it with the Shadow Shaman, it just doesn't feel quite as impactful. You know, you don't feel like you could do really anything until you've got your Rolling Thunder at least.
Well, 4-minute water rune's coming up, and we had a rotation from the Shadow Shaman in towards mid, which of course was scouted by that nice Observer Ward, allowing Somnus to step away. And now you've got Pichu taking water in bottom and Somnus guarding the top one. So bottle refill for the Storm, nothing for the Lesh, while it looks like Planet's just going to walk... Okay, he's going to walk past the Bounty Rune and let the Storm get that as well. A nice big advantage there for Team Turtle out of these early runes.
Mm-hmm. Very nice for him there. I guess they assume that they've got some sort of vision in this area. They're just pinging the fact that, hey, they've got vision down on this bottom side of the map. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that rotation coming out there from PGO to be able to secure both of those water runes for Team Turtle. So, nice map movement happening so far for them. Oh, top side, another brawl.
And why you small this time, one has to rebound away. Plasma field thrown out, but the TP rotation from PYW should get a trade here. Or maybe not, the damage kind of lacking, and the snowball dive forward from the Phoenix and now the Tusk. Do they want to go in another tier 1 tower here? It's a little bit
nicely
deep.
Done.
Good shard block there to give him the distance.
And PYW was forced to TP up here as well, so it's not like Chalice is even going to be in any danger down on this bottom side as well. So I feel like the team that makes the proactive move, especially in this early game, is going to be the one that comes out on top, because you do need to address these this Razor Tusk. They are capable of dealing so much damage in the early game. It's resulted in a couple of defensive responses coming through from LGD when they really want to just secure the lane for the Pangolier, who right now is at the bottom of all the cores. Run into why though? Just with a couple of these supports.
I mean, he is surrounded. Spotted out by the Observer Ward. PYW's coming in to try and help him out with a rebound over. Turning onto the Phoenix.
Shiro's damage though.
The static link and the snowball save. The Lashrack arrives with a dive away. Planet drinking buddies, drags the Razor back in to kill off Why You Smile, but the Lashrack will turn and kill the Razor with the TA. Blow up the Yang Razor there and get a better trade. A lot of rotation and movement though from LGD, right? They're kind of scrambling, you know, all engines, all jets in the sky, try and deal with Team Turtle's early moves.
And they're doing a pretty good job at it, to be honest, right? They're 2-2, they got the first blood for themselves. Of course, it does just mean that you've got Somnus just sitting in this mid lane. He's built himself up to level 6. He was able to get the 6-minute power rune as well. So I wonder if he's ever going to feel like he's enabled himself for these rotations towards some of the side lanes. Bottom feels not necessarily more gankable. You've always got that escape potential with the Swashbuckle, so I wonder if he's going to try and make a play of his own up towards the top side of the map.
Oh, the D-Ward. An Observer. You're going to deny it. Yeah, there we go. Don't let Somnus get the freebie.
He's happy to pop the invis as well. He knew that there was... they got the Sentry D-Ward off, even though they didn't get the obs. That's okay. Just gets a free refill for himself. Might be just waiting until he gets into those power treads before he goes for it. And yeah, like you mentioned, 7 minutes. Just 1-for-1 trade, nothing too exciting. But it's going to be very important that Y doesn't make sure he's behind the Phoenix in levels. At the moment, he's actually got a slight lead as a result of that kill up on the top side of the map. So he just needs to make sure that he's got the Unleash available when that Supernova is a factor.
It's always funny to see neutral item tokens just like flop over to someone nearby. As Chalice does get blown up by the rotation out of Echo. Leshrac really getting involved now once the laning stage is broken down and he's able to swing into these side lanes. Getting something done with the Lesh with this early tempo. And there's 2-3 heroes up here surrounding the TA. Yeah, there's no way out of this one with Fire Spirits, the control and the damage they've got. No reaction from LGD to save the TA here. They'll try with a Wand Purple Lotus, another Refraction up. It's buying time, but not buying life, as the Templar Assassin is found by 4 members of Team Turtle.
TP's coming in to the bottom side of the map as well, either through just a TP like we saw to the tower, or going through the Twin Gate perhaps. We've got 3 heroes from Team Turtle up top, and right now it feels like Picho is just trying to drag them away from the tower so they can look to re-engage, but they've kept it up for now. Maybe they just feel like they don't exactly have the greatest tower push lineup themselves, so if Chalice isn't there and they're still able to get a 1-for-1 tower trade, I think Team Turtle are going to call that a win.
It feels pretty good to get this Pango up and running. Now he's no longer down at the bottom of the net worth of the cores, no longer down in the dumps. Maybe able to unleash his potential as they do eye up this mid lane now. Some decent little stacks here. Jungle farmed out by Echo and PYW. While Chalice gets that mid lane for a little bit.
Some deep wards being placed as well, and because New has been able to recover his net worth somewhat and bring himself up to that level 6, that deep observer ward placed by PYW right inside the jungle camps that you would assume Chalice or Somnus are going to be looking to farm. He's going to be enabled to join in with that Rolling Thunder and potentially get a surprise kill, especially if it happens in the next minute or so during the nighttime. They're the ones that are going to have that jump potential. Especially with PYW having the mass serpent wards, maybe now is the time to be able to make that sort of move.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're strong, right? They want to gather up, give the TA a bit of space, tuck her in behind, maybe farm some Ancients while the rest of them play through bottom into mid.
PYW had a smoke, but just not opting to pop it just yet. Maybe feeling like he didn't have the damage, or too many heroes were missing off the map. They didn't just want to run him to 3 people that might be making their own rotation.
Team Turtle still trying to crack level 6 on their supports right now. And Why You Smile, similar story, given bottom lane for a little bit as he faces off against the Phoenix, both level 5, trying to get their ultis going. Big power spikes, right? Unleashed from the Marcy, Phoenix with a Supernova. Even Planet with a Walrus Punch could be real nice here, especially playing into the Pangolier, who will just swashbuckle out to the shards.
Oh, this is big, though, for a Lishrak getting a haste rune. So last game we saw how impactful that Stampede was to be able to, enable the escape from that death window, I guess you could call it. And now you're going to have the haste to not only have that potential, but also have a little bit of offensive aggression coming through as well. He's got the Kaya coming out to him as well on Echoes, so I'd be very, very surprised to see them not make a play around some sort of catapult timing here. Midwave is kind of reaching them, but do they feel like they can't do anything until they at least get into the Deso on Shiro, it seems? I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen a bit more of a play around the Mass Serpent wards, put them on cooldown, because they don't necessarily feel great as like a defensive tool, like to respond to a gank. You just need to be a little bit more on the front foot in my eyes.
Yeah, it feels like they're very timid, right? We've got I don't know, Team Turtle living up to their name a little bit here. Turtling, right? They've got the Tortoise strat, channeling their inner Liu Bei, just, forming the ranks, making sure that it's not being able to get broken down by any kind of aggressive move here. That's the old Red Cliff defense. Keep the armies around that tier 1 in the mid lane, as they do bring 4 members in here to try and hold back LGD. Somnus even scaring him back there with a little poke out of the ball lightning.
Are you actually a follower of like Chinese history, or is that just like a Dynasty Warriors thing that you did when you played it as a kid?
I mean, it's a bit of Dynasty Warriors, but I don't know if you've watched it, but the Red Cliff movies are very, very enjoyable. It's basically
the Red Wall movies.
No,
it's with like the mice and the rabbit.
No, I mean, Red Wall was one of my favorite books as a child. I never watched the cartoons though. I don't know. I somehow missed them in my childhood. I have heard they're very good. I might have to go back and rewatch them. But no, Red Cliff is kind of like, I guess it's Dynasty Warriors, but in a movie. It's all in Chinese. You gotta watch the subtitled version, right? As they do make a move in that mid lane, but a good rebound out from Why You Smile gets him out to safety. But yeah, it's got all, it's got Cao Cao, it's got Liu Bei, it's got Zhang Fei, it's got all the classic Dynasty Warrior players.
Have Lu Bu though, my favorite.
I think it does in the opening scenes.
Love it.
Yeah, it's
Has there
got
ever
some
been a more OP character in like mythology than
yeah, I don't know. It's got some really nice fights, like obviously fight sequences and like massive, army versus army formations forming and like trying to break it. It's really, really great movie. I think it's.
I feel like that this game, doesn't it? Like the battle of, two sides. Wei, Wu, and Shu, I think, were the 3 main dynasties that existed at the time, or the 3 main factions.
We have Team Turtle, LGD, and Azure Ray. We've got Extreme Game. We've got so many factions now.
True.
It feels like they all come from, the LGD family, though. True. All come through the pipeline. But here's the Serpent Ward play, finally getting on that tier 1 with PYW, listing the glyph immediately from Team Turtle. And they're rolling Thunder straight onto the Storm Spirit. No, PYW didn't quite get there with the further control, and now Team Turtle turning back onto the Shadow Shaman, disposing him out of the shards, but now the Marcy exposed. Turned into a chicken, but taken down by Chalice in the end. Tier 1 is claimed, though. They came in, got what they came for, traded a pos 5 for a Tier 1, and that feels like it works for LGD.
Yeah, that's the important thing, and well, they might be able to actually get something in return, so maybe not too worth it, right? Like,
Yeah.
you committed to Leshrac that didn't actually look to join into too much of the fight. You get a tower of your own with the remnants of that Elder Dragon form. You just become so tanky once you pop this ultimate on the DK, right? It's not just your, like, you're multiplying your health regen and your armor by that 1.5 times whenever you're able to use it, so it's kind of crazy. And he's even using his Courier Chalice to be able to stack his own camps, so again, I just love these micro plays that are going to give you the most efficiency. And Chalice wasn't even part of that. Sorry, Yang wasn't part of that either. He's building into his BKB, realizing how important it's going to be because they don't have any control for that BKB on the Razor once they are able to pick it up. Last game, it was like the Beastmaster, right? That was pretty much one of the only forms of control.
Serious trouble here. The regen's popped by Somnus, so he's got all the reach in the world. Allow Picho and Chalice to catch up there.
They see that... I was about to say, are you going to try and go for a bit more of a zip in with the remnants of this regen? But Somnus just wants to be able to farm, build into his Meteor Hammer. He doesn't have any kills thus far, but still the assists means that his Galvanize is sitting at 8 stacks at the moment. Once he hits level 12 as well, you get a free 5 just from leveling it up. So anything that's just going to buff that up as well is going to give him a nice little boost. Of course, the Witchblade, that's giving him a little bit too. Wonder if he, like, even though it is kind of late, I wonder if he's going to consider going into like a value raindrops or something like that, just because it does give you a good amount of protection at this stage of the game, considering you're going up against what? Ether Shock, the rebound land damage, the lightning storm. It's actually not too bad.
While you smile, knows that someone's dipping their toes into the Lotus Pool. Meets Planet. Shakes his hand and says goodbye. Echo is not close enough there to try and follow through on it. But yeah, you were talking about this Razor getting a lot of free time. It's a pretty big threat here just to allow Yang to run people down. But Chalice may be out in the open a little too far away from his friends. Drinky buddies back with a dispose though. Dragged into them with a snowball save turnaround though. Maybe with the heals coming through. The dive forward as well with a supernova. Oh my god, Chalice! He stayed alive and killed them all! Now the zip in from Somnus as well. Oh, Yang getting crashed on by the Rolling Thunder. They turn on the Somnus. The Storm Spirit getting tapped down but still alive. Crashing ball, but Shiro is the main target here. Focus on the TA. Get in towards that carry of LGD to blow him up with a snowball and a takedown. 4 heroes gone as Team Turtle sweep through LGD.
What the hell just happened, Gary? I'm surprised that felt like everyone just melted, but more importantly, it just took them so long to be able to take him down. I know what I was talking about with that armor, the health regen amplification, but I suppose it was the Mage Slayer as well, and the Breathe Fire. He must have got it onto so many different people because it just felt like they were tickling him that entire fight, despite such a heavy commitment.
Yeah, do we have a replay for that? Because I think he had a full wand on DK, and Tusk had Lotuses as well. He doesn't anymore. Maybe a greatly healing Lotus, because that DK went from like 1 HP to maybe 300 or 400, which bought the time for the Dragon Form, the dive, the Fiery Spirits to all come through. He got that burst heal. It felt like he got mech'd, but they don't have a mech, right?
Nope. It was only, I think, prior to that fight, 1 point in the Sunray as well. Now you've got 2 on Picho to be able to, start to build up into being a little bit more of that late game threat as we have a look at that replay coming through. So they popping ultimates, Shadow Shaman, everyone's doing it. Nice little start of a save there. I think that was the wand, that was the Healing Lotus coming through. He got the Breathe Fire off, and just all of that AoE damage looking to come through.
And I knew it was like, well, I'm trying with the Rolling Thunder, but I've got no supporting cast left. And they evaporated so freaking quickly. Great placement of the Supernova as well, of course, from the Phoenix.
For sure. I mean, maybe as well, just with the Phoenix, all of that damage over time, right? He's got the Blinding Sun, so everyone was missing him a little bit because they were landing, like, great uses of the Icarus Dive. It went on to everyone. The Fiery Spirits was on everyone. The Dying Light was on everyone. So just these little things that make you take less and less damage are so much more impactful. The one thing that they got out of that was that at the very end there, New was able to snipe the courier that was carrying Yang's BKB Mithril Hammer Partian. So he's still going to be, well, now 10 seconds until he's able to get into it, but it meant that they weren't able to instantly just go in for more. Straight after that, try and take away even more of the map. That's a big snipe, though.
It is. No, another one. And kill here.
He should die this time.
On the Phoenix this time, yeah. And Disable's going to last long enough with the rebound. Absolutely will. Snipe him out.
Ooh.
Now, is this
the Roche?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Kill into Roche, because the LGD desperately need it.
I mean, they've got the bodyguard, they've got the unleash, they've got anything... Oh yeah, just the 1 point in the lucky shot. That'll still provide a good amount of armor reduction coming through from the Pango. He's talented into it as well, so not wanting the slash range on the swashbuckle, just trying to enable this TA as much as possible, and I mean, they are. Roshan is just dying incredibly fast.
Out it goes. Shiro with 2 lives now. And definitely much more of a threat on the map. And Team
And it's
Turtle,
got
not
that
quite...
blink though, so he can find those big saves. Oh, they found
Storm
Storm.
Spirit. Great control in from PYW. This has been a great turn of events from LGD, like losing that massive fight top, but now into a kill on Phoenix, a Roshan, a kill on Storm Spirit, and they are moving across the map with purpose. They've got Bloodstone on Lesh. They are kind of hitting their peak now.
Mm-hmm. They can just stay with this creep wave. I don't really see any reason to deviate and try and go for more, right? Storm is such a big portion of your damage at this stage of the game. They don't have mass Serpent Wards, but I'm not sure they're going to need it with the Deso, with the 4 points in the Diabolic Edict. They're going to try and commit for it, though, on Turtle.
Yeah, stun to start things off on the TA. Try and get in on top of Shiro here. Look at how quickly Echo is dying
Echo's
to
not
this
here
Sunray. The Lashrak just disappeared to this Phoenix and his Sunray damage. Now the second life of the TA. Aegis.
Oh, the timing.
Timing on that supernova landing. They're going to kill off this Templar Assassin here as Shiro trying to turn and fight the Razor. Storm Spirit getting tapped down by the Rolling Thunder, but they've got a double kill on Yang, and now New is in trouble with PYW getting blown up. The back and forth of this game, it felt like the flow was going into the hands of LGD, but Team Turtle, they just dam the river and say no more.
God, that's 2 times now. I feel like
How much damage is it?
I'm a
Look at...
huge.
Go on.
Huge. Just AoE damage coming through. I mean, the big thing that really stands out to me is that this is twice now that New has been a little disconnected with the rest of his team. He wasn't there for the Rolling Thunder for that previous one, where maybe he would have been able to disrupt, for example, the Phoenix when he was going for that that supernova initiate, right? And you just see here on the minimap, he's in the river when this fight is breaking out, so he's not there for that additional control. You are actually able to get a few of these free right clicks in, and the time that he joins the team fight, it's pretty much over already. Your main damage source in the Lashrak is gone. Even here, right, he tries to turn things back around to try and get a kill instead of interrupt the Phoenix, who got a full Sunray off onto that fight. So it's a little bit disappointing, honestly, for New to not be just fully in sync with the rest of his team, and it's cost them. It's cost them not just a couple of full team wipes, but also gets them a tower loss as well, and they lose the Aegis.
And that should be a situation where LGD feel they're strongest, right? We've talked about how good they are when they're approaching objectives, going towards a tier 2, setting up with Leshrak at the front, TA being tanky, Serpent Wards being placed. But that was just Team Turtle kind of, just walking at them. The Dragonite just walks up and says, I Dragon Tail the TA. And that was just the beginning of the end of the fight. I was like, okay, we follow through. We've got Sunwave, we've got Dive, we've got Supernova. You force this fight around that tier 2 tower, and LGD is absolutely crumbling. They'll come back in for round 2 here, and this time, Serpent Wards, focus the tower. They'll get the job done as the flurry of pings from Team Turtle kind of giving a good indication they know where LGD are lurking. But then now they're pinging up at top because they've seen the Lashrak is all alone up there.
But I don't think he's going to show on the lane all that long. Might need to use a TP to get out of dodge pretty quickly. I did like the positioning coming out from Y there, even though he dies. Just the area that he was patrolling along in, they hadn't shown on the map for quite some time on Team Turtle. Hold on, that goes, you're a little far forward, my guy, but maybe it's a bait.
Is it? They've gone into the back lines and just found... That's a core Pango. That's an offlane. And PYW with the Vortex back into Storm Spirit. Summonus and Yang will come in to clear him out. 4 down as they kill off Echo on the left-hand side. Man, LGD, I don't know. Xiao he's taken off his belt at this point because this has been disastrous in this series.
Talking about Xiao or Mushi, you think he's going to take him upstairs or something like that? Because I'm a little interested as to why they even tried to set up on that top side of the map. Maybe just expecting people to be around that area, and they were right, but they just had no information to be able to play around. I mean, have a look at the vision that LGD are playing with right now. It's all on the bottom side of the map.
The Meteor Hammer Storm. Glorious stuff. Massive.
Yeah, like, look at that top half of the map, Gary. It is... They're blind up there. Absolutely nothing. And there's not even an objective to play for up there as well in Roshan.
No.
Sure, you could maybe get a tier 1 tower, but the risk is just so much higher.
Where are all these TA traps?
Do they have an early gem or something like that? Yeah.
That's what I'm
Sure,
wondering.
he's got one.
Oh, you're right.
Sniping them all.
So he does. Yeah, I'm just looking at the map and thinking, you know, TA traps, there's a handful around, a bunch of them down in that bottom outer ring of jungle, but like none on the lanes, none to kind of play into active areas as he tried to come in to grab the Invis rune, but he's going to be plucked. W is taken down by Yang. They're going deeper here with a Tusk as well. Planets onto Mew.
One of the shards.
Shards trapping the Pango inside. Shield crash, 1 second cooldown. He's also got that Blink Dagger to escape. Goodness gracious me, but now that's Rolling Thunder on cooldown. That's your only teamfight ability as well, right? That is your area control.
And, I mean, he's almost got less net worth than Picho on the Phoenix, right? That's the big thing that's standing out to me. Hasn't even opted to go for this Echo Sipper build, which does allow you to farm a little bit more effectively. Instead, he's just trying to rush into that Aghanim Scepter, just trying to find some form of, like, team fight damage to go along with his initiation. But I feel like if this is the sort of style that you wanted to build, is Pango really the best option? You know, like, I think of heroes that New really likes to play. I think of the Mars. I think of the Magnus. These sorts of heroes he's really able to shine on. And they've got a 100% win rate with Mars. Clearly, they're able to make it work. And it will also enable your Leshrac so much more heavily as well than what I feel this Pango has.
Was it banned? I think it was banned in game 1. I'm not sure if it was banned here in game... Yeah, it was banned in game 1. Don't know if it was banned in game 2. It might have been ignored. But yeah, also the fact you're buying Aghanim Scepter without an Echo, without a Diffuser Blade, you know, without a Basher, often feels kind of sad.
Not even a Maelstrom. No value.
No. That's a rough one. And Team Turtle now finding themselves 6k net worth ahead. Playing into this bottom lane where tier 2, potential for them to just take it out. I've got to do my 7 times tables here again. So it's 7, 14, 21, 28. So we're 2 minutes away from Wisdom Rune. Potential to go like Steel Tormentors when they're up as well. And Charles just plants himself on a tier 2 here. Not a worry in the world. I think your point you've been making...
My mum literally chained me to my desk to learn my times tables.
Yeah?
Up to
Jeez.
So
You're from that era, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're not left-handed, are you?
No. My brother is.
Did he get the ruler?
No, he didn't, but he plays sports right-handed, so maybe he's just got that shame associated
Oh, right. Oh, that's right. Tries to step up here. Dragon Tail into the BKB Vortex, Storm Spirit, Echo, Yule Scepter with the Bloodstone going, buys him a bit of time. Meteor Hammer landing onto 2 of them, though, and they blow up the Lesh. Buyback is available, but look at them dying so quickly. The Mars is shredded inside the Sunray. The BKB up from Shiro just to escape as your tier 3 is dead. Barracks are kept alive, and it looks like there with the Serpent Wards and the buyback from LGD going to be enough to dissuade Team Turtle from finishing off the buildings. But just the statements here from Team Turtle to come in, sweep through your base, find kills in your house, in your home. But really, LGD have no answer so far. And coming back to what you've been saying, about LGD through this tournament, you know, with their draft and their picks, entry. How do you enter teamfights? How do you get that first point of contact? How do you get that jump initiation when you don't have a hero to do it? Do you rely on... Is it Shadow Shaman has to do it?
I mean, Pango is the one that has to do it, but you just see how quickly New is melting because they've got all of this unavoidable damage. You know, he's getting static linked in a lot of these team fights as well. It's great if you can get it onto the TA, but, you know, just as good on the Pango, it feels. Just because you're going to follow him down, you're going to make him have to try and run away from a lot of these fights, and that's not where he wants to be. He wants to be enabling your Leshrac, and I'm not a fan of cores that are allergic to the BKB. He's finally going into it on Echoes, but it feels like potentially he could have gone this prior to getting into the Yule Scepter, you know? Just to allow himself to really be connecting with that Rolling Thunder, because you just saw there, he set himself up to get Meteor Hammered from the Storm Spirit.
And that was setting up.
Smoke.
Next, Roshan potentially has already spawned in the players' minds. We know it's about a minute away.
Or will they take the bait with this Storm Illusion? They've got the vision of it.
2 minutes till daytime. It's going to be Dire Roche, Plasma Field, and a jump from Chalice. They see the Lashrak in the backlines. They're going to blow him up, and Echo is dead with no buyback. He's gone for 80 seconds. That PYW and Why You Smile being shredded. LGD on the verge of elimination here. No buybacks available. 3 heroes down. Pango and TA just running for the hills. And Roshan going to belong to Team Turtle, it looks like, eventually when he respawns in 20 seconds. But they're going straight for map control, pinging out Tier 3 up on that high ground in the top lane.
Yeah, they can take Roshan any time that they want. They want to make sure that they know there's no Lashrak for 50 seconds, right? So let's do what we can with the Pango. It's still so heavily underfarmed. Finally finishes up that Aghanim Scepter. He's got his level 15, but it's not enough. He's basically just trying to shove lanes in, do every little bit to try and slow down this map progression. I mean, I don't even know if it's going to be worth it for him to come back. It looks like he's trying to cut top lane at the very minimum, but I don't know. He might even get caught out if he does that, and so he has to back off and just go back to the jungle. This is not where New wants to be. I was a little worried going into these qualifiers for Team Turtle, Gary. Just starting off in the lower bracket, they finished 3rd place in that open qualifier. So they actually lost a series to be able to be down there, and it meant that they only have the one chance. And I was like, oh, one bad series, and that's going to be it for them. But they haven't played a bad series since we've gotten to the closed qualifiers. At the moment, they're 5-0, and they're about to go 6-0 if they keep this momentum going. Just
Undefeated, Grim Reaper knocking on doors. Yeah, like, knock, knock, who's there? LGD? LGD who? It's like Somnus there, you know, the evil hand posture with the tenting your fingers together. It's like, it's me.
Oh, yeah.
It's Somnus coming for you.
The old
24-7. Yeah, exactly.
He's nearly level 20 as well on Somnus, so he's just going to be able to dish out even more of this damage very, very shortly. I don't think they need more of this initial lockdown, right? It just doesn't feel like they've got that true saving support. It doesn't feel like they've got, like, they've got BKBs aplenty on Team Turtle, and what is Lashrak meant to do into that? All of your magic damage is halved. All your Diabolic Edict is doing basically nothing. You're relying so heavily on Shiro to be the one outputting a lot of this damage, and he's not doing a bad job. He's still keeping up there on net worth, but he just doesn't have anyone to support him.
It's just wild to think about, you know, the pedigree of LGD here. Again, if you're just joining us, this is potentially 13 years in the making. We've had 13 years in a row of LGD and, you know, Shao8 participating in TI as player or coach or captain, whatever it might be. And now they are just 1 foot in the grave, a step away from being dumped out of the TI qualifiers. As Team Turtle, you know, Somnus making his mark, along with the boys, jumping on the TA with a Dragon Tail stun. Storm zips in, trying to get to the back lines now as 3 of them all caught up in that magic damage. New with the Rolling Thunder, trying to cause havoc, but they've lost Why You Smile and PYW. Down go the supports. 3 heroes dead. A buyback comes out of the market now, but TA is gone with no buyback available. And Team Turtle, it looks like they've done it, and GG's called.
LGD forever old. They're doing it. Gary, they're going to be the ones going through to TI. Team Turtle, the Ninja Turtles, led by Master Splinter in Planet, coming through there. Look at the smiles coming through. I mean, he's
Planet, I think happiest of all.
Oh yeah, I don't think you can often wear clothes in a, you know, vindictive way, but yeah, I'd say this is the one where it's really coming to the front, and I'm sure all they're thinking is, oh man, we were doing this for content, but we might actually make it to TI. We're really hitting some hot form, boys.
The aggressive wardrobe, the LGD t-shirt pickup there. I mean, yeah, great stuff. But like you're kind of saying, you know, old GD against new GD, Somnus and the boys pulling out all the stops here. And just going back to things, I feel like Team Turtle outdrafted LGD in both of those games, like, significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
kind
of wild.
It's very rare to see Shao8 be in that sort of position, right? Like, he is the director for a reason. He is a legend in the Chinese region for that reason, but you've also gone up against a bunch of other legends who were playing for Team Turtle, right? Somnus, Chalice, Yang, like, these are just such core parts of the scene. And it's not like they've even had bad results in recent times, it's just that they didn't want to play all throughout the year, and they're still making it work when it comes to the real sticky part of the season. Even this timing, it was so crazy.
Respawn out of the Aegis and just get clipped by a supernova landing on your head.
just no one was dying in these team fights as well, right? You had multiple avenues for save, you had multiple avenues to engage, you had multiple avenues to deal physical, magical damage. The only thing that they were lacking was pure damage, basically, and even having being able to put Chalice up there on the front lines, be the one to kind of force an initiation, and if they didn't, they were far enough ahead that they could just jump on in and pop all the BKBs, and what are you supposed to be able to do about it? No BK piercing to save, no basher even on the Pango, all they could do is run, and they just had no tools to be able to do it, so big congrats need to be given over to Team Turtle. We're talking like they've already qualified. They're just up to top 4, Gary.
I know. I was looking at the bracket thinking the exact same thing. Like, I'm already singing their praises as if they've made it to TI, but there's still a bit of a journey to go there. As we take a peek at the endgame stats, Planet 2-0-18 on that Tusk. A very good team effort out of Team Turtle. Great draft. This first pick, Storm Spirit, felt kind of unanswered through the game, as well as he was given a lot of freedom to reign supreme in those matches. I guess we'll take a peek at the bracket in a minute and see, the journey that Team Turtle is taking and the journey they still have to run down this lower bracket, as we do have a couple more series coming up today. But G2IG against... Yeah, I mean, G2IG against Kev coming up later is going to be one of the opponents of Team Turtle, of course, in that lower bracket semi-final. And of course, we've got, like you say, that qualification match with Team Zero against Azure Ray coming up to find out who's going to be waiting in the lower bracket final later on down the line, as we can take a look at that now. I mean, expectation-wise, things have gone a little crazy, right? G2IG dropping out of the top of that upper bracket, LGD dropping to Azure Ray and then dropping to Team Turtle. Are we going to see Kev dispatch with G2IG and we'll have a Kev against Turtle lower bracket round 4?
Maybe Kev's hit up the tuck shop. Maybe he's got, the sausage roll that he needs to really be truly energized to be able to take it up against G2IG. But it really just does come down to, in my opinion, which G2IG shows up on the day. Because we know at their very best, I would say they're number 2 in the region, only behind Extreme Gaming. But, we've seen if they fall off even the slightest bit, one of these teams that have the hunger, that haven't necessarily been to TI before, are going to try and leapfrog them. So we've got a little bit of a break until we get into that second series. It'll be BCOP and Lacoste covering that one. So thanks very much, guys, for watching. Keep it tuned into the channel, and we've got 2 more series coming your way. Catch you.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the rest of the penultimate day here at the Chinese qualifiers for the road to the international. And we just saw LGD, current LGD, get eliminated by old LGD, aka Team Turtle, 2-0. And we still got 2 big series to go. There's still a lot of fun Dota ahead of us. G2IG versus Kev, Team Zero, Azor, Ray. It's going to be a fun day of Dota, Lacoste. I know you're excited. I want to have you put that into words, though, for me. Tell me how much you're excited. I need everything, all the adjectives.
Can I say the number? Is number a word?
Yes.
Okay, 9.5 out of 10. I always leave, half just in case it can be better. There's always something to improve, but it should be a really fun day of Dota in the Chinese qualifiers. Team Zero against Azure Ray. Of course, I don't think many people expected Team Zero to be in the upper bracket finals because this is a relatively new team, and there are some, bigger teams, bigger names that just got eliminated, like LGD Gaming, Team Turtle, also not a real organization, but a team that gathered up to go to TI one more time, one last ride. Dominic and the other guy from the Fast and Furious, I don't know, because I did not watch it, Dominic Toretto or Kunka Torrento.
Just say Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel, yeah, that's the guy. And G2IG against Kev. Not going to be an easy one for G2IG, I would say. Because Kev, yesterday when they played against Dark Horse, they were really on the back foot. And with that one big play, one big item that they picked up on Red Panda, he was playing out of his freaking mind and managed to make a comeback. There was this one chance, one opportunity to come back into the game, and they took it.
Yeah, they had the music and the moment to do so. They got themselves that hex. They changed their tides and turned it around pretty heavily. They got the 2-0. The first game in that series was an hour long. I mean, that was quite a long one, and we could see some of the stats here for the side of Team Kev. 2-0 when they've got the first pick, 3-2 when they've got the second pick. They're 7 games played with a 33-minute average match duration, and 4-0 with Dark Will.
It comes down to them first picking Pudge when they could.
Yeah.
This is the hero that probably, even if they go through the lower bracket, all up to the grand finals. I don't think anyone wants them to play Pudge because he looked so good. He looked so comfortable. This is level 30 player Pudge we're talking about, Undying, landing some really sick hooks. And this is the type of a hero that can make very difficult. So you have other heroes left in the pool. There's a lot of Phoenixes being left in the pool. We've seen Templar Assassin 2 times in the last series. There's been a resurrection of Pango. Pango in the previous one didn't have too much success, but the hero is still strong. I was doing some testing in terms of how much minus armor you can do. It's like minus 13 with the Bloodstone, minus 15. Strong hero, new item build. There is no more Diffusal Blade on Pango. Instead, Echo Saber Aghanim Scepter is the new tech. Maybe you can pick up the Teso later on because your ulti now. A lot of changes in the recent patches, so still a lot to figure out what's good, what's bad. A lot of the times, professional players, they do tend to be slow when picking things up in professional Dota. In pubs, they try to theory craft a lot, and then somebody else does it, and then you see it for the second time, and like, oh, you know what, maybe this is good. So, yeah, a lot to explore in this patch still.
Yeah, I just want to say those 2 games, Pango lost. So,
yeah,
maybe just throw it aside for a little bit. Let it not be in the patch just one time, please. And we can move on with our lives.
He's definitely back. Pango is back, just with has a different mask on. It's not me, it's a Scooby-Doo. Wow, I can't believe it's Pango again when they revealed the villain. But we're definitely going to see him. Not as much as we did in the past 2 years, I would say, but definitely a hero that's going to pop up.
Yeah, back with the same win rate as well, by the way.
Sub 50, going down to like 30 at one point.
It's so low right now. I mean, come on, let's give it up. Let's go to something else. Most picked heroes, by the way, on your screen. Dark Willow at the top. Not surprising. You called this from the get-go. It feels like one of those heroes that isn't really worth a first phase ban all the time, and that's what means it's going to get through. It really does. It honestly makes it to the second phase from what I've been seeing in terms of Dark Willow picks, and we're seeing Clockwork quite a bit. Weaver's been very popular, so I like what we're seeing. Something a little bit different when it comes to the meta. Not Pango, and that's it. That's all I care about. Just not Pango. Please.
Yeah, Dark Willow, hero that brings a lot to the table because we're in this strength meta. Blink Initiator, a lot of heroes who are super tanky. Sometimes you need a little bit of damage. Dark Willow comes in super handy with her ulti. A Bramble Maze, Thorny Thicket Faucet feels really good. In the lane, she feels nice. She gets a lot from just Tango, Shadow Realm type of a thing. If you find Royal Jelly and you use it before using the Shadow Realm, that's her innate ability, you go back to full HP. And we can check the stats for G2XIG. First pick score, 2 wins, 1 losses, 5 games played, 40 minutes, almost 41 minutes average match duration. And some of their most played heroes. Ursa is the big one. This has always been a Monet's hero. He loved to play it when others did not want to touch it. Back in the days when Battle Fury was not a build with the Diffusal Blade, Monet, his, I would say, probably top 3, top 5 heroes when it comes down to him playing it. He tends to be super aggressive, tends to be very active on the hero. But the G2IG, the results have been lacking so far. Throughout the year, they had some ups and downs. Mostly it's been downs, but definitely they need to step it up here. And this is going to be the big test. I think Team Kev, a lot of people who are not familiar with the players, with the team, are like, yeah, G2, big name, seen them play at the other international tournaments, but I don't think this is going to be an easy task for G2IG.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult for G2IG to just kind of run it over like I think many think are going to happen. Kev did beat Team Turtle 2-1 in the open qualifier that led to Team Turtle being in this lower bracket from the get-go, and, it came with the fact that Team Turtle did pick 15 different heroes throughout that BO3, and it felt like there was potentially a lot of testing, but that's making excuses for Team Turtle. I think Kev played well enough, they've been playing well enough, and I think they're really going to give IG a push for their money, and it's going to be interesting to see what we get in terms of this draft and everything that comes from IG. And yeah, it's got to start like this. Don't let them get the pudge.
That's the first step. They also show that they can play a lot of different heroes so far. There are some overlapping, of course. Some of these stronger heroes left in the pool. I think Weaver is the big one. Right now focusing on supports from Kev, Witch Doctor, Enchantress. These are position 4/5s that they do play. And Phoenix is the other one that is just super. It's so obnoxious to play against Phoenix in the laning stage, having the miss chance. Just that little bit of extra oomph that sometimes you need, that little extra attack to get the kill, or when you're playing on the side. Before, it was so much easy to trade against Phoenix. Level 1, level 2, the hero didn't really do much, but now with the miss chance, it feels so much better.
Kev, big on the voice line spam. Not sure you guys hear it in production, but when we're in lobby as well, they love spamming voice lines. This is definitely a team that kind of gets amped up, I would say, via the voice line, because all their cams look super calm all the time. And there's barely any emotion. And, you know, after I said all that about Dark Willow not getting picked in the first phase that often, I kind of eat my words a little bit as IG go to that for their first pick. And up against this Storm Spirit, like you said, the fast hit for the extra Brambles feels really good for Dark Willow. And I'm interested to see what IG kind of pull out here, because, you know, it's the brain of Super, right? Well-respected, old-time veteran here for IG.
Yeah, definitely. Dark Willow, I think I said it coming into this qualifiers, because I've done a lot of testing that this is the best position 4 hero right now. There are other good position 4s in the game that can be, you know, considered to be S tier, but maybe I'm slightly biased. Dark Willow just feels really nice to play right now. With the Shard, 1 point in Shadow Realm is all you need, playing off your Shard, and 78% win rate on Dark Willow. Clockwork is also up there, Centaur. These are the big winners. Clockwork, another hero that has been really buffed nicely. That just being able to get the cogs going, push those cogs, having bigger cogs as well, where you can leave, your teammates can enter without destroying them, makes it so much easier for you and the rest of the team to play around it.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see if we see that clock within this entire BO3, but for right now it's banned. We've seen it combined with a Shadow Fiend at times, and Axe getting banned. And they go to that Weaver that has that 12 picks, 50% win rate, so 6-6. As we get a little close-up shot here of Monet. And just going back to my point with Super, you know, he's been coaching IG since 2019. He's been with this for a long time.
Doing?
10 seconds remaining.
Counting
Boboka's just chilling. He's
his
counting
fingers.
something on the fingers. Yeah, still 10. All good.
They're all there. Thank you. Well, they do have a cat tower in the back, so maybe he thought he lost a finger to one of the cats.
Could be.
There's a
Boboka
huge
very
cat
invested
tower.
in this draft.
I wonder how much say he gets.
Yeah, sometimes the players, you know, you'll see 2-3 players or like a player and a coach doing most of it. Then the mid laner gets asked like what he wants to play. But a lot of the times you will have a player who's like, yep, nothing for you. You don't get to say anything. You just do your job, get us set up from that position 4. I mean, these are all veterans pretty much, at least on side of G2 IG. They've been playing the game for so long. And now Vengeful Spirit picked up. That's going to be saved for Storm Spirit just in case that they need it. And there's the mana battery for Storm Spirit. I was wondering which one it's going to be, whether Crystal Maiden or Pugna. But Crystal Maiden feels much better having that disarm against Weaver. Pugna, strong hero as well. I would love to see some offlaner being paired up with the Dark Willow right now. It's a good Night Stalker game. It's a great Mars game as well. I think one of these two for G2 IG feels really nice.
You were talking about how IG are pretty massive veterans, or pretty long-term veterans. And Monet, X-Nova, and Boboka all starting their pro career in 2015. JT in 2017 with Geek Fam. And then 2018 for Nothing to Say. in the SEA region with WG Unity for Nothing to Say. So, and then he also went to Geek Fam. But
That was so long. You say 2015?
for
First
some of them, yeah.
thought is like, oh, that was a couple of years ago. It's almost 10 years ago. So Void Spirit, which is going to be laning against Storm Spirit. I like that. The reason why I like Mars, why I like Night Stalker is Vengeful Spirit, Crystal Maiden. You jump these heroes, they are going to die from 100 to 0. Even though there is swap available, I like Mars because of his faucet where it doesn't allow you to see inside of the arena unless you like drop down Observer Ward and try to get a swap going. That's one way to counter it, but it feels really nice, and I would love to see some team fighting from G2IG. This is not a team fight for now, it is a lot of sustain, so that means Weaver will be played as position 1.
Isn't sustain technically just team fight?
Can be said, yeah. And for Team Kev, I'm down for some slaughter. Unless they want to run this Vengeful Spirit from the offlane, then you need another position 4. Some like melee 4 potentially that can come out. I don't know. I've not been impressed by offlane Vengeful Spirit. It feels like it needs a lot of time.
Yeah.
At least you have Storm Spirit, so he can be the one starting the fight. We've seen series yesterday, 2 or even 3 games where we had Vengeful Spirit, and then you didn't have ability to start the fight with. This is also a good pickup. I liked it for the both teams. Great against Dark Willow, great against Void Spirit, great against Weaver, forcing Weaver to buy a BKB, and also later on with the Night Stalkers, Hunter in the Night Shard, you can eat Chance Creep. You always have something to eat in the middle of a fight, replenish your HP and mana, which is pretty nice. And this is a hero that can build into multiple items. Feels really nice to play right now with the daytime and nighttime reversed. So they're going to be looking for carry next, and I like that Vengeful Spirit is now away from that carry, from that offlane role, but can still be played as carry. Probably not. I would love to see different carry squaring up against Weaver.
Yeah, I just don't entirely like Venge in the core role from what we've seen recently. It just never gets off the ground. And even when it had a good lane yesterday, it got stagnated pretty hard, pretty quickly. 1 or 2 bad fights, and like that was it. That was the game. And I think, to be fair, one of those fights, there was a buyback that was used early by the Venge, and you just shut off your game like that. But it's not really feeling like that great of a core in a lot of instances, but can be very situationally positive. I just think that to get away with it, you'd have to keep it flex till last pick, right?
Yeah. I'm just thinking, so how do they think this is going to work? Because they banned Lifestealer. There is Chen, Weaver, and Dark Willow. One of those needs to be core. And Team Kev still banned Lifestealer, which is exclusively played as position 1, unless it's Bet Boom team during where they actually randomed the Lifestealer and played it from the offlane. I'm just thinking of a way how they can flex, and I don't see the way that they could flex this unless it's some like offlane Chen with Dark Willow, Weaver 5, but maybe they're more afraid. I don't know. This ban doesn't make sense to me.
I'm gonna look at some pub profiles here, see if anybody's been playing Dark Willow in the core role. Monet's played a lot of Venge. Safe lane. Oh my god, he's spamming this hero.
10 seconds remaining.
And nothing really out of the ordinary here in terms of their most recent games played in pubs. That makes me think that they would do something like a Dark Willow safe lane or mid. But you said maybe Chen off lane. I can check JT's history and see if he's gotten anything weird. And
that's like been a thing where you are getting to your item timing slightly earlier.
Right.
And we'll ban Troll and the Lifestealer. So I want to see what G2IG actually goes for in the end. And Gyrocopter will be the carry of the choice for Team Kev. Something to deal with Chen creeps, some AoE, and gives them a lot more team fight. Another hero that comes online super fast, paired up with Crystal Maiden or Vengeful Spirit. Most likely Crystal Maiden gives you a lot of kill threat. All these heroes, they consume a lot of mana, so Crystal Maiden with her aura gonna do quite a lot. If they want to rotate Crystal Maiden, put it on position 4 so that you can bite the Chen's creep. That's gonna be nice, but Chen can also probably gonna start with that most annoying creep with mana burn, so something that nobody likes to play into early on.
Let's see this. Final pick, 50 seconds left on the reserve time. They're just giving it some thought. Well, is a Troll and Lifestealer ban? They're still thinking a safe laner is going to be picked up here. It could just be Weaver, Void Spirit, and go to something else in the off lane.
I think they're looking for an offlaner here.
That's what I thought initially, especially with a Weaver already picked up. And I'm wondering what they'd like. Centaur's available.
I'm down for Centaur Mars, one of these two.
Mars would be great too, because we've talked about it against the Venge, right? Like it stops that swap.
Choose your hero.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Team Kev had a good read on what's going to happen, because I didn't see the flex coming out from G2IG. After they picked up Chen, this Weaver was kind of cemented in the carrier role. So JT on a Centaur, pretty standard stuff, right? Panda will be playing the Crystal Maiden, Undyne on Vengeful Spirit, which means that Crystal Maiden will be following Chen early on. Try to kill off those creeps. Boboka on Dark Willow, paired up with the Centaur, super strong lane. There's going to be a lot of fighting early on. There's going to be a lot of kills, it feels like. Storm Spirit against Void Spirit. Looking at the faucets that they chose, this is pretty standard. Satyr, of course, for Chen. Skeeter Step for Weaver, which is a bit of a slow with Shikuchi. Max movement speed up to 600. Thorny Ticket for Dark Willow. Some faucets are just way better than the others. Eventually, we're going to swap them. We're going to buff the others so that you actually, have a 50-50 choice which one to take, because a lot of those are right now no-brainers. The other one are just much more lackluster compared to the good ones. So looking at the drafts, Team Kev, this is a very strong mid-game draft. It can also scale into the late game, but there's going to be a lot of fighting. You have Gyro, you have Storm Spirit. Storm with the Galvanized, basically an old Bloodstone. You want to get those Galvanized charges as fast as possible. So a lot of action will be happening, a lot of rotation starting minute 6 to the mid lane to secure the rune so that Storm Spirit can play off his bottle. Get him Arcane Rune, get him Region Rune, anything that you can to refill that bottle and have a little bit of extra oomph so that he can get those kills.
So we're going to be looking into IG against Kev game number 1. I'm going to be excited about this one. This feels like one of those very fun series to watch.
Yeah, I can hear the excitement in your voice.
Hey, you don't start at 10. I get yelled at for doing that. Not everything can be so hype immediately. We gotta
slowly build it up.
Yeah, there's got to be a build up. There's a story, a rising action. I don't know if you learned. I think it was story building. But there's the climax, and then I don't know what's after that. But you got to build the story. The story right now is these drafts. Game 1 of this BO3 series. In the penultimate day, elimination series for IG and Kev. Kev, by the way, the one mind, the hive mind of Kev. I'm still sticking with that. As they smoke up on the side of IG. No fights just yet. It's not looking like we're going to see any big engagements just yet. Laning-wise, I think that this offlane for IG could play pretty aggressive come level 3. 2 levels in the double edge, having the Bramble Maze down available for you. We've seen how much that can do. And against Crystal Maiden or the Venge, it seems dangerous.
It really does. Venge needs to be careful. I don't think they're going to be killing off Gyro. Gyro, like half range, half melee hero.
Oop.
Bit of a pause at the start to get it out of the system. Bit of a Kale.
My favorite
Gotta say
Kale.
it. Gotta say it. If it's on the screen.
You gotta say it. Kale. So, Centaur. He's got the belt, by the way. The belt I was telling you about. The Grax's strap.
I don't
my-
remember you telling me about the belt. Oh, it was yesterday. Yeah.
It was
You're-
literally yesterday.
No, because we went through some of the cosmetics, and yeah, it's a pretty buffed Centaur.
I like the Grax's strap, the belt piece. By the way, speaking of us going through cosmetics, Lacoste is just like, should I get this sword art piece? I don't know. I own no cosmetics. How do you not own cosmetics? You've been playing this game since like 1946.
I've been focused on the gameplay, okay? I focus on the important stuff.
why
Visuals
my
don't
MMR
matter
so
to me
low.
as much. You're like, yeah, my Centaur looks jacked. It's a $1,500 worth of a belt, but yeah, I have 11% win rate on the hero because I'm reading, I'm reading the new cosmetics that came out instead of the patch notes.
Some of them have lore. I will say they have lore.
It is cool. It is definitely cool. It is a bit of a undiscovered world for me, especially with the comics. I also didn't know that comics in Dota existed.
Yeah, they're
for
cool.
such a long time. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
The art is beautiful on them. You should read them. I think you'd like them.
Yeah, I
You're
started
very
reading
big
comics.
in the reading.
Yeah, that's why I'm so smart. Big brain. Reading the patch notes, reading comic books.
This guy can't lose intelligence.
Memes. Yeah.
The percentage is probably what? 80% memes, 10% reading, 10%
I don't know if
patch
anybody
notes.
ever said reading memes. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm really good at
reading
the
memes?
text. Yeah. Can we have X, Mom? We have X at home. Like, yeah, very good. Red Panda's gonna drop bottom. I baited our observer talking about the memes, and this is also a strong lane. Penitence, movement slow. You get bonus attack speed from Weaver, which is, I was still gonna say it, the strongest level 2 hero in the game in terms of getting the kills done in the lane, because you have Geminate attack as your innate ability, and then Shikuchi, you get the swarm, so extra minus armor, overtime damage, and also ability to slow people with Shikuchi with Skeeter Step.
I have to ask, before there's another kill, what would be an example of reading a meme?
There are some complicated memes out there that has like a wall of text and basically it says nothing. These are the ones that I hate the most. It needs to be simple. Like you glance on the meme and you know exactly what it is. It's like you need half a second to figure it out.
Oh, man. What a day to learn that you can read memes. Hopefully that turns into a job for me sooner or later. What do you do for the company? I read memes. Magic Missile onto GT, but nothing doing. Top, sorry to bait the observer. He literally took 0 damage. Sorry about that. But they put them under tower. There was some pressure, I swear. We've talked about Centaur not really having the most armor. For a hero so buff and burly, to have 3 armor feels not real. He's literally wearing a huge set of armor on him.
Benjamin, these are cosmetics. It doesn't mean if you have a golden belt that it gives you more armor. It's like, yeah, I have this expensive armor, I can't die.
Oh, nothing to
Immune
say?
Physical damage, nothing to say. That's a big kill.
Oh boy, yeah.
They can get it.
Yeah, he's tanking up quite a bit, but they've got the Frostbite. They get the kill and nothing to say. They'll end up trading Butterfly Effect. Undyne looking like he'll also get killed by Bobica. X-Nova fighting Red Panda. Bobica coming over. He's got 9 stick charges. Penance put on a Red Panda. This looks like it should be a triple kill for Bobica, and will be.
Okay, Bobica, time to queue up Hand of Midas right now. Bobica, let's see the camera. Is he
700 gold.
smiling? Yeah, no response whatsoever. He's just another day in the office for my Darkulo. I said 6 minutes in that there's going to be a lot of rotations, a lot of focus to play around the Storm Spirit, but they brought in the numbers. 6 heroes mid, 4 minutes into the game.
Well, a lot of heroes. It's the party over
Bramble
mid we've
connected.
seen previously, and well, Monet, he's gonna die here to the Night Stalker while the chase is on for Butterfly Effect again. And they're trying to get this kill. They've got the
Bobica
Curse
just
Crown,
got level 4.
And they got him.
He was so close. He was inside the XP range for the creep wave, which was underneath the tower. Got him level 4, and they chased him down with the Curse Crown. So going for Urn of Shadows, anything, because he has such a great start, so he wants to turn that gold that he got early on into something. Urn of Shadows, not like the most popular Dark Willow item, but if you can get it early on, it does feel good.
It's very reserved, considering in the past, me and you have seen Bobica go all out on core items before.
I think in this one, even though it is a position 4 that can really scale into the late game if you go for Shadow Realm, but that build nowadays feels a little bit of lackluster compared to Cursed Crown build.
Not as amazing, especially with the Thorny Thicket, right? Having the extra brambles, wanting to focus on that. I could have agreed, say, maybe the Midas, because then you get shard pretty quickly. I don't know. I like it. You know,
I was being sarcastic.
reinvest into your future. I'm never being sarcastic.
Gotta read the room when I'm being sarcastic.
Okay, I can confirm.
Another jump, nothing to say, level 6.
Red Panda in some trouble. Astral Step, that'll be a kill for X Nova. Butterfly Effect, maybe even thinking about turning this around with Undyne, who has a stun ready to throw. But just over on nothing to say, doing nothing.
Bringing Ghost. That's not RNG Ghost, and bringing also Harpy Stormcrafter. I missed the time when the other Harpy was meta. When you had ability to...
God, that seems and sounds very broken. I'll be honest. Astral Step, Butterfly Effect's not level 6 still. Is he just deading it? Oh, uphill miss on the Shadow Realm strike. Astral Step once more. Cursed Crown. They get the kill on a Butterfly Effect. Frostbite under the tower with a magic missile. Nothing to say, trying to survive. Fairy Fire, but nope. Won't be able to get it out as Resonant Pulse was on cooldown for another 2 seconds. So Frostbite into the Shadow Realm, forced to try and run away from Red Panda. Crystal Nova in a Bramble Maze. Bobica still moving forward and will die because he turns around. But Monet is here now, and they've got the Stampede. They'll get this kill on a Red Panda. They'll look over at Undyne for a second, but with a TP in from Butterfly Effect, they'll back away. So, don't want to go in too quickly. And things will be pretty even for the moment for IG. 1,000 net worth lead overall. And truthfully, nothing to say, looking like he's in a great spot. Butterfly Effect still looking for that level 6. He's still just short of it by about 80 experience. So, Shubiao, I probably pronounced that horribly, and I apologize immediately for saying it wrong. I usually pride myself in my pronunciations, but, you know, it's all okay at the moment. Bottom lane, we were taking a look here over onto the Night Stalker, and it felt like Night Stalker, he got that solo kill on, or not a solo kill, but he got that kill on Monet, and Shanxi, he's doing all right. 42-6. Monet having a decent game, came over and got a kill, but they've got a decent look with this Night Stalker, and I wonder what he's going to do come the next nighttime.
Yeah, managed to get a lot of stuff done in the early stages of the game. You want to get at least like 1 kill, and looking at his item build and a quick buy, he wants to go for scaling. There are multiple routes you can go for. With your Night Stalker, you can, get Phylactery, Bracer, Double Bracer always feels nice early on, so that you can put the pressure during the first nighttime, and also having Dark Ascension available, which means that you're gonna have even more pressure. If you rotate one more hero to the bottom lane, you could score another kill on Monet.
They'll bring the Crystal Maiden over. Maybe try to go for this. It's 2,000 net worth lead. TP's available on the Centaur as well as the Chen. There's no Stampede. They've got the Silence, the Frostbite, Ishikuchi to start, but there's the Dark Ascension. They're trying to get this kill. Can they get this Weaver out? No, they can't. They're still just level 5 on X Nova, so they don't have Hand of God. And like you said, just bring somebody over and go for it. And they do.
That's a 3-second silence during daytime, and then he refreshes the silence with the Dark Ascension. Such an underrated thing to do on Night Stalker. And then you have 4.5-second duration silence. So almost 8 seconds of silence if you're not overlapping. Let's call it 7, because you want to use it immediately after so that he can't use Shikuchi. So a lot of lockdown for this Weaver, something that the hero does not like to play into.
Ooh, Gyro, Ulu. They are under his nose, and he has no idea. Not willing to make the jump, though. Nothing to say, was just staring at him while invis, and I'm a little surprised that he didn't want to go for this Gyro. Maybe he couldn't get everybody else there. They wanted to take the tier 1 tower and not risk it, but a touch surprising, that's for sure.
Focusing on the tower, 3 bracers, Centaur, into Blade Mail. This is pretty standard with the horsepower, no need to go for the boots. Of course, you are getting movement speed from your strength, and things are looking good. Even with those 2 deaths, Monet still on top of the network. They completely ruined Storm Spirit. Butterfly Effect, not really having a game on this Storm. And things are not going to be easier, nothing to say. He is rushing the Aghanim Scepter. That's why they kind of pick the hero, so they can ruin both of the supports and also pressure the Storm early on. Ulu trying to make something happen on a Centaur. JT not too happy that he got broken there by a creep. His retaliate did not work.
Yeah, that 45 return damage, that strength return damage, not working. Like you were saying, the Ags first for nothing to say. Trying to get that upgrade to the Resonant Pulse. It's a 2-second silence, which isn't nothing. Especially in a game like this, if you can find yourself a break off of what Night Stalker's throwing your way, you could be in a pretty solid spot to get away. Freezing Field is used, Stampede comes out, and running away from the call down like an action star is Bobica. Just the straight call down, the 3 shots, not one of them landing out of the Dark Willow. And Bobica surviving both the Freezing Field and the call down combo.
About to crack level 6. Even though he got a triple kill, he is still level 5, 11 minutes into the game. Like some of these early kills, it feels like, oh, I'm doing so hot, but you're also building up a streak. Let's say he gets 2 more kills, he is going to be the target. You want to get that extra gold from him, and now he finally gets that level 6, so he can play off his Void Spirit with Bedlam, or he can pair up with the Centaur. And I think most of the heroes are going to die from 100 to 0, unless it's a Night Stalker. Everything else is burstable. Ether Remnant Pool, Bramble Maze, Bedlam, and then maybe your Terrorize afterwards. Mid lane is going to drop. They right now don't have anything to deal with the Chen creeps. No AoE whatsoever unless they want to bring Gyro, but Ulu for now wants to continue farming. Gyrocopter, like he can be involved in some of these early engagements because he's building into these smaller items, you know, getting Falcon Blade, getting Crystallis. Oh, Shield Rune.
Throwing an Aether Remnant down. Shield Rune. And nothing to say, needing to leave. Only 100 left on that shield.
Not the biggest shield early on, but still gave IG like discussion whether they want to go in or whether they want to wait up out a bit, see what's going to happen. Illusion Rune, nothing to say, gets out of that Frostbite. Such a cool upgrade ever since we added that to the Illusion Rune, because that was the shittiest rune for such a long time.
Right.
Didn't do anything. People were destroying. I mean, in pubs, in competitive Dota, you can always do something, scout things out, stack some of the camps, but yeah, great quality improvement for Illusion Rune.
Is there any rune you feel that's too weak now?
Illusion Rune is still, like, even with that, it's situational. Let's say there's an Orchid or something that you are really afraid of, can make a lot of difference. Invis Rune feels a little lackluster compared to Amplified Damage, of course, and Regeneration on certain heroes. Arcana Rune as well. Invis Rune now gives you like the old shard from Bounty Hunter where you're receiving less damage while you're invis. So at least that's something, but still feels like very bad, especially for the later stages of the game where there's going to be sentries and stuff. So might need to change it up a little bit more and add some love into it.
Do you think Invis Rune should not be revealed by sentries?
What should be revealed with? Just like Invis cannot be broken?
It should just be, yeah, Invis can't be broken for a short time, or seen. It can be broken, you just can't be seen with sentries with Invis Rune for a short moment.
I don't know, Benjamin. I don't like this dish that you just cooked.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll put it in the fridge. We'll throw it over.
Save it for later. Yeah.
So, game getting quiet. They're maybe looking for their opportunity to jump when this Ags is picked up here for this Void Spirit. But we get another quick pause, and I learned that the translation of the last one was the mouse.
Oh, I'll translate this. Boboka says G, it means they can unpause the game.
Ah, okay. So you were reading this one. Good. Thank you. 1,000 gold away here from Nothing to Say getting that Ags, so there is some of that time until he gets that. And interesting, Monet going into the Gleipnir seems pretty standard. You also get that shard as well. But we've also seen higher damage output builds from Weavers earlier on, right?
Deso deals more damage, Deso shard, but it also puts him in a spot where he needs to get on top of the target, get close to Night Stalker to deal the damage, get close to like swap into Frostbite, into pull, whatever type of a combo. So he's going for a different build where he wants to keep the distance. Gleipnir going to be great, also a saving tool. Night Stalker gets on top of you, tries to use the Crippling Fear. So at least you have Gleipnir, try to run away, you get Shikuchi, you get out of trouble, and of course Root Mechanic against Storm is going to be much better. So I like this one. I like this one slightly better overall. I think we had this discussion yesterday, but Deso also seems strong. Deso seems more like late game oriented. There's the Orchid reveal, Butterfly effect. I don't think he's getting out of this one.
Yeah, Monet getting caught again. These silences just so damaging to this Weaver. Unable to really do anything, and the rest of the team kind of not leaving him to die, but just not being around. And obviously, Monet wants to get this Gleipnir. He wants to finish off these items before he really starts to get involved, but he is staying vulnerable, being left alone on a majority of the map. And with that death, I'm looking over at Monet's build, and he's looking at just Dragonlance. As right now, they're going in onto Shanxi, and JT will get that kill.
Maybe there was a case for Chen to use his Hand of God to try to save Monet. Maybe it would be enough. It also got buffed in the previous patch, so the initial heal is 200 instead of 150, and then the heal over time could have made the difference. G2IG, they are building this strong momentum, Aghanim Scepter, Mech Chen, going into Guardian Greaves. So Hand of God, Mech, this is a strong timing. I think with this sustain, they have enough to take a team fight. There's just not enough damage to go through all of that, unless they are the ones getting the first jump. If they're finding Chen, then things can be much better for Kev. Still, pretty even game as we expected. Only 1k gold lead for G2IG.
Yeah, it's like they're really just waiting on a lot of farm. I thought, like you had said, maybe level 6 comes for Bobica and they go with the Bedlam. And this is what I thought we were going to see earlier. But they've got the swap. Let's try to get the damage. Untimed surviving has that Pavis.
He popped the region rune.
Just dies as JT ends up getting that kill. The freezing field on the low ground. They've also got the silence onto this Void Spirit.
He has regeneration rune, guys.
They will get the kill onto the Red Panda, and the look as Shanxi leaves.
Yeah, they try to focus,
not
nothing to
breaking.
say, but this is something that has been recently added to the game, where regeneration rune doesn't get cancelled, and you're playing also against the Void Spirit. Chen did use Mech, Hand of God. They become super tanky, and this is the timing where like they can't focus down Void Spirit. As soon as he pops that regeneration rune with Resonant Pulse as well, having damage reduction, it's quite difficult. And now inside Roche Pit they go. That one should belong to Monet. Even though, like the first Aegis, most of the time you would want to give it to your mid laners, but Monet, I think he should be the one picking this one up because Void Spirit feels like he can die. He's super tanky, 2000 HP, and they already focused Monet 3 times, so give him a little bit of extra lovin'.
And not only does he have that 2000 HP, but he's got the 2 charges on the Resonant Pulse as well. He'll have a little bit of an extra barrier, especially with the way the heroes on Kev are positioned. They're all normally going to be pretty close to a center of the fight, and you're going to be hitting at least 3 or 4 of them, I would say, when going into a 5-on-5. So you have that extra barrier, you have that extra little bit of survivability as
Shanxi
JT
again
is going to start this kill on Shanxi, and they will finish him off. JT using this blink and just blasting him away with the help of Monet and X-Nova.
There's probably going to be a tower. I don't think you defend this tier 2 tower. Chen, Guardian Greaves coming out. A lot of sustain. You have time lapse in the fight if you get that off. Spirit Vessel, Centaur is super tanky, 2.6. You have Stampede also to try to bail people out of trouble. Terrorize, a lot of teamfight control. Big problems for Kev. Gyrocopter is still not ready. You're also going to be fighting into Aegis. Butterfly Effect. He does not have a BKB, and there's the jump.
Aether Remnant.
They're also going to suffer from Magnum Scepter on Void.
Love Stomp only lands onto the Venge. They go to the Stampede to try and run. And into the Rocket Barrage, she turned around. Nothing to say, goes right into this Gyro and just dies. Blade Mail's not going to do enough. They look over at Bobica. They've got themselves a third dead. Monet, even with the Aegis, trying to fight here as Shanxi's ripping apart X-Nova. Butterfly Effect comes in with the Orchid, silences up the Weaver. They won't be able to get X-Nova out, and they got the Aegis out of the hands of Monet. They really turned this around. Nothing to say, running back into Ulu.
Well, they're probably going to catch him. They do have an Observer Ward and another Silence coming off cooldown in 2 seconds.
He doesn't have
Rocket
time
also
lapse.
on top of him, so they know exactly where he is. Going to get Silence, going to get another Silence if necessary, and will drop.
This is
So that's a
wipe.
full wipe. 6 kills pretty much from Team Kev. Man, what are they doing? Like, nothing to say. Going in so deep in the previous fight, getting frostbitten, and in the middle of Rocket Barrage. I think he ate 2 Rocket Barrages cooldown and just died pretty much from 100 to 0.
He was getting away. The Stampede was allowing him to run away from the Gyro, but there must have been something that Nothing to Say saw, because he jumped back in and immediately got ripped apart.
This was supposed to be they win that fight. They have 10,000 plus gold lead, and they would be able to close out the tier 2 tower, maybe even close out the top tier 2 tower. Well, very difficult fight, but we gotta give credit to Kev. Ulu, 0 death. Getting closer to his BKB right now. He's almost level 18 after picking up this XP rune, compared to Monet, who's only level 14.
The experience difference is about 4 levels, 13% in favor of the Dire side. We're going to take their Tormentor. Red Panda running away before dying, and this is a good shard to get. I like this one. The Shard for Venge is certainly one that I would even consider purchasing. I think it really is that good. But obviously, there's so many more items you want here as a support. You're going into the Solar Crest. You're trying to build up that item. Getting the shard here, the double stun is going to be quite nice.
It's not as impactful to buy it, but it's a good shard. Like, there are better items to spend the gold on, the 1400 gold. And also, you have like 50% chance, of course, because you're going to be at the bottom. There's no way, as a Vengeful Spirit, that you get more farm than the off lane or your mid lane. So, want to invest gold into something different. And speaking of investing gold, he did pick up Philosopher's Stone, so eventually he will get those items up. Right now it is just Pavis, but going into Solar Crest. And Shanxi on Night Stalker, he is ready to go. He is super farmed right now. Level 14. Once he gets to level 15, that's the big one. 35 status resistance.
Yeesh.
Huge number. Like, this is massive. And he also has Shard available, so he can eat the Chen creep in the middle of a fight. Use it as a bait, and also getting closer to his BKB. Just 1,000 gold away. Disassemble Echo Saber, and he will have it. Amplify damage on Nothing to Say. He will also need his Dispel mechanic. Manta Style, Recipe away. If he gets bitten, if he gets... It's a good way to, like, dodge stuff as well, but Frostbite is the big one.
It'd be nice to be able to be more elusive here for Nothing to Say, as we saw how quickly he got ripped apart. Double Astral Step with the Resonant Pulse Silence. Nothing to Say goes into the Dissimulate, and now swapped. Frostbite's there. Nothing to Say making a move all by himself, but they go to the Terrorize. They've got themselves through with the Bramble Maze, and now they'll clean up. He went in by himself. IG, they are the reinforcements that he needed because he was in a little bit of trouble, and getting both those kills on the supports near this river allows them to push the creep wave mid or even scout for more.
Yeah, a bit of a weird move from Kev. Moving with only 2 supports. Like, you can't even get a single kill. Like, nobody's gonna die with just 2 supports, so you will need to bring one of the cores. So feeding away some gold, back and forth. There's the tier 2 tower that should have been taken some time ago. Boboka will get the kill. Boboka also has the shard when they killed Tormentor, so upgraded Curse Crown, which is going to be nice against Storm Spirit. It's going to be a lot of these Bramble Mazes around with the Thorny Ticket as well, creating 4 extra. Very hard to maneuver in the middle of a fight if you don't have a BKB.
Yeah, it does make things very difficult, and Boboka looking for the 4 staff. He started with that urn after getting that kill over mid, getting that extra chunk of gold after, not that kill mid, that triple kill mid, I should say. And they are starting to rotate. They've got the Chen army that's going to be cleaned up.
Ulu pretty happy about that one. Instantly, they are going to smoke. It will be daytime in 15 seconds, but they do have Dark Ascension available. Are using a scan, not gonna find anything there. BKB available on Shanxi after he disassembled Echo Saber, but they still want to take the fight. See if they can find, they're gonna find something. Butterfly Effect, also 9-second BKB on him. And 9-second BKB on Ulu, so 3 BKB timing. This is something that was very important in Dota. There was a meta where everybody was kind of rushing a BKB, and then you had 20-minute 3 BKBs ready to go, ready to even close out the game. Still smoked on Shanxi. Let's see if they can find anything. Butterfly Effect should be pretty safe unless he blinks into Centaur Stomp, into some like Terrorize. Needs to get his BKB off.
These BKBs for Kev going to be problematic for IG. It almost feels as though they're going to need to disengage with Stampede and then re-engage afterwards. Because during the BKBs, what do you really do if you're IG?
They need to get stuff done. Like, I don't know if they can survive long enough. There is Terrorize, Stampede, so they can like reset, Hand of God, Guardian Grease, but they will stick onto a target. Storm and Night Stalker during the BKB, they're at least gonna kill 1 hero. And then also Ulu. He is the most farm hero in the game right now. Aghanim Scepter, Crystallis, BKB done, going into Satanic next. And I see Nullifier, not sure if he's gonna commit to Nullifier. Might change his item build, get, you know, some Butterfly or something. But another smoke. They feel like they're super strong. Smoke and smoke action. It's gonna break. Nice blink out.
Misses. And they were able to ball lightning the other way around. They're still looking as they use this Dark Ascension. Avier's gonna be out of the Night Stalker, where the Vortex is gonna pull in this Boboka Dark Willow. They'll kill him off, and Hand of God used very early in this fight. JT will take some damage, but these BKBs, well, one's been used on the Night Stalker, now the other one's going to come out from Shang-Chi. Ulu's still yet to use his, so there are BKBs that are being tethered together to allow them to get so much done. They're going to buy back on Bo because they're going to turn this around with Monet getting the kill on the right Panda. They'll look over Sundive. They'll get this was the second. The BKB being popped by Ulu, and he'll TP out.
This is the fight near Roshan, so that's going to secure them. Roshan. Chen's creeps are not doing anything in the fight. A bit of an awkward one from Shang-Chi. He tried to go on Weaver. I don't think that's the target that you want to kill. Also having a BKB. And something that we did mention is getting Gleipnir. So he got Gleipnir and the Swarm on him. And then Night Stalker can't blink. They have vision of him. So a bit of an awkward one for Kev, but you can see them coming into a fight that they feel strong. And now Monet again going to pick up the Aegis, going into Crystallis next. He wants to maximize his damage output. You need to focus down these supports. Maybe Centaur when he blinks in, but JT also has a BKB available. It's going to be quick and easy pick off Monet.
Yeah, Aegis gone. That is not what you want. The last Aegis, they died and got wiped. This Aegis is gone immediately. That's not great for IG.
It's all good. There is at least Roshan's banner available on X Nova.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Everything's
the
always safe.
yeah. That's the gift from Roshan. All good.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. God, what was I thinking? Aegis not feeling like it was so important.
Ulu still yet to die. They need to.
4.
Yeah, he needs to be close to Night Stalker and Storm, which is not that easy because they have Blink. Storm Spirit's gonna zip in, but you want to be able to just lock the target because he is the damage. Like, he can sit in the middle of a fight. They can also use him as a bait. I don't think he dies from 100 to 0. He gets Satanic off. He gets a BKB off. He's gonna live.
Do they make this jump?
Yeah, not enough explosive damage yet on G2IG. There's just not enough. If let's say Weaver had Daedalus right now, maybe they could, but with only Crystallis, there is not enough. Another smoke. Kev, even though they're 2k gold down, they still feel they should be the one dictating the tempo of the game. It's gonna turn
I
nighttime
definitely
in a
agree
second.
with that. With the BKBs, with the timings, I think this 2k net worth lead is so negligible. It's really just the difference between Chen and another support.
Dire are scanning.
Kev just have to find their opening. So, Ulu sitting mid. Pretty obvious, I would say, that Ulu was baiting there.
Is under attack.
With 1k net worth lead now dwindling for IG. Kev. It is an even game, for sure.
As expected, seeing these two teams, how they played so far in the qualifiers, expected this one to be close. Probably a 3-game series even, but a lot more mistakes compared to some other teams. Uh-oh, Shang-Chi, if he gets jumped, he's dead.
Yeah, they've caught him alone. There was Butterfly Effect nearby, but there's not much he can do in terms of saving this Night Stalker. They are gonna have JT push the wave out a little bit. He's going into the Shivas. He's picked up that Eternal Shroud, an item that has not gone away just yet. This gives him a little bit of a boost. And not only that, it was a moment where it felt as though Kev was ready to be the initiators in fights. And
Yeah,
they
they
lose
just-
Shang-Chi and lose that opportunity.
Kev couldn't find anything. 2 times they smoked and didn't really find the fight that they wanted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
IG, it's all about waiting for the next set of items for them. They feel like they are going to be able to outscale. Weaver in the late game, super strong carry hero. Void Spirit, things get pretty ridiculous with the hero as well, because his innate ability, he gets 25 more secondary bonuses from all of his stats. His talents are extremely good. Astral Step, charge restore time, and then you have the crit, so he does scale really well. Also having Nemesis Curse plus Witchblade now nothing to say his damage is gonna be through the roof. He wants to jump the backlines, he wants to kill off these two supports immediately. And also Centaur. This is one of the, I would say, strongest scaling offlane heroes in the game. Makes it almost impossible to kill him, which means that he's gonna sit in the middle of a fight and get stuff done, having Stampede. Like, I've seen even 25 Centaurs picking up Retaliate Aura. It gets pretty ridiculous because it is about your strength.
Right.
And it just feels almost impossible to kill him. We've seen in professional Dota recently some Centaurs with 10, 11,000 HP when they're 6 slotted.
Sheesh. There's a lot of XP, or a lot of HP, sorry.
Under attack.
As, you know, level 20, getting there. 25 is a pipe dream, although for some, they would say it's close. Those
Yeah,
sums
some.
being
Yeah, there's
made.
this wise guy from New York that says that.
Wasn't me.
It was
Aether is
you.
going to be put down,
He's
but they
in.
aren't going to be able to grab Butterfly Effect with the BKB. Popped in the jump out of the backlines from Shang-Chi. They've got the Stampede to try and disengage from this fight. The other side of it is just Kev running away, not chasing this Stampede disengage. This is not exactly what Kev were looking for, because they're trying to be the initiators. That was a BKB charge from Butterfly Effect being used. Shang-Chi did hold his, so it's not terrible.
Shang-Chi can still be bursted down from 100 to 0. If they use Terrorize with the Hoof Stomp, any kind of jump damage from Void Spirit or Weaver will be enough. They had enough, so they picked up the gem. It was Red Panda who bought it. They want to get rid of enemy vision. Having Night Stalker carry it always feels nice. I would love to see Nullifier. There is no Nullifier in the quick buy for Gyro anymore, because he wants to also, like, he wants to be in front, but he's not the real Nullifier carrier. Night Stalker eventually should pick it up, because there's going to be a lot of these saving tools, these like Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs, whatever it's necessary. Hurricane Pike eventually, you know, you want to get rid of something, you want to jump the target, but also Basher is nice. So I want to see which route Shang-Chi is going to go. For now, he has AC and Basher in his quick buy.
Dire are scanning.
They got to be ready for what's next, with Roche being up soon. So we'll see what Kev can do. Because this is definitely a moment, especially third Aegis, that Kev are really going to need to make something happen. It feels as though they've given up both Aegises. However, they've been fortunate enough and done well enough to not let those Aegises or Aegisi turn into anything more. Because this is a tight lead. It's
3K
only
gold.
3,000.
It doesn't mean anything. That's 600 per hero. Basically a bright band. So that doesn't really make a difference in a huge team fight. Roshan definitely gonna spawn on Radiant side. IG. Nighttime is available with Dark Ascension only, so almost 40 seconds, 38 seconds of Dark Ascension. But they need to get stuff done during the nighttime. Otherwise, Shang-Chi, his damage is gonna fall off. There's the Invis rune.
Smokes from both teams. This fight is probably not going to dictate who gets roached because it's so long, but they're going to jump in. They've got the hoof stomp. The damage is swamped. That's going to be a save onto the gyrocopter. They go to the ball lightning onto the backlines with the BKB pop by Shang-Chi. They get the kill on Undyne as well as Red Panda. They clear up both supports. They'll find the Dark Will, but they don't have the damage just yet. Finally, Ulu gets the kill. The right clicks onto Shang-Chi with the Spear Vest on him. Not enough to kill off this Night Stalker, but they
got
find
the
Ulu
BKB
again,
Satanic
who will
off.
pop the Satanic with the BKB. He's starting to heal up, but not getting a lot of life back, so they might even continue to chase because that BKB is done. They just need to jump in. They don't have an Astral Step for 2 seconds. He gets behind the tier 3, and they will not risk going for Ulu.
If Monet is uncontested in a fight, if they are not focusing him down, and they have no abilities that go through BKB, so it's a lot of right clicks. Once you pick up Daedalus, once you pick up that level 20 plus 90 Geminate attack damage, and also holding the Defiant Shell, it's gonna be constant right clicks getting out of Weaver, because you attack him, he attacks you back if there's Geminate available. So basically attacking you 4 times in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, we've seen how much that damage can be from Weavers late in the game. Still needs that shard.
With this build, you don't necessarily need to pick it up early on. You most likely will wait to get it from Stormy or by yourself later down the line if you are not lucky enough. But now with the Mindbreaker as well, that extra magic damage, attack speed, 2-second silence,
Are scanning.
and getting closer to level 25. He is relatively close. About to crack level 24. With the next team fight, if he survives, that's going to be his 25, and then you have 1 extra Geminate attack. This is when things get pretty difficult for supports to survive. Like, you can basically
for
get
sure.
1 shot in a team fight. I count those
Roche
3
and 30.
Geminates, like 3 attacks that you get from 2 Geminates as 1 attack. If
Simple
that makes
math.
sense. Yeah.
1 equals 2. Or 3.
Still, no nighttime, but if they don't get the jump immediately, it's gonna turn into nighttime with Dark Ascension. It's one of the worst feelings in the game. You're playing the Night Stalker, and then it turns daytime, and you're like, oh man, I gotta check the clock. Whew, not gonna be nighttime for another 4 minutes.
Roche is up. Refresher shard, Roche's banner. I want to say I think we could have given Roche's banner a much more cool name. Because I don't think Roche made that banner. Just saying, he doesn't look like the kind of guy to do some arts and crafts.
He's only holding it, doesn't necessarily mean that he made it. He took it from somebody who is
Radiant are scanning.
good at making stuff. Who could make, like Dota lore, who would make a banner?
Sorla Khan.
There we go. Yeah, Kana.
I'm in on that.
Radiant
Double Roche's banner. Now, here's the theory, Craft. You know, we've got block of cheese. You take a bunch of lotuses, wrap a cheese. Now you start mending some sticks together, and you start fixing this and putting this. If you put 3 Roche's banners together, I'd like to see something change. But what we're going to see is a fight potentially break out.
Oh, didn't get the
They got a
BKB.
blow up on a butterfly effect. They took him out immediately. They're going to look over at Ulu. BKB, right-clicking away, goes to the TP. Will it be long enough to BKB? Just long enough. And everybody but Butterfly Effect makes it out.
Red Panda does have Blink Dagger available. It's not blinking. This guy. Okay.
All right.
No crits.
Uh-oh. Monet forced the time-lapse. That was almost Crystal Clone coming in clutch.
So you combine 3 Roshan's
Banners.
banner with the dominated Flag Bearer creep to make something giga.
Yes. Not Undyne, though. They're dead. There's 1 banner. Show me a second banner.
They're saving that one. For
X-Nova's got it.
When they're gonna go for the potential push onto tier 4 towers.
His middle barracks has fallen.
It's
They
being pinked
glyph
out
their
bottom.
creeps. They want to keep these creeps in and just go for it.
Structures are falling.
These juiced up Roche's banner creeps. Bottom tier 3 also going to be taken out. This is looking rough for Kev. They sit on that butterfly effect for another 10 seconds. Uh-oh. That was BKB used by Red Panda, only to die. Monet now dominating. The damage is out of control. He's not even got that level 25 talent yet.
And this just might be it.
Blink,
They
hook stomp. Ooh,
get a
in
kill
trouble.
here.
Oh,
Swap.
wow. Was that refresher on the hoof stomp to try
Yep.
and get that kill?
It was. So Stampede is available. There's Roshan banner. Still doing a lot of work. That's the
Another
second
banner.
Roshan's banner.
That's
Closer
2
to the fight.
banners. They are flag bearers right now of the Roche's banner trying to get this finish on the game. They'll take out Zhang Si. He's dead for 70 without buyback. They'll call GG, and that's going to be it. IG take game number 1.
Kev just couldn't find any openings. When they felt strong, when they had this 3 9-second BKB timing, they couldn't find the fight that they wanted. And G2IG, even though that they threw a game a little bit with the first Aegis, second Aegis as well, used by Monet immediately after, still getting a dub in this one, but this is not clean from G2IG. Definitely will need to sharpen up lower bracket runs. It needs to be, you need to be on top of your game if you want to make that lower bracket run up to that last spot in the TI qualifiers, because there's still going to be a lot of games for you to play. But this one, they got the dub. This is the fight that I did just mention, where it looked very lackluster from G2IG. They were not on the same page. Nothing to say running out and running back in. He's like, yeah, I can't die. He had Dissimulate available, but got rooted and brought down from 100 to 0. They also used the glyph, so extra attack damage from the tower on the heroes, which will result in a team wipe from Kev. Kev, a team that can play Dota, but in the losing games, you will feel that their decision-making is not on the same level as these other top dogs in the region.
Oh, for sure. It felt as though maybe it just was a touch off. They made some good decisions. They made some good fights. Like that fight right there, the team wipe off the Aegis, that looked really good. I was really happy with that fight from them. This one a little bit spread thin, as you can see the damage on the Shanxi. Ooh's trying to do all he can, but with both supports dying, it becomes so difficult for them to fight. I feel as though these supports were very important to the fight of Kev, and you can see that with how detrimental the first BKB usage of the Crystal Maiden just straight into a death is there in this final fight as well.
Yeah, and a bit of a forgotten hero is Chen. This is still a super strong hero. We don't get to see it much. Also, some teams, they don't play. I think in meta, you still have to be able to play Chen. All the auras on X-Noah. Guardian Greaves, Pipe, had AC in the end. And yeah, Kev, a team that can be explosive. They need to cook up the draft. This was, I would say, a strong draft. It's just that they were unable to execute, not finding the fights, not finding the jump when they wanted to. But that we can also give credit to G2IG, because they outmaneuvered them, and X-Noah will be the standout player. Can't really blame him. This guy on Chen looks very good every single time he plays it. These early rotations that they did 4 minutes into the game, shutting down Butterfly Effect, they understood where the threat is going to come from in the early and mid game. So shutting down Storm Spirit immediately. They had some really good kills onto Monet, like 3 or 4 times. He did die. And standout player here, nothing to say.
Yeah, he died a couple times as well, but nothing to say. Looked all right for the most part.
Yeah, they definitely did, but again, not a clean execution of the team fights from G2IG, and I want to see that being something to work on for the next fight. This is how they've been playing. Like a lot of the times in the qualifiers, in the tournaments that they qualified for, you would see them, just not getting the 100% in every single game.
Yeah. It's IG who take the victory over Kev. We'll have to see if Kev can even the series or if it's going to be 2-0 for IG. We'll be back with that second game in a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
back, everybody. It's the road to the international, the Chinese region, the region with just the most exciting games. Every other region, it doesn't compare. It just doesn't compare because they're all different regions. You can't compare. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that can be compared is they are playing the same video game, Dota 2, but every region has its own flavor, especially China. It has a lot of spice when it comes down to some of these picks, and also execution. This one was definitely not a clean by any means. Again, back and forth game as we kind of expected, but want to see what they are going to cook for the second game. G2IG, they did manage to get a dub in this one, but again, a lot of mistakes. They had some really nice moves. But because I'm thinking, G2IG, I might be sounding negative, even though they got a win in the first one. I want to see G2IG succeed. I want to see them do well because I feel that right now they are not using their full potential, considering the roster that they have, and also the results were definitely lacking in this year. One of the reasons why they are in the qualifiers.
Yeah, it has kind of felt similar to, I would say, Elephant. I think on paper this team was definitely regarded as one of the best in China. There was a lot of thoughts that this team was going to be the best in China, and their results were exactly that. These qualifiers where you don't directly qualify and you have to go through this grueling, just awful qualifier. And I say awful in a way where it's just grueling. It's not a bad qualifier. These are all fun, great games, but it's just brutal for a team to be in the lower bracket now and have to make that run with one loss left before that's it. TI is not happening.
Yeah, they would definitely love to get the upper bracket finals. When they lost to Team Zero, you would have, a guaranteed just like one best of three after that. But now you have to make a big run. You need to play 3 more series to qualify to TI. So far, they're on a good path, of course, having that 1-game win in this series. And Undyne Pudge, again, will be banned out. Team Kev, not having the first pick in this one, will need to remove the Storm Spirit from the pool. Hero, even in a losing game, it feels nice. The problem with the Storm Spirit always was if you can't split the game, if you are playing into enemy stronger team fight where they group together with Pipe Mech AC, you're not going to be able to achieve much. You want to get the kill in the side lanes, kill in the jungle, turn that 4v5 into something else.
We'll have to see where these bans head and what this first pick is going to be. Dark Willow getting taken out of the mix. We've seen Dark Willow a lot, but not this game. Was picked by IG in the first game, getting rid of it overall. Pudge also has become that respect ban. You don't want to give it to Undyne, the level 30 Pudge player.
They might have showed it too early. I think that's the thing. Or maybe they thought, if they lost some of these games with Pudge, would probably be left in the pool, but after having such a dominant performance, now they probably regret it. They're like, okay, maybe we should have saved it for series when it really mattered. Now in the lower bracket, I hope they have some extra oomph that they can bring, something that they have saved up for a situation like this, other than gameplay. I want to see, maybe some Huskar coming out. G2IG banning out Night Stalker and going for Weaver one more time, since it is available in the pool. That was Monet's call. He's like, yeah, I died 3 times in the lane because he silenced me 1 time for almost 7 seconds after refreshing it with his ulti. So quite difficult matchup until you get a BKB, until you get, Pyke, Gleipnir, whatever was necessary in that game.
5 seconds remaining.
Things are very serious for the side of Kev, while on the IG cams, you had Bobica eating what looked to be fast food and spinning in his chair.
Just Bobica things. This guy,
And not involved in the draft talks at all.
Very likable character in terms of personality and gameplay, of course.
Oh, I love Bobica. And they go back to the Venge.
I don't
I'm
like
hoping
this.
it's not core.
I feel like this is way too forced. There are other heroes in the pool. This is also not a hero that Weaver really is afraid of. Can be played across multiple roles, of course, so that's a good thing about Venge. But I gotta check how many times they played Vengeful Spirit. They're kind of forcing it, so... The last 2 games that they played, they did pick Vengeful Spirit. Also, Dark Horse was the team that also picked it up when they played against them, so I have it in my mind that the hero was highly contested, but definitely feels a little bit forced. And now Legion Commander, Axe, all of these heroes are good against Weaver, so a lot of protection. Basically 3 heroes, 3 last bands for G2IG are just to protect the Weaver. And now Lifestealer gone. Centaur again. Does sound good. You see Lifestealer ban, immediately the hero that comes to your mind should be Centaur a lot of the times if he is available. A lot of stuns though. I want to see the pairing from the offlane. I don't know what happened to Rubik. Rubik was always considered to be really good against Weaver in the early stages of the game, reducing the damage, so your Geminate attack doesn't deal... Like, you're basically doing double reduction in terms of damage that Weaver can do. And also later on, Steel Shikuchi, you can set up the kills easily, be very annoying in a fight, creep skip if things are not going well for you.
Right. Let's see what IG are thinking with this Weaver. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be an X-Nova hero. I just feel it in my bones. Not Witch Doctor, because he's banned, but I do feel it in my bones. X-Nova, we've talked about the theme of these qualifiers, and for a lot of it, it's been the theme is LGD and how they have been in the pieces of these teams. And X-Nova, former LGD player, and during his time in LGD, he was considered one of the best warding supports out there. The amount of information, the amount of vision he was able to get for his team was top notch. I remember there were spots that were just X-Nova spots. Now it feels like he's still that guy, but we say like Miposhka wards now, right?
Yeah, this guy has always been on top of his game throughout his career. I would say a bit underrated. Not a lot of people talk about him, but his performances has always been top notch. Now Phoenix and Tiny. Phoenix can be always good against these tanky cores. Of course, the percentage-based damage, but Stampede can be a good tool to disengage or get on top of the egg and kill it. And then also Tiny. Tiny is nice because it allows you to toss the target away from potential swap coming out. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't get it. Great against the Stampede as well. You can keep people inside, like with Avalanche. There needs some lockdown. Mars, top tier pick. This is one of the best Mars games I've seen, considering what you're going to be playing into. Shadowfin doesn't like to play into Centaur. You have the Phoenix plus Mars combo. Bane, Vengeful Spirit. Again, we're going to mention it because this is something that we don't see. They also don't see the blood sport because they can't see inside of the arena.
Whoa! It's the nothing to say Tinker maybe coming out here?
Yeah, most likely. This hero is pretty freaking wild nowadays. People are going to start to complain. Everybody who experiences it in a losing game, and I'm going to say, yeah, that's definitely his hero.
He's holding back a smile, it feels like.
Yeah, his Translocator Faucet is, I think, one of the better ones out there, what it gives to the hero. Not saying it's like the best faucet, period, but for Tinker, what he needs, when he uses it on himself, the self-matrix barrier, when it's fully absorbed, he randomly blinks, and it's also the one that got buffed, and it also provides you with the strong dispel, so... very difficult to catch this hero.
This is interesting. I am very interested in Tinker. They could always not
5 seconds remaining.
put it mid, right?
It can be played as a support, but this game definitely mid. And there's that Mars banned out. I'm a little surprised that they didn't pick Mars here on the last pick in the second phase. because it looked too good. It just was way too good. So they will need to find something else for JT to play. Darkseer, Mars banned out. You have Tiny. He's going to be the one with the control, but basically that's your only stun. I would love to see something else.
Final ban for the game. See what IG want to ban. They only have 20 seconds in their reserve pool left. Let's see it. As the thoughts, they're culminating into the final ban and pick. We're watching JT giving his input because I think it's going to be his hero.
Yeah, I was about to say Ursa because it does allow them to pick different offlaners. They could go for Doom, for example. You are picking it blindly. This is also okay. Ursa would be too good against Phoenix, too good against Tiny. Also, Weaver doesn't like to play into that matchup. If you get like one stun, Ursa blinks on top of you, can bring you down from 100 to 0. This is going to be the team fight control. Brewmaster, great against Centaur, of course, once he uses the split, so you can buy time. Now his Yule Scepter or Cyclone is 3-4-5. Before it was always 5 seconds. It did get nerfed, but still really good. And also it does allow you to find Bane in the backlines and make his life miserable. So it's going to be really depending on Brewmaster if he is the one getting the split first or if he's getting bursted down. That's going to kind of dictate how the fight is going to go. I feel like if Brewmaster gets bursted before the fight starts, Team Kev has a very nice entry to the team fight.
Is Shadow Fiend going to be definitively mid, or can they keep this open still in this last pick?
Works the best from the mid lane from what I've seen. Can still be in the safe lane. You have good way to set things up with Vengeful Spirit or Bane. I feel like they are trying to find a hero in the safe lane to lane against this Brewmaster instead of finding a different position for. That's still an option for Kev because Venge is a flexible hero. This hero can be played basically from 4 different roles. Nobody plays it mid, but other 4 roles feel nice to play. And there's the Doom for them. So who's going to be the carry? Undyne on Vengeful Spirit, Shanxi Centaur, carry
Safe
Doom.
lane Doom. I'm not huge
Overcooked. Overcooked 2.0. Yeah, I think you're also just saying Weaver, go buy Lincolns. Like basically as and Monet with the big smiles, he's like, yeah, I'm playing into Bane, playing into Vengeful Spirit swap. Shadow Fiend maybe going for Yule Scepter build. We'll see what he decides to go for, or more right-click oriented, something that Somnus does. And then also into Doom. So kind of I'm not feeling this last pick. It can be good against the Brewmaster, of course, if you're getting the first jump, if you're getting on top of these heroes, but carry Doom, I assume, because you have carry Doom, you want to have Shadow Fiend to have right click so that you have some extra scaling.
We'll see how it goes. I agree with you that I think this is very overcooked. We saw Team Turtle, though. I think it was the Open Qualifiers that they played Safe Lane Doom. And I believe that lost. It was, no, it was Safe Lane Doom. First game against Too Light Team in the Open Qualifiers, #1. And it looked as though it wasn't that great for them, but I don't know. I don't really have a lot of confidence when you're throwing an off lane or the safe lane like this. It's not really one of my most favorite things. I feel like I have equal confidence in this safe lane Doom that I do in off lane Venge right now.
At least it's not an off lane Venge. It is position 5 Venge. But he did go for Soul Strike Faucet, which your range attacks kind of behave as melee attacks. So Orb of Venom is pretty nice. This is something that Undyne does when he plays position 5 Pudge as well. Has that extra bit of a slow. This is very cool. This is something that I experienced in my pub. I'm like, why does he have Orb of Venom, and then when he hit me, I'm like, I'm really slowed by a lot. So it took me a second or two to figure out what's going on. So applying melee Orb of Venom with the range hero. It's pretty cool. Gives you a lot of kill threat in the lane.
Let's see how this goes. Interested to see this Tinker. Very interested to see this build, as it's bottle null blink right now. We'll see what that ends up doing here for Nothing to Say. And how this goes. This was his pocket pick for a while.
The battle begins.
If he thinks it's good, I assume he's going to know it's good. Undyne going to die here for first blood at JT. They will catch him, and IG already looking pretty good out of the driver's seat with 2 bounty runes and a first blood to their name.
Oh, the body blocks from Boboka. He has Boots of Speed. They do not want to play this lane. They want to be dragging the creep wave 2 melee heroes. But it is a lot of slow. They also ignited him. JT does have Drunken Master, so fast, slow, fast, slow. The way you act when you get out of the club as well. At 3 a.m.
Finally, it's slow sleep.
In the taxis, into sleep, yeah.
Yeah.
So, top lane, Weaver and Phoenix. A lane that has a lot of kill threat, especially with Phoenix having Dying Light, so dealing 4.5% of his missing health as magic damage. Right now, having basically a Radiance burn, but gotta be careful. This is a strong lane from Kev as well. He did start with Enfeeble against Weaver early on, so removing half of his damage. More than half.
That sounds terrible. Taking a look over mid, taking a look at the defense matrix. And it's the translocator. When a self-defense matrix barrier on Tinker is fully absorbed, he blinks in a random forward direction. That sounds alright. Can be controlled though, right? A little bit. Even though it's random, it's still forward.
Yeah, you need to turn. I'm really glad that March of the Machines is back.
You're disgusting.
This is a Tinker ability. Tinker has like 9 abilities total, and we are shifting them. You know, removing laser, removing rockets. Suddenly, lasers are probably going to be removed at one point, and they're going to add something else instead. Very complicated hero to play.
Yeah, especially when they keep changing things on him. Not exactly great in terms of always getting changed, but it's weird because now half his kit, technically, on the hero model doesn't really exist, right? It's laser, March of the Machines, defense matrix, but what does that left arm do?
Yeah, somebody posted that on Reddit. It was highly upvoted for a good reason. It's like, yeah, what does that rocket launcher do?
It just looks cool. It's like adding a spoiler onto some of your cars. It just looks cool. But March of the Machines, it is a pretty solid spell. When the PTSD I have from this spell, back in the day when we were seeing people push with this hero with March of the Machines and just going all over the place, it brings back a lot of memories that I'm not too keen on keeping.
Was that keen on purpose? Because he's one of the keen folk and has keen conveyance as his ability.
It was both that and maybe for keen gaming. Who knows?
Yeah. It's a lot of damage from these little
Bots?
goblins. Yeah. I want to see some stacking.
No way. Is that what they are? Are they little goblins?
They were back in the days. Back in Dota 1 days, they've been... What was the hero called? It was a neutral Warcraft 3 hero. Maybe it was just Tinker or some like goblin guy that spawned more goblins from Goblin Factory.
And he got that kill onto the Centaur top. If anybody knows, send us a message, because that sounds kind of ridiculous that they're little tiny goblins.
They are goblins, yeah. At least from Warcraft 3. I was watching Robbie play the other day, and he did go for Tinker, or I'm not sure what the hero name is, but for me, he's Tinker and had this little goblin factory. That's pretty cool.
1,000 net worth lead here for IG. Things staying pretty calm. How's JT doing? We haven't really seen what's up with him. Double bracer, bottom. With Ulu, this safe lane Doom, holding Chain Lightning 1/1/1 build. Only 2-0 in favor of IG. But you keep it quiet, I think things will be okay. Weaver struggling a little bit because of the Enfeeble, but when that's not on, things are fine. Red Panda doesn't exactly have the mana for it anyway at the moment.
It's
All
a
is good in the
costly
world.
spell. It is 100. Like, he also put another point in it. I'm fine with 1 point in Enfeeble. It is pure damage, so that's nice. It's going to scale, but you also want to max out your other abilities. So skipping Brain Sap completely is not something I would expect in this lane.
Red Panda. That was enough for either Nightmare or Enfeeble left.
Bobica with the toss in the mid lane. Good body blocks.
Yeah, they've got the kill on Undyne. Nothing to say. Now queuing up that blink as well as that Ags, and here comes Butterfly Effect towards top. Hoof Stomp, a couple of raises for X-Nova's future. And they will get that kill. Bottom lane is still JT against Ulu 1v1. What are you thinking with this Ulu Doom? He's going Midas, and it's the normal go-to, but is it what you want? They find Undyne again. Uh-oh, under the tower. Magic Missile. JT will just survive. Close, but always had 18 wand charges, so maybe I fake hyped his death a little bit too much.
Nothing to say. Has rearm available. And now he's going to be all over the map. Blink Dagger getting close to it. 7 minutes into the game. If he doesn't die in the next minute, we'll have it. And then things are going to become much more difficult. I guess the reason why they also picked Doom, they wanted to have something, because any kind of damage you are playing into this translocator, so you get damage and you suddenly blink in if you have your defense matrix on. With Doom, you're not allowed to use your abilities, so...
See if that ends up being the case with Doom early on or later on. As like I said, it's Midas for this Doom, but that feels like a little bit of a slower time. And now Avalanche, Primal Split, they'll commit. They'll go here for Ulu, who's all by himself, considering Undyne's died a couple times. And taking out Ulu and shutting down this Doom, because this Doom wants Midas, but it's going to be some time.
Oof. Also, having mana boots on your carry, the only carry that buys mana boots is pretty much Medusa. I'm unsure if I like it too much. Probably Boots of Travel sounds better, where you can get the farm on the other side of the map but still be able to participate in some of these fights. Ulu about to crack level 6. Let's see if they are going to be able to find a kill here.
He was using it for a second. Undyne gonna deny that tower. Red Panda now getting tipped. As Red Panda came mid. There's that Blink Dagger for nothing to say. That's gonna be picked up by the courier sent out to Tinker, and on to the Ags next. Upgrading Tinker's laser into Shrink Ray. Something a comic book villain would have. Top lane. Red Panda's not level 6. So no Fiend's Grip to
Oh, Ulu making a
really
first
mess with
move.
anything.
They will pop the Stampede. They wanted Monet, but might just say, okay, X-Nova is gonna do it. He tried a Sunray out of the game. Out of the outer ring.
But got it for what, 3 milliseconds right there before he was hit with the Infernal Blade?
Yeah. Hand of Midas will be finished. Doom, we didn't talk about his faucet. It is Devour having 2 charges, and the Stolen Creep abilities are upgraded by 1 level, so that's pretty nice. The other one is where he can Devil's Bargain, where he can sell his items for 90% of the cost. That's the one that we see from the offlane Dooms. Oh, can they set it up? Nightmare, there it is. Into Hoof Stomp, should be a kill.
Have the Doom, they have the damage, and they'll run down Monet. Easy does it. They got him the second time around. X-Nova, he was the one who died first, but they end up getting this Weaver anyway, staying a little bit too long and playing out a little bit too far. JT running down Undyne. And one more right click, but the Requiem, oh, got him before the Fear hit him. And now the Fiend's Grip, no Primal Split. They'll get the kill and trade JT.
Getting something out of the map again. Pretty even game, 10 minutes in. No Split, but Split is going to be available for the next one. Also not investing into any other items. Brown Boots, Double Bracer, going for Radiance. Still going to be a good timing on Radiance for JT if he doesn't die in the next 3 or 4 minutes.
I want to say, I think that Butterfly Effect Requiem, it hit him just after he got that kill on the Brew, giving him his killing spree, and then they were able to kill him.
Yeah, they wanted more gold. Yeah,
it's that efficiency. We're going to let you die, Undyne. It's fine. You're just in a Avenge. We're going to grab some extra gold here. I think it's genius.
Definitely planned. Definitely planned. So that
Glad you
they
agree.
give a kill. You're like, oh, perfectly timed. Fiend's Grip. We just got level 6. And that's going to be a kill for us. Monet, he continues to farm up. Lowest hero in the game right now in terms of net worth. Kind of struggling. No Falcon Blade this time. Just
no Maelstrom first either.
I mean, he doesn't have Dragonlance yet.
Yeah, well, he went Dragonlance after the Maelstrom last game, I think.
He had Falcon Blade, he had a much better game, so you change the order. You still want to have that Dragonlance for stats and also attack range. Feels really nice on Weaver.
This game a little bit different for him. And you can see, Dragonlance now finished. Queues up the Gleipnir straight up. JT, 275 gold away from getting the Sacred Relic part of that Radiance. But like you said, if he survives a little bit longer and gets his farm continuously, should have that Radiance at a pretty good timing. Things staying a little bit quiet, and this is helping Ulu continue to farm. Like you said, 2 Devour charges as that Midas going into the Octarine.
Going into a lot of items on Doom. Definitely need to go greedy when you are playing him as position 1. Seems like it's going to be the farm game. At least for IG. They don't have Blink Initiator yet. Bobica far away from a Blink Dagger. I like this newer tech on Tiny where you don't need all these small items to be efficient. Null Talisman gives you enough mana, and if you find a neutral item like he did, Arcane Ring, or if you find Trusty Shovel, gives you mana, gives you HP, gives you extra gold, exactly what you need on position 4 Tiny. Also things did slow down. He's been involved in 4 kills, but didn't get any of the last hits. And this is the beautiful sight. Tinker farming the triangle with the March of Machines. Which year is this? Again, I don't know. I'm kind of glad that it is back.
Some would say that you sound toxic right now.
That's fine. I'm also a big fan of Necro when he is meta for a while, and then I get bored of it.
Were you a fan of the Necro AFK jungle burn hill
in the triangle?
Farming?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
People will always find a way to farm jungle. Cliff with the Nature's Prophet, Iron Talon, any hero, Wraith King jungle, Legion Commander, Axe. I know all of them.
quiz you on jungle farming. Fiend's Grip onto this Brew, but the damage isn't going to be enough. Primal Split is used, and they're going to go after the Centaur Void Panda to pull him back, but into the swap, they're going to try and stick with him. They've got the stun, but they don't know who to focus. So Undyne not going to TP out thanks to the Storm Panda that gets the Cyclone on Undyne while they were TPing away. They've got the laser to get the kill, and it will be nothing to say who now has enough gold for that axe.
Just has enough mana to TP back. Not enough damage from Shang-Chi. He did max out Retaliate 3-1-4 build on Centaur. Kind of what you do nowadays, because you want to farm, you want to stay on top of the net worth with this kind of a build. But in terms of dealing the damage to heroes, not having your double edge or hoof stomp maxed out makes a difference. Would definitely be a kill there, but not meta anymore. This one feels much better. Aghanim Scepter now done.
They're gonna use that Supernova. Got the kill on Red Panda. Requiem is out. Ooh, gonna die. And that's 2 dead on the side of Kev.
It's that easy. Also, this is gonna be a great way of protecting the egg. If this is still a thing, let me just read that real quick because of the changes to laser. Because I don't think it blinds, it does blind the hero with Aghanim Scepter now. Okay, so before it didn't, that's why you're also not maxing it out. Just still learning, okay, guys, especially these complicated heroes that has wall of texts for each change. So that's nice, defending the egg with, and also, of course, Phoenix having the missed chance with the Blinding Sun.
Going in, nothing to say. The 1 laser, 2 laser. Look how tiny the Shadow Fiend is with the Shrink Ray. Just 2 lasers, and they get so tiny and adorable. But the turnaround is here. Shang-Chi, he goes in. They've got the swap on a Monet, who's going to die. The Fiend's Grip this Phoenix, tossed up into the air. Butterfly Effect ends up dying to the toss, but they get the kill on a Bobica. 3 heroes dead at the side of IG.
This is the classic G2IG move. Get advantage, and then feed away a couple of kills. Try to make game much more interesting. Nothing to say. He's out of here. Red Panda, Nightmare, not enough cast range. If that was level 4 on Nightmare, would maybe make a difference. But Enfeeble is going to be something that Veer doesn't like to play into, reducing his damage by 70%.
Yeah, not really outputting much, and actually, Monet switching off of that Gleipnir build and looking towards Deso. So let's take another look at this as they went for the Shadow Fiend initially, and they lasered him twice. He got very tiny, but is able to survive even with all that quick damage coming out. An avalanche toss onto Red Panda. That's live, even though it's taking place in the same spot that we were watching that
I got
replay
confused
happen.
for a second.
Radiant's middle tower
But
is under attack.
he got the kill onto the Bane.
Structures are
I love the build on X-Nova. Road of Atos and Phoenix, like you are not upgrading that item,
Avalanche?
but it keeps them in place, especially against the Stampede. We've seen that they lack stuns, so that's going to be their extra way of locking people down. And you can also relatively easily execute that with Icarus Dive into Road of Atos, because Boboka needs to be the one dealing most of the stuns. He's going BKB, second item BKB Tiny, just so that he can get his spells off.
Ooh, immediately hit by the March of the Machines. The attempt to TP the damage. Oh, not enough. Very close. Ooh, able to survive. As they were all there ready to go, but didn't quite have the damage as JT got in a little bit late to right click. Nothing to say. Top of the net worth by a solid margin.
Dire's top tower.
And this is a hero that makes use of every single item.
Oh, I can see Gaben loves Thinkers. 70% win probability for G2IG, even though they're only 2k gold up.
70-30. Sounds about right.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'll take the bottom tier 2. Weaver's got this Deso going into the shard, so it is that damage output build. As you'll have the shard, you'll have the Deso. hopefully that deals with adding a little bit more damage in case you are enfeebled, right?
Yeah.
Top. This is a dead Bane again. JT getting credit for that kill. There's nothing to say. 2,000 gold into the BKB. Man, his net worth is literally rolling. This is the perfect spot to farm both these camps, by the way, with March of the Machines.
Yeah, also he's having all the spell amp items. Whisper of the Dread got nerfed from 10% to 8%, still quite a lot. And then you also have 10% spell amp from Kaya. Going into BKB next. Deeping back to Triangle, wants to farm up even more. I don't know, something satisfying about Tinker farming the Triangle. It's like you're playing against Anti-Mage. Ever since this hero was in Dota, we go back like 20 years, you always had this mental pressure. If he's how close is he to Battlefield? He got Battlefield. Now he has Manta style. You know that if things go late, you are gonna have a lot, like your chances are going to be much slimmer of winning the game. Same goes for Tinker. And now Smoke from Kev. Let's see what they're going to find. They do have Blink Dagger available on Shanxi finally.
I will say, the more and more you talk about this Tinker, the more and more I'm starting to come around. Maybe I might even give Tinker a whirl.
Oh, Courier. They noticed.
Oh.
JT's Courier
It
got
stopped,
scouted. No, it stopped, but it got pinged. So they know exactly where they are.
Avalanche,
in.
toss, Primal Split used. They're going to stampede, but they've got the stun. They have the Void Band to pull him back to get the kill on a Bobica. It's going to be, at least getting that. They've got themselves the laser, but do they have the damage to get the kill on a Shanxi? Oh, stop. That will take out another Brewing as they're still trying to chase. They've looked at the Requiem, they charge it up for a second, but they don't let it rip just yet.
Bobica with the
a
buyback.
laser, a kill on an Undyne. The buyback's going to be used here by this Tiny. They've got the Requiem to land on to nothing to say for a second. The Fiend's Grip on a Monet. They'll take in the Weaver, the Avalanche, as well as the toss. The laser, the kill. Ooh,
Hey, it's
butterfly
gotta clean
effect.
up.
They're dead, and they're going to clean up Red Panda. Full team wipe here for IG, even with Weaver dying halfway through the fight.
I was expecting Bobica to buy back slightly earlier, because he got jumped immediately by Doom after he got one of his spells off. Toss Avalanche, immediately dead. They still have a tier 1 tower available, and he's deeping to the top lane, gonna steal the enemy XP rune. Oh god, this is gonna be level 20 Tinker.
It's a scary thought, that's for sure.
There's an
Let's take a
XP
look at this
rune on his
replay.
side of the map. But yeah, Bobica getting jumped immediately, Shadow Fiend and Doom. And then Sunray not fast enough to keep him alive. Centaur will die to Radiance Burn from Brewmaster. That's the thing that we said during the draft. If Brewmaster is getting the split off, things are going to be much easier. There's going to be like chaotic fights, damage on the ground, Radiance Burn. So you're getting hit by March of the Machines, Laser, Swarm, Shukuchi. He's going through with the Shard, some like random spell from Phoenix. So things are going to be quite more difficult for Kev in the next couple of minutes, especially now with the Aegis in the camp. Okay.
You gotta see this, Roche. With the laser, it gets so tiny.
It's the statue that you get from Battle
Wow.
Pass. Rest in peace.
Level 2000. I have one of those statues. Do you have a statue? A Roche's statue?
I did not reach level 2000.
That's shocking, actually. You're a big Aegis collector, though.
I am. I wish I collected Aegis while I was playing professional Dota.
You'll come back.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely. It's on my wish list. 2027.
You just gotta coach me, and I'll bring you that Aegis. I got you.
So there it is, level 20 on Tinker, plus 10% status resistance on Defense Matrix. Brings it up to 50%, so that's quite a lot. They have no other forms of status resistance other than one on Brewmaster.
Requiem. And a kill there on a Bobica.
There's
now
the Doom.
used. And that's going to be on to JT, who's running away from this fight. might be able to escape. They even think about bringing in the Tinker. So JT...
Oh, he came back.
He walked back in. Well, I don't think you want to TP on this, but nothing to say is going to go for it with the help of Monet. They're going to buy back here on JT. They're going forward. Nothing to say, trying to do all he can. The Nightmare Red Panda's going to be able to survive, but they got the kill on Undyne. Monet moving in with a defense matrix on him. Looks over at Butterfly Effect. They've got the laser. They're shrinking him down. They've got the damage with the Desolator. JT came back in to get the kill on a Red Panda. The Shikuchi with the shard. The right clicks, though, not going to be enough. They won't kill off Butterfly Effect. They commit the buyback from JT. They'll at least take this tower over mid.
Oh, man, what a weird decision making by JT. This is why we love this guy. He makes some like really nice plays, but also there's a reason why I call him Just Throw, because he just came back to get gripped and then buys backs, and they get nothing out of that buyback.
And he was about to be done with Doom.
Yeah.
Swap, JT, you just bought back, sir. Oh, the split just gets it off. They're going to bring nothing to say back into the fight. They're going to look over at Shang-Chi. This is nothing to say on the tier 3 doorstep. They go after Shang-Chi. They get the kill there. They've got the Sunray. Nothing to say, taking a lot of damage, though. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with either. Monet, he's got an Aegis in his hands, but these Brewlings as well. JT's back to form with not a lot of life. He needs to get out of dodge.
That was close. He did have Earth Panda, Earth Brawler, so having that extra magic resistance is what makes the difference. He needs to be in Earth Brawler stance or Void Brawler stance to have the status resistance, maybe even get a defense matrix on top of him to be able to survive. Everybody's building into a BKB. Red Panda, you've seen his impact yesterday when he was playing that Weaver position 4, bought the Hex swap.
Oh, they caught Bobica.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bobo is dead every single time he blinks in. He can't get another round of spells. That's the problem. So trying to theory craft how to get out of trouble. First he had a BKB in his quick buy. Now thinking about buying Eternal Shroud on Tiny. Pause 4. Might be the first one that I've ever seen.
Radiant's top
On Tiny or Pause 4? Because I think we've seen Pause 4.
On Pause
Eternal
4,
Shroud.
I have not seen this before.
JT. Got that Primal Companion.
It's been buffed in 7.36. Brewlings from Primal Companion. They have no longer any movement, CD, or casting penalties, so that's really nice. Huge upgrade.
Stampede committed. Red Panda dead here. Has buyback. That Stampede committed though, so if IG, especially with this Aegis on the back end, if they want to stay aggressive, they can. There's no way for them to run. They don't have the Stampede anymore, but the Hoof Stomp comes in. They've got the Doom. It's going to be through onto Nothing to Say. Get the BKB off. He'll try to TP out and is successful in doing so. Charging up the Requiem for a moment. Monet, gotta remember he still has this Aegis for another 34 seconds. They go to the Supernova. They look over at Butterfly Effect. They get the kill on Undyne as well as Ulu. 3 heroes dead. Requiem charged up. That's gonna blast the Aegis out of the hands of Monet. But that's just the Aegis. They want to go back in. They've got Nothing to Say coming back into the fight. They'll get that kill on a Butterfly Effect. They'll take out a 4th, and this base is in trouble for the side of Kev, and so are their qualifier hopes.
Nothing to Say hits them with the pew 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 in the old chat. He confused the Doom. Doom gets on top of him, gets the Doom, and suddenly he's like, well, he's TPing out. Like, he can't use his abilities because Tinker's not TPing with his TP scroll, something that you can still do during the Doom. You use your items. Usually he TPs with his Keen Conveyance, but he used the TP scroll and TP back and then came back after Doom expired. So that's a pretty nice move from Nothing to Say. Experienced Tinker player.
Yeah, it's the pocket pick for him, like I said. And Nothing to Say, oh God. Oh, the memories. The machines. They are back. And this is a scary thought. Red Panda gets ripped apart by Bobica. They get the kill on Undyne. Everybody's got buybacks available, and Red Panda will use his immediately.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
And that just might be it. They have one more fight left in the tank. Red Panda used his buyback, so will not have BKB available. Monet wants to come in, hit that tower. No Doom for 30 seconds. They know it's going to be on cooldown. Nothing to Say.
Fiend's Grip. Nothing to Say, though. Oh, no. The defense matrix. He pops the BKB. They're going to go and throw that laser out, shrink him down a little bit. Bobica gonna survive? Oh, just barely surviving that void
Astral
brewing
pull.
panda companion with the astral pull. Yeah.
Tinker is online. Like, he can still get another, like, 3-4 items, so
When
not
was he
fully
offline?
online. Never, pretty much. Nothing to say. Having a perfect
yeah,
game.
seriously.
Lincoln Sphere available, and now going into Arcane Blink. Also, his Eureka, he gains 1% item CDR per 3 intelligence, up to 60 max. So it gets pretty ridiculous.
Oh, he got the shard. Warp flare.
That's
This
a bit
is
of
a
a
odd
weird
one.
one. Yeah, it is an odd one. Warp Flare reducing their cast range.
Technically, maybe Fiend Script? You warp flare him back?
I don't know if you've seen that one. There was a cast range with like Enfeeble and Warp Flare. Not sure if there was something else available at the time. And people were testing it on Shaker, and he had this mini Fisher, literally 20 range Fisher. Because they do shrink him. They do reduce his cast range. It looked pretty funny.
It was just cold outside.
Yeah, it does work like that.
We'll go
Doom?
for the Doom again, but he popped the BKB. Oh, the astral pull down to the low grounds.
They theory craft how to counter this Tinker.
JT, primal
Doom was
split.
the option, but they
Hits him
didn't
with
think...
the pew 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 again.
Yeah, didn't think so far ahead. When he picks up a BKB and you have nothing to stop the BKB with when Bane is dead, so they will call the GG. They had a good run. I think we gotta give credit to Team Kev for having a good run. They did take the game off Azure Ray. They did beat Dark Horse, 2 light team as well. They did 2-0 them here against much stronger opponent, much more experienced opponent. They didn't look as good, looked slightly lost. They got outmaneuvered, and in this one, they got tinkered. Yeah, they used some of their cheesy picks early on during the qualifiers, but G2IG getting a dub here, and what a masterclass performance from Not Gonna Say. That was his hero when he first entered the scene, was all over the place. He was considered to be a cheesy player, and then Tinker was not a thing anymore. Not Gonna Say did tone down his cheesiness, that's for sure. Started to play much more of these stable mid heroes. Then Primal Beast was introduced. He was the one shining on that hero, pretty much the first guy that started to play Primal from the mid lane. And now showing what he's made of, that some of these forgotten things. All we needed was March of the Machines to be back on Tinker, and Nothing to Say is going to start to play it.
Gosh, Tinker's back just like that. Man, all these fights, Tinker just feels so devastating. These lasers, this damage, March of the Machines, what do you do? And they're going to lose Weaver in this fight about halfway through, but they are still going to clean up and get the full team wipe in this one. It really is just, look at that. Just the laser blasting them down. They get the Fiend's grip. They have the lockdown onto the Weaver, but Nothing to Say just stands his ground. Look at this. Oh, just such a great game from Tinker.
It is a lot of overtime damage. Basically, you have Radiance from Phoenix when he's missing HP. Then you have Mischance as well, which is also part of the Radiance. And then you have the real Radiance on the Brewmaster. Then you have Mischance from Tinker. A lot of damage on the ground that's going to randomly hit you. Pretty well executed draft from G2IG. Love to see the new stuff coming out.
And this Requiem, it blows up in Aegis, but that's really just it. And this is where they were just starting to put their foot on the gas, and they were able to just blow them away. And it was Nothing to Say, 6-0-9, nice, and 24,000 net worth, well far up and behind, beyond and ahead than anybody else in the game. Disgusting. 29,000 hero damage.
Insane. You need to pressure this hero early on. If you give him good timing on a Blink Dagger, I don't think they stacked as much. Bobica was doing Bobica things, being in their faces, very annoying, rotating to the mid lane, but beautifully executed draft and another beautiful Tinker performance from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, very well done. JT also had a really good game. I think there were so many players on that side of IG that really came to shut up the critics, and it was a good series for them, and it puts them into tomorrow going up against Team Turtle. So that in itself is going to be a series to look forward to, and that is a really fun one as we take a look at the bracket as we're on to the last series of the day, a qualifying series. We've been doing a lot of eliminating series, but this is a qualifying series. Win this series and you're going to TI.
Just one BO3 away. The good thing for both of these teams is they have another chance. If they drop down here, they are going to be playing against either G2IG or against Team Turtle, whoever wins that one. So basically 2 BO3s for one of these teams, and we're going to know which team is going to qualify in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, that is not the proposition you want to be hearing, that you're going to be dropping down against IG or Team Turtle tomorrow if you don't win this one. But we're going to throw it to a break. We'll be back with that final series in just a moment. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back. It's the final series of the day for the Chinese qualifiers for the road to the international, and we are ready. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be the side of Azure Ray up against Team Zero. This should be a fun one, and I'm hoping that the idea that Azure Ray is just going to run over Team Zero does not happen, because I think this Team Zero side have shown how strong they can be. I mean, we just saw how strong IG is, and Team Zero beat IG. So I think they've got a big shot here. A real
They
shot.
do, but still favoring Azure Ray. We can see some of the stats from Team Zero. Tiny 2-0, Troll 3-0. This is gonna be the if they can get the hands on Troll. If it's a good matchup, split it. Those games tends to be relatively active on the Troll, which I like to see. And some of the stats for Azure Ray: average match duration 32 minutes. You can see the teams. It also this is not a big sample size, because we had some of the very one-sided games. Some of the 15 games as well included Azure Ray. When they played against Kev, they beat them in 17 and 22 minutes. But this is also the experienced team that knows how to close out the games, having some of the veterans in the scene. Of course, most of them are, and having some of the newer blood as well. Tian Ming, this is the guy that I would say for me kind of came out of nowhere, suddenly joining a team, even though he has previous experience playing for eHome, for Keen Gaming, but he is, I would say, a POS 5 superstar. He is top 50, which is on the leaderboards, which is very difficult to achieve as a position 5 player.
Yeah, when he first kind of jumped in the limelight into the scene it was with that King Gaming roster, and that King Gaming roster
10 seconds
went
remaining.
to, I believe the Bucharest minor was the first time there was something
5 seconds
where
remaining.
I kind of caught wind of the big liking of him, but he had been playing for a while with Keen Gaming. That eHome Keen lineup had been around for a while, but that Keen Gaming roster was Old Chicken, Yi, XWY, as he's now known as, Old 11, Kaka, and Dark, where there was the eHome lineup that had him as the 4 position as well, with Ego, ASD, Faith Beyond, and Y. So, I mean, he's had a lot of experience with some really grown players, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the hero that I wanted to see in the previous game as a response to Weaver.
10 seconds
Get
remaining.
Rubik. It feels really nice for Rubik to play the game. It's going to be
seconds remaining.
very easy to steal. Even if you misclick, even if you misuse your spell steal and you get the swarm somehow, it's still going to be very valuable. This is going to be pretty much the only spell you want to steal early on. And one of the reasons why they, like, checking the bans from Azure Ray, it's Slaughter, it's Night Stalker, they have the first pick.
10
Weaver
seconds
sounds like it has to come out.
5
Weaver
seconds
has
remaining.
been the go-to a lot today. Really has been the go-to. But this Rubik first pick, it seems pretty odd to me. Just how often are we seeing this Rubik just be straight up like this? And it just, to me,
Radiant team picked.
I want to say there are options out there that might seem a little bit stronger, but we talked about the Rubik, I think, last series as well, where you get the Shikuchi, you're able to initiate if you steal that Shikuchi and do quite a bit with this Rubik, and now you've got Pangolier, which is also a gap closer with the Rolling Thunder and a Blink Dagger.
Azure Raid, they are going for the blue draft. Azure, I believe. What is Azure Raid? That was the question that I believe Pyrion Flax last DI actually asked one of the Azure Ray members. But
seconds remaining.
yeah, is Azure actually the color?
I can. What is an Azure?
Radiant team picked.
There's Microsoft Azure.
That's definitely not what they were going for. What's the other option?
Azure raised.
It's a lot of advertisements for Microsoft Azure all the way down. Oh no. Is Azure a color? Yes, the color between cyan and blue
10
on the
seconds.
spectrum
There we
of
go. I was-
visible light.
I was right. So going for the color coordinated draft. Crystal Maiden has been stolen. Team Zero trying to ruin something that Azure Ray could have potentially picked here. What is
Also-
blue that can cause some of the issues? I'm down for some Tusk position 4. There aren't many blue offlaners though. That's the problem.
Yeah. Night Stalker,
Night Stalker can work for sure.
but he's banned. We are also told by production what Azure is, an American dream pop duo. That was from Athens, Georgia. So Azure getting some production help to tell us what it is. There's multiple Azures.
A lot of critically important information for the draft as well. Now that we got that out of the system, we could talk about the game. Weaver, Storm, Winter Wyvern. They don't have like any kind of a real stun. Sure, Wyvern ulti is good. It's been better in this patch now that you get like 0.5 seconds of duration for the creeps around it, having
10
2
seconds
second base time duration. And also the more heroes, the more duration you have as well. But I would... What are they looking for? They're looking for most likely position 4. I do like Tusk. The only thing that Tusk doesn't like to play into is Crystal Maiden's Frostbite, so you can get the save off. But if they want to pair him up with another range hero, with the Brewmaster, there are some other options left in the pool. Dark Willow has been banned. That's a bit of a surprising one. Still super contested hero.
10 seconds remaining.
If they want to have slightly more control, I could see.
seconds
The problem is you don't have like any kind of way for using some of the heroes that could be really good here. I was thinking about Skyrat Mage. I think Shadow Shaman can work. Gives them a lot of team fight. Problem is you're playing into damage on the ground, so your innate ability will not work as good. Playing into Earth Spirit, you're like, oh, I gotta strong the spell, then he reapplies the Magnetize, or you get hit by some Crystal Nova, Swashbuckle, Fade Bolt, you're gonna die.
5 seconds remaining.
There's that troll, the matchup that we talked about. So far, they are undefeated on Team 0.
70 really loves this mid Earth Spirit. It used to be played, we saw Somnus used to bust it out back in the day and go Blade Mail with it, and that was always exciting. I think he was one of the first ones I saw in China doing mid Earth Spirit at the time. But, you know, Team 0 trying to make this Earth Spirit work, tried it in the Riyadh Esports World Cup as well. And tried it against Azure.
It is
days ago.
a lot of snowball potential from Team 0. A lot of early damage.
Yeah.
Something that Wyvern doesn't like to play into, this overwhelming magic damage. Heroes that can jump her. You have Earth Spirit, you have Pango. At least you have something for the Rolling Thunder. Try to buy a little bit more time. Team fight with Brewmaster again. If you are getting the split off.
Ray's turn to pick.
This is interesting. Slarky boy. Slarky Malarkey. Haven't seen much of him recently. The Barracuda innate ability. Gotta love the names. Gotta love those names.
Have you ever seen a Barracuda in the wild?
10 seconds
Nope.
remaining.
Cool looking.
Did you?
No. I've only seen it on Planet
5
Earth.
seconds remaining.
The show. But pretty cool if you ever get a chance to take a look. And what we're taking a look at here is Shadow Shaman. So we've got the Weaver safe lane, the mid storm, the off lane Brew, and the supports of Winter Wyvern and Shadow Shaman. Kind of switched from blues to yellow hues on the Azure heroes. And then that Muerta last pick, which will be locked in. And that'll put Erica on the Muerta. 70 on the Earth Spirit, Beyond on that Pangolier, ZZQ on the Crystal Maiden, and Ponlo playing the Rubik.
Yeah, FY Shadow Shaman, I do like the pick, why I suggested it. Gives them control. Muerta, as a carry, a lot of the times you will not see this hero being picked when you are playing into insane amount of magic damage, some AoE damage, some of the off-laners like Legion, Axe, Centaur who build into Blade Mail, maybe even position 4 like Clockwork. So anything that can get on top of Muerta feels kind of bad. Now you have Weaver, Storm Spirit, Brewmaster. It's gonna, like, he doesn't have any saves behind Muerta. I think when we just think about the heroes, it looks good what Muerta can do if she can keep the distance. She has 2 bodies in the middle, like in front of her, with Earth Spirit and Pangolier. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Every single time I see Muerta, I feel the hero from the core role still needs a little bit of something. She has way too many counters, also when it comes down to itemization. In this game, I don't think people will be buying Blade Mails, at least not early on. Maybe when it comes down to the super late game, this is when you start to go for the Blade Mails. Like, oh, Muerta's causing some of the big issues. We need to find a way how to counter her. But it doesn't seem that good of a Muerta game to me.
Yeah, definitely interesting, and I'm a little surprised with what Azure, you know, the Rubik was first, and they picked a lot of things that Rubik loves to steal in this draft. There are so many things that I think that Ponlo can play off of, so maybe he can use some of that to keep Muerta's game happy and alive, because Shackles are going to be pretty big to steal. Winter's Curse is always nice. Really happy to see a good Rubik game, and if you're able to do it up against FY, that's always a great feeling as well.
For sure. Really nice spells to steal, of course. Shadow Shaman, he's been nerfed. Like, his foul play has been increased from 90 to 120, and in the B version, he got nerfed heavily. The big one is Hex doesn't provide damage amplification. This number was up to 25% with the 10 talent, maybe even 30. But now you don't have that, and he has a shitty level 10 talent. Also, you don't get bonus movement speed on the foul play. No longer provides bonus movement speed on Hex with the cluster clock, which is the one that he did go for.
Yeah, it's a kind of a weird spell when you see it in practice.
The battle begins.
I go for these bounty runes, and FY gonna push forward and make sure they get at least 2. And ZZQ as well as Erica will go back and pick up this second one. So YSRO4E, aka Erica, aka
Very
Koyoyo.
easy to pronounce mid-team fight. Exactly, we're just going to call him Erica.
Erica, who used to be the big Wraith King and Go guy. The days of Erica Wraith King, where that was all they picked for him when he was on Vici.
Yeah, everybody needs a little bit of Erica in their life.
Definitely do. And we'll see how this performance goes with the Muerta. I know you have your doubts, but we'll see if the supports or even maybe the off-lane Pango can kind of get something going for this Muerta to have a little bit more open space.
I could see them win this lane for Team Zero, Crystal Maiden, and Muerta, strong lane. Shadow Shaman doesn't provide you with that much impact early on. There's the Blood Grenade. He is slowed by quite a lot. Crystal Maiden playing on the side. Well, I should eat my own words. I mean, he has to use the Blood Grenade as well to try to slow them down. Remnant.
Oh, one shot off of killing off 7E. That could have been huge to kill the mid and the safe laner in the same 10 seconds.
Huge mistake in the bottom lane from ZZQ. He's playing on the left side of the map, trying to zone out Shadow Shaman. He needs to be in the lane with Muerta, try to put a little bit more pressure, and also not using the Blood Grenade gives them, so no slow, gives them enough to close the gap on Erica and kill him. So that's the first blood for Bach.
First blood giving it to this Brewmaster, which we've talked about before. Brewmaster having that Radiance early on can really exacerbate a game from bad to worse.
I just thought of something. Are you listening, B-Cup?
I'm listening.
This bottom lane is pretty much a chicken lane because you have Bach and you have Bach coming up from when you hex somebody and also turning into cluster clock.
Oh, production, I'm gonna need a second to just keep my head in my hands for just one moment.
I need some fresh air.
Yeah, get me out of this henhouse, please. They're ridiculous. Is that? How does your mind get to that?
I don't know. It just does. ZZQ could be in trouble. Calling had to be used immediately to stop the aggression.
Gosh. That's all I'm going to be thinking about all game now. So, take a look top, get away from Bach for a little bit. That's Ponglo going into the Bracer, and then... sorry, I was still clicked on Brewmaster. He's got the Boots and Blood Grenade right now. Alright. Boots queued, Blood Grenade. Can he make something happen with Beyond? Can they throw the Blood Grenade, get a telekinesis, maybe lock somebody down? Truthfully, the only real target to me seems like the Winter Wyvern, right? You just Shikuchi away.
Low's not gonna die. You don't have enough control for him unless he makes a... Even if he makes a mistake with 10 stick charges, Bracer, he should be fine. This Pango double jump feels really nice. Feels a bit weird to use, considering that he only had shield crash. His abilities have not changed much. Mid lane. 7E is on the receiving end here, playing into Storm Spirit matchup and almost dying for the first blood. Bottle refill. They're not going to go for the bottle refill. Instead, they're going to go for the mist roll. Kick him to the top.
FY is here, but Ori only level 4 and 1 sip left in the bottle. Doesn't exactly want to Look to turn that telekinesis and the Arctic Burn, the roll in, the blood grenade is used, trying to heal up with that level 1 in the cold embrace. A lot of life coming back, but Boulder Smash and a Fade Bolt, that will get the kill.
Getting active early on. Both teams rotating multiple heroes, both supports to the mid lane, knowing the importance of the runes, refilling the bottles. Bottle has not been refilled for 70. Of course, if he moved to the side, it would kind of reveal what they wanted to do. Ori, this bottle will be refilled now. Waiting for the pull, maybe, but can't get close.
Yeah. Boulder Smash stopping that from happening. Top lane low, putting some damage on a Beyond, but he's sitting low himself. He's got 17 wand charges, like you said. Looking over at Bach. Shackle on the ZZQ, but Bach was putting his attention on Erica. And now with 7E walking all the way back to lane, Ori is going to be just about doubling the CS by the time he's back.
Massive difference. He's also going to be level 6, so you don't get that chance. They had this one opportunity to gank him before level 6, maybe try to kill him one more time if they succeeded. Now things are level 5 on Earth Spirit, or he just hit level 6. Low is going to be pretty difficult to gank as well. So you'll have 2 lanes that you'll need to bring multiple heroes to get the kill going. Even killing Brewmaster might be difficult. You will need to rotate Earth Spirit and have a pretty much perfect spell casting. The calling, the dead shot, not overlap anything. Rolling Boulder, Geomagnetic Grip, that's still not available. Again, 2 supports from Azure Ray securing the rune, but by 2 supports, it's actually Low who rotates to the mid lane.
And you're supporting your mid, even though you are a carry. Got this level 6, so TP to the top lane and the Vortex pull in on a Beyond. Gets a shield crash to hold him off from dying for a little bit, and maybe all for good, but Ori will pop him with that static remnant and that overcharge, just blowing him up.
Bach putting pressure, level 5 with the Drunken Master. Wow. Spellcasting, as we said, it needs to be on point. 7E, making a move. 19 wand charges. We'll use the healing salve as well. Only level 5, but he's going for the XP rune. That's nice. That's exactly what they need.
Yeah, big swipe there. Taking it away from the supports, and these supports, especially TMing on this Winter Wyvern, would like to hit that 6. And now that's going to be, that progression is going to be slowed down quite a bit. But gets it for themselves. Takes it for the Earth Spirit. ZZQ sitting close to level 5. You've got this Rubik who's just about the same. Apollo. Arctic Burn and some shots while bottom. Erica puts the calling down. And the Shackle again onto the Crystal Maiden. With the Hex, that gives Ori the time to come over with the Ball Lightning and the Vortex and get that kill.
Even Low is here. Low is super active. That's exactly what I want to see.
TPing out.
Erica forced to TP out. TP's back to tier 2 tower immediately. That was pre-level 6 on Brewmaster. When Brew hits level 6, and if you're still going to be in the lane, you're 100% dead. Azure Ray making all the right moves early on.
And this isn't exactly a bloodbath, so strictly farming for the most part is where they're getting this big advantage. And the difference between the Spirit Brothers is massive. 1,200 net worth advantage for just Ori over 70. And Earth Spirit isn't exactly one of those great comeback heroes.
Definitely not. He needs to keep the pressure. He needs to... 'cause, I mean, now it's much better because you have at least some right-click damage with your Resonance Faucet. Gives you 40 attack damage level 1 for 8 seconds. It's still a very short period of time where you can do something. But you want to be active. And so far, they are getting outmaneuvered by Azure Ray. See if they're going to be able to find something. 70.
Oh.
He's looking. Tian Meng in trouble.
Yeah, they were looking, but this magnetized. Now they've got the telekinesis. This doesn't even come close to being equal to losing Erica, though, in your own jungle. And that was Ori getting that kill. I will say, though, grabbing these stacks definitely feels nice. So 7E makes a big boost on gold, which is quite nice for him. Looking over at low, he's gotten the Falcon Blade. We saw this earlier today. It was that Falcon Blade, and it was Maelstrom, and with that Dragon Lance. Ooh, stacks to be taken if they can find it in the triangle, the Radiant side. Serpent Ward's down,
already.
and Ponlo, he's gonna die here. FY got those Serpent Wards down, but Ori, is he gonna be able to survive? No. They had the help from beyond, and these Serpent Wards are gonna start to be farmed as 7E not in much trouble and has this stack to get.
It's important that Team Zero brings the numbers. Right now, it's and also investing into small items. That's exactly what I want to see. Pangolier going for Spirit Vessel. I believe he just completed it. Yeah, also bringing a neutral item. He's going to be super tanky, having maxed out Shield Crash and also Spirit Vessel. If he can get that off, that's going to be a nice way to counter Cold Embrace. Even 1 point in Cold Embrace early on heals you for almost 200 HP. Damage over time is going to feel nice. And it also scales well. For the having Spirit Vessel in the team, always valuable, where you can heal up, you can take a team fight, heal people up, take a tower instead, and also it scales well. It's your current HP, so using it on a full HP target feels really nice at the start, canceling some of the Blink Daggers. Finally, Azure Ray will try to take down this bottom tower. Let's see if they can bring back from 100 to 0.
It's going to be tough. He's got 21 charges.
Stolen
Stealing
Shikuchi.
Shikuchi, that's what you want.
That's it. This is it. This is the time for
game is
Ponlo
on.
to shine.
It is on. He just has to survive. They are going to smoke up here, FY and Ori. They'll send the other two up towards top. If they somehow catch Ponlo, that would feel pretty bad for him just getting Shikuchi. But 7E, he just rolled. And using that Boulder Smash, but nobody jumping in. Looked like Ori maybe was stalking a move. They're still smoked up, hoping somebody steps up on them. Boulder Smash. There's the ball lightning into the Vortex. Ponlo comes over the Shikuchi. They do have these Serpent Wards around him, but with Ponlo here, just unable to hold out. Get this kill. Mock also using that Primal Split, getting that kill on a ZZQ. Maybe even finding 7. So now Ponlo's this Primal Split. They look for Bach. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him. The Boulder Smash misses, but the roll will connect. And Bach, he'll be hit with the Cold Embrace. He has 3 charges, now 4 on this wand, but it won't matter as they've surrounded him and they'll get the kill on this Brewmaster.
That was nicely done. Ponlo stealing some of the big spells. Having Shikuchi for a while and now stealing the Primal Split immediately after it ends. You need to use the Clap, use the Cinder Brew immediately.
It opens him up to also having this Drunken Brawler, which he'll keep presumably on Void Brawler. He's happy with that. Happy to get that kill on a Bach and slow down that Radiance. Something you talked about in the last game with Brewmaster, right? The speed on which you need to get this Radiance to kind of feel effective on Brewmaster. I don't think that it's too slow just yet.
No, it's still going to be good timing. Like 15, 16 minutes if he doesn't die another time. FY making a move. Did plant that Observer Ward on the high ground. Him and Ori are hunting Witchblade. Available for Ori. Extra little bit of damage that he needs to kill the supports.
They're going. Hex, but the Rolling Thunder. Ooh, avoiding it with the ball lightning the other way, but now they've got the Frostbite in the freezing field. They have to leave. Damage coming through.
Trapped him.
Blows here. ZZQ is going to be caught. This is Erica going into the Pierce the Veil, but it's not going to matter. They only lose FY for the moment. 7E as well as Beyond. Oh, they get him from the roll. Shield crash from Beyond. The damage on a 7E. They've got the Shikuchi again. The ball lightning over. Low is dead. The
Ori
Vortex
is also
of
very low.
Beyond.
Beyond
Ori
might clean
and
up
Bach
here.
are just both low. 6 seconds away from Primal Split. Bach and Ori die. Ultra kill for Ponlo. This Rubik's
Give him
going
the
ham.
rampage.
Can he get the rampage? Tian Ming, telekinesis, Arctic Burn gets down to the low ground.
He
Ponlo
can.
wants this, but all the neutrals will steal it.
Oh, that was close. Could have used the Fate Bolt onto creeps, but didn't get it in the end. Still massive fight. Ponlo, almost 3,000 damage in the previous fight just by having Shikuchi.
Wow.
This is why during the draft and during the previous series, I wanted to see a response, because this Weaver is highly contested hero. A lot of times you will see the hero being first picked, and stolen Shikuchi is going to make the difference. Also, Beyond gets super tanky with this item build. Small items, power tread sitting at 1800 HP. And also if you get multiple shield crashes off in a fight. They did lose Erica, but I think he should be pretty happy about what they got in return.
Certainly so. That being said, you still have Weaver and Storm at the top of the net worth. For now. In the draft, you love the Rubik. I wasn't too sold on it, but I'm sold. Just like the Tinker, I'm sold now. They've got some pressure going up towards top. Looking to take a tier 1.
Ooh, can they kill him? Sentry?
Try and get Ponlo. There it is.
They will.
Take the
Witchblade.
Shikuchi away for now.
Damage over time. Still gonna be a spell to steal, pretty much, if he can get, of course, Primal Split. Shackles later on. Hex is gonna be super valuable. Curse, even Splinter Blast, since you can use it on allies. A lot of great spells to steal low. Being super active, rotating across the map. Bottom, top. Now took down the mid. Tier 1 tower going into Deso, as his next item wants to have that burst damage immediately.
16.5 minutes into the game, and we're finding ourselves with another close one. These games, though, they get out of hand pretty quickly. Where it'll be like 1 or 2 team fights around the mid-game, you get those next items, and you start to pop off. We've seen that Azure's playtime or game time is pretty low on average. Granted, they've only played 2 series so far. But these teams that have been winning have played fast Dota.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Low. Almost done with that Deso.
Well, Erica knows something is up. Dragging the creep wave to the
It may
bottom,
not matter
but
if
it's
he
not going to
knows.
be enough.
Knows or not, he's dead. They get the kill into Erica, and the turnaround is just non-existent.
Let's see if they
This
decide
is-
to stick around. Ori, there's still 2 big creeps to be killed.
Radiance on Bach, too.
17-minute Radiance, not too bad. Grobo on Storm Spirit, plus Witchblade, amplifying all that magic damage. It's gonna hurt. And now Shadow Shaman wards drop. This is how I want Azure to play. Every single time they smoke up, try to go set up some vision, go for the kill. And Ming, well, curse him.
Curse.
That's a 2-second curse.
They've got the Hex, the ball lightning over. They got 7E. Rolling Thunder not enough to stop this damage. Ball lightning looking to continue to get the pull on the edge of the swashbuckle, so maybe they can keep up. They're slowing him down, but Ori's going to give up chase.
Nice try from Ori. Pulls him right before Rolling Thunder is about to expire. It is only level 1 Vortex, so unable to pull him close for the rest of the team to get something done.
Hyper efficiency, by the way. FY digging up a bounty rune, leaving it for Ori to use to get some sips on that bottle.
Jump
Ball
immediately onto
lightning, and they're
Ponlo.
jumping on a Ponlo. Telekinesis, and Ponlo hexed and killed. But another shield crash. They go to the primal split. Ori's in trouble with the freezing field. The calling's got the silence. The cold embrace is not going to be enough. Erica's got the kill. Beyond has to swashbuckle away. The magnetize on the back lines. They'll take out Tianming, and they're looking to clean up these pandas as Bach, he's going to find himself in some trouble, but might get something with the Radiance Burn. No, he turned back into this one and wanted to get some Radiance Burn out and some damage. However, the Gleipnir, the kill is there for the side of Team Zero.
Team Zero, what a nice execution. Overextending there for Ori, not having any ways of getting out of the trouble. He gets bitten by Crystal Maiden, and then Gleipnir on top of that, inside the calling, getting silenced multiple times. A bit too deep. I think getting a kill here and trying to get out of the trouble would be a way to go, but they wanted more. He stayed, tried to hit Pango one time to see what happens. Even with Bach using the ulti, it's still not enough. This Pangolier is super tanky, needs to dispel off his shield crash barrier.
I'm surprised that Bach went back in, and now they're going to find FY. Oh, nope.
It always looks like he's gonna get out of trouble. It's like 1 out of 10, 15 times you will be able to run away.
It's always close.
Yeah, especially now that in 7.36b, it no longer provides bonus movement speed. It was strong. I think a lot of people experience how strong this Shaman innate ability is.
I played a bunch of games against it.
Having free Aeon disc.
Yeah. Really just hit home when you just didn't kill Shadow Shaman 3 times because they ran away with a sliver of health, literally. Low, still sitting top of the net worth, but Erica's catching up. They've been able to dispatch this Muerta, but there's just not a lot left in the tank afterwards. ZQ, you're gonna have to watch out there. Get that shard. Now they've got that upgrade to the telekinesis. Meanwhile, on the other side, Low's gonna get the shard for the Winter Wyvern.
That's a good shard. Lowers the cooldown by 4 seconds. You are maxing out your cold embrace anyway. And it also shoots out the Splinter Blast.
Yeah, in the middle of the fight, the way they've used it, especially to keep alive some of these heroes, that Splinter Blast could be pretty impactful. But for right now, not really much on TMing. Just this Glimmer Cape, and I'm not sure that's going to be a big difference maker, but does have a level 4 in the Cold Embrace, and he's nowhere near the fight for his team. They're going to roll in. They'll go for Bach. Bach has Primal Split, but he's feared up and killed. They get that kill on a Bach. They're going to start that off with just that one and looking for anything more they can get, and it will be FY.
And another stolen Shikuchi, guarding Greaves on Ponlo. Things are looking good for Team Zero. They should keep this aggression going before they can get the BKBs. That's why Ori's not joining. He definitely needs a BKB for the next fight. Roshan, potentially on the menu for Team Zero. I would love them to play the bottom part of the map, try to set up some vision, go for another smoke, get a pick off, turn that into Roche.
A little surprised that Tianming was not near the fight. Off alone, trying to farm, getting himself a Lotus. But not sure that extra little survivability in the Cold Embrace would have done enough at this point in the game. I think Low and Ori need their BKBs pretty desperately. However, if they can steal themselves away in Aegis, and I say that because it feels as though Team Zero have the control on the map, they're able to steal away this Aegis. They can find themselves in control.
That's why I said I want to see them play the bottom part of the map, because there is a potential steal coming out. They have the damage, so they can force a fight inside a Roche pit.
Amplify damage used by Ori top, but it doesn't look like they're going to go towards Roche at all.
It expired. They did not pop it, and has a BKB being delivered to him. Never thinking that Roshan is being killed because the scan connected for a couple of seconds while Low was still inside the pit, and now they're gonna go.
This isn't the quickest Roche, but there's no reaction coming out from Azure.
They do have the minus armor from Pangolier. It's 9 minus armor on Roche when he procs it, so that's gonna help him a lot.
So, BKB's coming out. Getting themselves the Aegis into the hands of Erica. As 4 heroes will sit here over bottom. They're trying to get a Hurricane Pike on Erica. ZZQ has that Solar Crest.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And we've
There he
got
is.
the Kobold
Kobold.
pushing away. Just getting some gold, creating some gold,
Dire's bottom tower
finding the gold.
Best looking creep in the game. I mean, all Kobolds, Kobold Foreman, the best one, holding the Chalice. And now they're in a good spot. Erica holding the Aegis, having a BKB for himself. Also maxing out the calling. Usually when you play carry, you put 1 point in calling. Wants to prolong the duration. Playing against Shaman, Storm, Weaver, and also Wyvern. Makes a lot of sense though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're coming over. They smoke on the backup, but Bach. There's a roll in. That's going to land on Ori, but they got the Hex. They look over, they find Ponglo, but is this going to be enough? The calling's on the best spot, but Bach gets blown up. No split.
Tower has fallen.
Even with the Drunken
Oy.
Brawler stance, having status resistance, basic, I'm not sure if he was brewed up, still doesn't make the difference. Even if he gets it off, they can still kill off his rulings. They do have
F1?
AoE damage, Panlo.
Ooh, they got him.
Panlo's
Pop
playing
that foul
really
play.
well.
Yeah. Taking the aggression and ends up making that fight for his team. Just too good from this Rubik, and he is a Grandmaster Rubik. He's doing it in front of the Master Rubik themselves of FY. And you can see FY, he's struggling on this Shadow Shaman.
Really is. Hard game for him. A lot of ways to stop him from using his spells. A lot of people that can blink on top of him. Feels like Low still needs a lot of items to be viable, to be able to deal the damage. Doesn't have anything queued up at the moment. Most likely going to be Daedalus. Just needs that raw damage output.
Feels like Bach's game is non-existent after picking up that Radiance at 17 minutes.
Managed to farm few components of Eternal Shroud only in the last 10.
Yeah, he's got an urn, but it's in the backpack. Not even holding onto it. So there's that Eternal Shroud. Yules for Ponlo. This is BKB from Ori.
This Earth Spirit is massive. Love the item build though. Before it would definitely be Kaya Sanj. SNY nowadays with recent changes feels superior to other two. Having status resistance and having slow resistance. We did remove status resistance from Sanj component.
Radiant are scanning.
Getting rid of those status resistances is fine in my book. It used to be an overpowered thing as well. Gleipnir, the damage. Can Bach get this Primal Split off? They're bouncing him up into the air, and will finally get the split away. They go to the freezing field. ZZQ, though, surviving it all and killing off Ori. ZZQ for Ori feels good for them. They'll get the kill on FY. They'll take out Pongo. The Winter Script's going to be on and beyond. Erica in the Pierce the Veil. They bought back on Ori, and they need to try and make something happen. And with
if he
his
dies
buyback,
here-
but Bach is in so much trouble. Dead shot bounces off of him. Roll's going to be a little bit short, but it looks like Bach is just dead, trying to get home.
Ori with the buyback, understanding that they need a little bit of damage, any kind of damage that they can get to try to get this gank going, get this team fight going. Morta was controlled most of the fight by Brewmaster. It's still not enough. She lands down, doesn't even use the BKB. So Erika's still holding his 9-second BKB.
Erika feeling really strong. 20 seconds left on this Aegis. It'll expire. You were saying it seems as though Azure are a bunch of items away from feeling strong in this game, and that certainly feels like the case. Low has 3,000 gold, but leaving a lot to be desired with the rest of the team, as Ori has just been completely blanked and 70 now ahead in the net worth.
He was owning first 10, 12, 13 minutes of the game, but then that one fight where they overextended near the tier 2 tower and also the top fight as well. It's kind of big turnaround play. The balloon picked up by Winter Wyvern. I believe it's being delivered on the courier. Still yet to figure out if this item is any good.
Did you flip it over and check?
I did. It still doesn't feel as good. Let's see what he does. Okay, did he flip it? It seems like he did.
FY Link Aether Lens, and even with the shackle in the last fight on ZZQ, the freezing field just lasted forever.
The balloon item is so good that Tian Ming decided to bring Specialist Array back with the courier. Every single time I pick up that item and it's very rare, I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I just not get a different item? And now he's sending it back. He is using Specialist Array. I don't know if he tried to manipulate his HP, where he uses the balloon to get more HP and then send it back. It doesn't work that way. To get, it's like morphling. You steal it with Rubik.
They missed the roll, but Tian Ming is in trouble. They've got the silence. He has Curse if he wants to use it. He'll Cold Embrace, but be Frostbitten, and will die here to 7E. 7E's game felt like it was shut down at the get-go, but somehow he has come back and has so much going for him.
This is their game to lose. They have creeps pushing in. This is also Catapult Wave. BKB, almost MKB. They're going in.
This is the one you want to kill. They go to the BKBs. They try to get this gun to Erika. He doesn't have buyback. That's massive. They fought back here on the Winter Wyvern. They're going to try and get the rest of these kills. They can't get in front of the roll of either Beyond or 7E. They're slowed up. They bought back on the Winter Wyvern to try and get more, but only come away with the Erika kill. However, that is enough to stop the push.
I'm not sure what that was. Rubik was not in that fight. Maybe they needed the Guardian Greaves. There also is no Glimmer Cape. I would love to see one Glimmer Cape. If they lose vision, there's also Radiance, Storm Spirit jumping you. So this Morta just dies from 100 to 0, getting jumped by Shadow Shaman. FY having a Blink Dagger available with the Aether Lens. You just can't siege the high ground like that if you don't have like any big saves. Let's say you have Shadow Demon in the team, so he gets the disruption, gives you enough time to get a BKB off. But with the heroes that you have and the way you itemize, you can make a mistake like that and go for the high ground. So Roshan next in the 20 seconds gonna be on Radiant's side. They will need to contest it. Glyph, sorry, not Glyph, there it is, the camp. Very important off screen to look at the Chalice guy. There it is. Stay hydrated, guys. Drink some water. This is what he was trying to tell you. And if they could steal Roshan here for Azure Ray, could be pretty big.
It would be pretty big if you get that second life on too low. Or truthfully, even Ori. One of the two, just having that extra bit of control, having that extra bit of damage would be massive. And Roche is being taken while Erika is just pushing top.
Massive mistake. This was supposed to be their game in the bag. Now Azure Ray taking Roshan is gonna cost them.
In the face of somebody who didn't realize in the bottom right of your screen that they just gave up the Aegis. Oh. No, they also didn't hydrate. So MKB for Erika. And Hurricane Pike finished off here for low. But with this Aegis, let's see what they can do. As
Radiant are scanning.
they've got the Roche's banner on TMing. They have this Aegis. And what more can you get going your way with an Aegis being behind by so much? That second life on low. Gonna be important if he can get to this Satanic. He's pretty much slotted out. Could sell the boots and get something else, having Shikuchi in that movement. They're looking to go. They're looking to go on Bach again. The silence, the damage, the cold embrace. It's not looking like enough, even with the Winter's Curse. No split. It's time to get out of dodge. They will kill off Tian Ming. You got to get these heroes out of here. Even with the Aegis, they are not afraid.
He used Hex on him for the Dispel. It was still not enough. He can dispel the silence, he can dispel Spirit Vessel. Maybe try to bail him out of the trouble. That's what Cluster Cluck does. But big one. Ponlo again, jumping in, getting stuff done. Blinks in with a Rubik. They do have Observer and Sentry in that mid lane. Steals the enemy XP rune on the other side of the map. Let's see if Lowe's gonna do the same thing. He will.
Now 40 seconds to have everybody back up with you on the side of Azure, and that's gonna leave about 2 minutes 20 seconds on this Aegis. Wonder if they feel desperate to make a move. I don't really think they want this to be a farming Aegis, right? But
no, we'll definitely love to take a fight. It's not even half the duration yet, so they're going to be fine. AC, big item on 7E. AC plus Craggy Coat. He does have 60 armor when he uses Toughen Up.
It's a lot of armor. Uh-oh. 7E is in. They've got the silence, the telekinesis. Can they get this kill? Yeah, they've taken out the Aegis. Now,
a lot of Revenants.
You said that they wanted to fight with this Aegis, but now Lo needs to run. That Swarm is going to be off the mark, and Team Zero have just been so good at getting these quick pickoffs.
I think we can summarize this game with 0 to hero, and then again from hero to 0, but now they're back into the game. Rubik still having stolen Shikuchi, trying to set things up, can move across the map, has pretty much infinite mana with his stolen spell steals. 60% mana cost reduction, that's pretty big. That's why he was able to achieve so much in the last, 36 minutes pretty much. He's been holding that Shikuchi for a very long time, re-stealing it whenever it's available.
Gotta hold on now. And this relic for Ori. Trickster's Cloak.
He's so tanky on Earth
7E.
Spirit. Status resistance, slow resistance, evasion, tons of armor. Well, why is that guy dead? If he's inside the river, we caught it in the bottom right. He had all the tools to hydrate, but didn't do it. Brawling Companion will die.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, that companion just going straight down mid. And dying immediately.
Yeah, no restrictions whatsoever. Unless they kill it, then of course you get the penalty.
Hello. Just kind
Hello
of
there.
sitting nearby Ori, grabbing these lotuses. Picks himself up just one great healing lotus, so very far away from a potential block of cheese. They still have Shikuchi on Ponlo. Hello? He needs to really leave, but he's running right towards Ponlo. Oi. That could have been brutal as they find themselves Ori and forced to TP out with the BKB and Ball Lightning. This is Zoray constantly getting caught. Luckily enough for them, they're able to BKB and TP out, but this is becoming so tough for them. They were able to kill Erica that one fight where you didn't have buyback, and if they can start another fight like that, that would be great, but it's so tough with the side of Team Zero and what they've got.
No, I don't think they need to rush things. They can still scale really well. Muerta getting closer to her level 25. New level 25 talent on the block, plus 20 gunslinger chance. Makes it up to 70%, which is insane. Like you get 2 out of 3 shots. Gunslinger. So your burst damage is going to be through the roof. Earth Spirit going for Refresher next, hitting on 2,000 gold. Some big items coming up. And Ponlo understanding that he might need to itemize even greedier than he did. So going for Wind Waker, that's going to be his way of potentially saving Muerta if Erica is caught like that. Lo was toying with his item build, thinking about whether he needs to pick up a Dispel mechanic, whether he needs a Nullifier. But for now, it's just going to be damage, it's going to be survivability. We've seen Weavers getting closer. Like, once they get level 25, you get Satanic, you get Daedalus. It is quite a lot of damage. Having Ancient Guardian on top of that, just raw damage output. And if things don't go too well, you can always buy Divine Rapier for some extra. Needs the gold, of course, but you know what I mean.
If you could survive.
He has survivability. All you have to do is press a BKB, press Satanic. I don't think he gets bursted down from 100 to 0, especially if there is Wyvern. They have the cast range from Telescope. They do have Blink Dagger on Wyvern, so you should not die. Like, if Tianming is in a good spot, even if they jump you, you should be fine.
Smoked. Trying to find anybody. They'd even take a kill on Ponlo, although now he lost Shikuchi.
Just now, yeah.
Is under attack.
That's not awful
Are scanning.
for the side of Azure. Scan from the Dire, not spotting anything. Roche potentially up in 5 seconds. They need to start and make their way towards bottom, as this is going to be a long one. It's a long one.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke used and both teams smoked up. Who will get the benefit of the jump? Ori leading the charge with this Primal Companion. The Primal Companion goes in a Roche and doesn't see anything, but with it being 2 minutes on Roche, he'll be just about at that 43-30 mark.
Smoke
When
broke.
it comes back up.
70 is
Smoke
in.
ends up breaking. 70's going to go in. They find themselves this Weaver dead, no buyback. Low out by himself. Primal split. Well, these Brewings were killing it a heartbeat. Bach is dead. The split does nothing.
Oof, there was no Tianming to try to separate the fight, use his Cold Embrace. There was no curse. They were playing a bit on a different side of the map. Azure Ray, a little uncharacteristic mistake from them. And it might be time to push the high ground. This time around, they do have Lincoln Sphere. They do have almost a full Wind Waker completed on Ponlo. A lot of farm top, though. It's the catapult. 40 minutes in, 2 catapults are approaching. Ponlo taking over the Watcher, taking over the Outpost. So they have buyback potentially to TP2 and come into the fight. Another stolen Shikuchi. He's out.
Oh, they even hex him, but Shikuchi is just permanently up.
Pretty much. Level 15 talent, 25% CD
Now they know where they're at.
reduction.
And Ori doesn't have BKB, but they're going to make a go at this. This is dangerous. Ponlo able to survive. He's got the Guardian Greaves. FY's now going to try and shackle and hold on to Ponlo. They'll at least get that. FY surviving with the Cold Embrace. But 7E eventually will get this kill with the Magnetize. It doesn't matter. And now they'll look for the +1 on Tianming. They hit the Gleipnir. They'll take out another. Both supports for just Ponlo to get him to not have Shikuchi.
Somebody will need to address this top lane. It is dealing quite a lot of damage. Tower is going to drop again. Double catapult wave. They will pop the glyph, try to buy a little bit more time. Their creep wave is here, but they want to focus on the enemy side of the map. They want to focus on the barracks. And the catapult, the glyph did kill off the catapults.
So no Winter Wyvern. We really haven't felt the effects of the Winter's Curse. Ori, Vessel on him, and they're going to try and go in, but here's the Veil. They need to leave already. They're trying to continue on for more, and they bought back on FY. He's dead immediately. They got the stun, but here's the freezing field. Bach trying to survive it all, but he's back to form. Silence, Gleipnir, and caught. This is looking like it's going to be the end here for the side of Azure. Weaver, he's got damage, but he can't output it. They'll buy back on Bach. 70's going to pop the BKB. They've got the pullback on Beyond. They finally get the kill on the Pangolier. He's going to buy back, but Ori's dead for 2 minutes. Just Muerta doing too much. As now Tia Ming caught again. Winter's Curse on cooldown. Bach's got no health left. Right clicks coming out from the Muerta. They'll take out this Brewmaster once again. They'll call GG, and Team Zero are now 1 game away from qualifying the TI.
Oh, all it needs is one more game. It should not get on top of their head. They should keep their focus on what they've been doing. Managing to get a great comeback in this game with some of the really nice plays. Things looked very rough for them when they picked up the Radiance, and I would also say that Azure handled it to them in the fight near the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. But great performance and great recovery, especially from 7E. He was the one who was trying to make stuff done around the map, unable to do so in the first 10-15 minutes. And then Panlo, he was the one who popped off the most. He was the one setting things up, stealing Shikuchi. Coming into the second game, if you are setting things up for your Weaver, which they did heavily because they had the first pick on Azure, they banned Slaughter, they banned Night Stalker, first picked Weaver, left Rubik in the pool, and this allowed Ponlo to dominate some of these early engagements.
He dominated every engagement. He was really my MVP, taking a lot of attention, surviving long enough in these fights. It pulled the attention away from Erica and Beyond, and even 7E, who really didn't have a game to start. 7E ends this game just being such a brutal set piece here for the side of Team Zero when he had no lane.
He had also, I wouldn't say nowhere to go because it's Earth Spirit, so there's always something you can do on the map. But if you get outmaneuvered, if you get outnumbered, I think there's a big difference, especially from position 5, what it brings to the table. Haven't really seen any curses. Like maybe the curse was used 2-3 times, but haven't really seen that big curse because they also don't have the follow-up setup. With the curse, you need some stun, some AoE stun, and with the heroes that they had on Azure, it's not it. Brewmaster has been shut down, had a relatively good timing on Radiant, 17 minutes in, and then for 10 minutes unable to achieve anything. A lot of damage on the ground, a lot of damage, like some random damage that does hit you with swashbuckles, Earth Spirit rolling in, not caring too much about him going in and dying, having status resistance, having almost 4,000 HP. And they did a great job protecting Erica, allowing him to actually deal the damage in the fights.
Yeah, Muerta, we were a little bit judgmental earlier on, but he has a solid game after, again, a start that wasn't that amazing from Erica either. Erica starts this game 0-4-4 18 minutes in, but pulls out a solid game overall where they've done 30,000 hero damage just about and really destroyed. So Panlo, definitely the standout player for me. He was doing a lot in these fights.
Absolutely beautiful performance by him. Great Rubik game. It was first pick Rubik, and he had so many good spells to steal. Did steal Brewmaster split as well. Didn't steal the curse because curse wasn't even used, so hard to steal that one. And also Beyond, loved his itemization on Pango, going for Spirit Vessel, reducing that healing, having that early tankiness into Power Treads, Aghanim Scepter, Blink Dagger. He was control, and then also picking up the Shiva's Guard, slowing their attack speed. Great stuff. Team Zero, they're so close. This has to be great feeling, but they need to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, they definitely do. We have seen series go 3 games and you win the first one, but you lose the next 2, a la Kev against Azure Ray in the first round. So you have to keep yourself focused on the prize. Get yourself to TI. One more win. That's all Team Zero need. We'll see if they get that win in game number 2. We'll be right back with game number 2 in a moment. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
All right, and welcome back here to the penultimate day for the Chinese qualifiers on the road to the International. Got ourselves Team Zero against the side of Azure Ray, and Team Zero, they got themselves a 1-0 lead, and they are one game away from qualifying for TI. Azure Ray trying to hold on to hopes. They have 2 outs here in terms of being able to lose this series if it does go that way, but they want to qualify right here, right now, just like everybody else. And we'll see if they can break this series even with game number 2.
Yeah, I want to see a good draft. This is the most important draft, pretty much, of your career so far, I would say, for all of these players. They want to get to TI, and I want to see them succeed. Underdog stories always good for me. Let's see if they win the Ray had a pretty bad showing in this game 1. They had a lot of ups and downs, results throughout the year. They weren't really there. Good reason, again, why they are in the qualifiers. So want to see what they're made of. Like having their backs against the wall against the Team Zero, relatively, I would say, unknown team, especially for Western audience who, you know, they are most likely familiar with these teams going to these all LAN events, international competition, but these players are really good. You know, 7E beyond Ponlo, his time in Alliance didn't get his chance to shine. I want to see if this is it. This is the game that they need to give 120%.
They definitely need to go and try and reach into the bag of tricks and finish it off. But it's tough. You're down a game, or if you're up a game for Team Zero, it's tough either way. You have to have the mental fortitude to get it going. But we'll see which team pulls it out. You were saying Apollo from Alliance to Team Zero to potentially qualifying for TI. I'm rooting for him. And Erica and 7E too. 7E, I think this would be his first international LAN. If I'm not
They've been
mistaken.
grinding. The boys have been grinding ever since, you know, Erica, Keen Gaming, Guichi Gaming, Team Aster didn't find much success with the team, but this is it. This is their time.
There is, I'm looking through 7E, and he has not really been to any international LANs. He's been there and done some Asian China LANs that have been played out, but yeah, he has not been to an international LAN, and I think the case could be probably said for a couple of these players, right? ZZQ and Beyond are probably sitting in the same spot.
Yeah, they've been mostly in the Chinese region. I don't remember watching them play any international tournaments, and their coach, Blink, as we can see on screen, drafting for the team 7E. He had to give his spot to a much more experienced player.
And Blink having to man the helm. We've seen some of that with a lot of these teams. We've seen it with Super manning the helm, Zhao 8 manning the helm, as they sit here and get
10
these
seconds
drafts
remaining.
figured out and sorted.
Yeah, the man himself, for those who are not familiar, this is the Wings Gaming member that win TI back in 2017.
If Team Zero wins,
Sorry,
does that make them the new
2015. My bad,
Wings
my
Gaming?
bad. Yeah, Wings Gaming.
Connell, Sword banned, Shadow Fiend also banned. No Rubik ban just yet. Pano hasn't quite garnered that sort of first phase respect just yet. But they banned the Weaver, and that won't be the play for
10
Azure this
seconds
time
remaining.
around.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what they want to ban out. What's this last first phase ban? Could be a Dark Willow. We've seen a lot of that.
A lot of strong heroes are still left in the pool. Dark Willow as an opener is also fine. There is Storm, however, so this is something to look out for. Let's see if Team Zero is going to pick it up. No, it's just going to be Clockwork for now. Azure Ray. They are baiting them to pick Storm one more time, I guess. They do not want to take it for themselves. They're like, oh, it is available if you want to take it.
It's there.
10 seconds remaining.
Azure, they've qualified for quite a
5
bit
seconds
and
remaining.
are looking to keep the trend going. They qualified for Riyadh just earlier this month.
Dire team ban.
There's the Phoenix with that first pick. Well, you've talked about how you like this Phoenix. The
Such a
Radiance,
strong
built-in
hero.
Radiance now with the facet.
Dire team ban.
I think the other one is better. The Sunray, the Spotlight, deals so much damage. The tip of the Sunray, the closer you are to the tip, it deals more damage. And this is the hero that can't, like, with Phoenix in the team, you're never going to lack team fight. You'll have a strong lane, something that you didn't have before with Phoenix. And also, I mean, a lot of these small things that had been added to the game gives Phoenix, first of all, the buffs, then his innate ability, introduction of the Blood Grenade. And also, you will never lack damage to kill these tanky heroes, that being percentage-based damage. And look at the Clockwork, 22 banned, 11 picked, over 70% win rate.
And now it's Azure going into the Centaur. We've seen how strong this hero can feel, helping you disengage with the Stampede, or even engaging yourself. Not the tankiest hero at the beginning, but you were talking about the potential for Centaurs to have 11,000 health.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, it is quite possible. Coming into the super late game, being 6-slotted, your Blink upgraded with the Shard and everything. Shadow Demon maybe in the pool, so he uses his Disseminate. Team Zero, they are cooking. Pugna, Earth Spirit, a lot of damage, a lot of ways to amplify damage on their side. So Pugna Clockwork, this is going to be your 4 and 5. Pugna, most likely 4 in this one. And Earth Spirit for the mid lane.
10 seconds remaining.
So our Spirit, Pugna, Clockwork. I want to talk about Team Zero. It's not the same roster as it was last TI qualifiers, but it's still 70, Beyond, and ZZQ. They replaced.
Yeah, this is the trio.
Yeah, this is the trio that used to be with CTY and Ice.
Did they play? Did these three play together on eHome?
I don't know if Beyond was on that team, but he was on the YBB team with 70 and ZZQ. So I don't think he went to that eHome roster.
Okay. They've been swapping, like being in part of these tier 2 teams, being part of these, mixed teams, not necessarily like big orgs that we are familiar with. But in China, these academy teams, they went through a lot of those.
Yeah. There used to be a time where there was so many academy teams. Technically, Team Zero is a part of the Extreme Gaming brand. So it's them, Team Zero, and YBB, or what was YBB. But last year, TI Quals, Team Zero, Beyond, ZZQ, and 70, they made it so far in the qualifiers. Their lower bracket run, after they got knocked down in the lower bracket by then Team Aster, they beat Big Brain, Aster Aries, IG, Team Bright, and then they lost 2-1 with a game in hand after game 1 against Extreme Gaming. They were one series away from a grand final.
Wow, they're really picking different heroes. This is a hero that can kill Enchantress, burst damage against Leshrac, great against Centaur as well. Needs something beefy, needs something big. They are banning out CK, quite a bad matchup for Clinks, even though if you have
10 seconds
Like,
remaining.
when you get the data list, when you get the 4, 5, 5th item, you can deal with CK and the illusions okay-ish. It's just that the first 30 minutes of the game, you don't have that AoE. You don't have anything to deal with CK. That's such a good ban. Looking at the heroes, that they are, at least when you're in Dota, the models are really tiny. The 2 skeletons, Pugna, Clinks. Which other skeleton are we missing? Wraith King
10
with his
seconds
faucet.
remaining.
Probably not gonna happen. Offlane
5
Wraith King, let's go.
seconds remaining.
I mean, you do have Erica. If Wraith King was going to happen, it's this team. Zure, final ban. You banned the Pango, and I hate to say it, Pango looked good last game. I'm trying so hard to not like this
he
hero
did.
being
He
in the meta.
I like Axe for Team Zero to come out potentially,
team back.
because you have... He's still available. He is, because you don't care too much about Stampede. You lock onto a target, you are taunted. Stampede's not going to help you out against that one.
What's this final ban? Dark Seer, final ban from Azure. Team
10
Zero,
seconds
what are they
remaining.
trying to protect against?
5
Well,
seconds remaining.
CK was the last one. Lifestealer already banned. We've
Dire team
seen, Ursa making sense here. And they go Primal Beast. Have they overcooked? That's always the question when we start seeing different drafts like that.
It is a draft that you don't expect coming into the game 2. I think if they lost game 1, they would probably go for something different. It's a much riskier draft. I do like it. I feel
10 seconds remaining.
this is the draft that can fall short quickly.
5 seconds.
Having Enchantress move around, Leshrac, a lot of tower damage. Now you need to find the hero that's going to deal with these tanky boys and the skeletons. What's it going to be? It is Faceless Void.
Faceless Void.
Was thinking about some late game security for Azure Ray. You have Phoenix plus Faceless Void combo. It is on the slower side. However, let's see which one Pugna takes. Siphoning Ward. That's the good one. That's the faucet that every single time you deal damage with your Nether Ward, you restore HP and mana to Pugna. And having Leshrac running around that ward could be pretty big. They also don't have the hero that can easily kill Ward from Pugna.
Yeah, nobody really willing to get in there and clear up that ward. We've seen at times, though, Enchantresses start to hit hard as the game gets a little bit longer. It's going to be FY on the Phoenix. So 4 position taking a little bit more farm priority on the Phoenix. TMing on this Enchantress, who we've seen have solid games with it. And Bach on this Centaur. But this lineup from Team Zero seems like it can be fast and loose.
It can be. It's a very chaotic lineup. Azure Ray lineup looks much stronger. 2 strong side lanes and also having Leshrac in the mid lane against the melee hero. Feels really nice. I am favoring Azure Ray in this one, judging by the draft. They did fall short in executing even the previous draft, which I liked slightly more. So anything can happen. Nerves getting to your head. 1 game away from being eliminated from TI qualifiers.
Yeah. 1 game away, get bounced down, and 1 game away from making dreams a reality. It's a lot of pressure, especially when you've got so many first-time TI participants on the team, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's something that you need to get out of your head, focus on. Once you get into the game, maybe in the pause you start thinking about the guys who are 1 game away. You know, the coach says something, but once you get on your keyboard and mouse, you kind of forget about everything. At least I hope they do.
Pressure's on, though. Let's see if there's any fighting before the horn. Not looking likely. ZZQ getting the D ward early on. 70 did not have a fun time in mid last time against Ori with the Storm Spirit, but what's the play here against the Leshrac?
I'm just thinking how they can fix this. Clockwork needs to come to the mid lane, trying to set things up. Pugna, not the hero that can gank the easiest Leshrac. Leshrac also very speedy, so not going to be an easy way to execute the gank. And you could also expect Enchantress, Tian Ming, to rotate to the mid lane early on, try to pressure this Earth Spirit. I could also see them rotating both supports early on and try to take the tower with Edict and one creep from Enchantress.
Low trying to get that bounty rune, but unable to secure it. Stands and trades with Beyond for a moment. These lanes are looking pretty interesting because you don't really see this combo of Phoenix Centaur, right?
No, it's also good for protecting the egg. It's strong in the lane. Cogs, level 1. ZZQ. Oh, this is pretty nice. Phoenix actually counters Clockwork in the lane. He uses Cogs, tries to get Cogs attacked to bounce it on you, but doesn't have enough attack speed because of the Fire Spirits. Dota has evolved so much.
It's quite a bit of evolution that's been going on, especially with the facets. The game is always evolving. I'm hoping to see more evolution. 70 mid. Oh, to worry, might even think about diving for that first blood. As he got close to getting that kill. Another set of cogs going the way of
He's
Phoenix.
missing a lot of CS in the mid lane. Had a full wave underneath the tower, but very low HP. Was unable to get close. Needs another 20 gold for his bottle in the mid lane. 70 will get that range creep and will secure it. Cogs, such a powerful tool in the laning stage.
Feels like it could be very disruptive. FY just holding on for the moment. As
Oh, he's in
Ming-
trouble, top.
Yeah, they'll
ZZQ.
get ZZQ. I said FY was holding on for the moment, but they're able to turn that and get that kill.
A bit of a misplay. He went close, used power cogs, expanded armature. It is quite a big AoE extra. 300, 330 actually. Makes things a lot more difficult to bounce them back with the cogs. Only try to burn some of the mana. Now is level 2. That bring items to Bone Fletcher in the top lane. Level 2. Clinks can get super tanky early on. This is the bottom lane. I don't think they should lose for Team 0. You just don't have enough damage to deal with Primal Beast.
Lowe's actually not having a fun time. Neither is the Clinks in terms of CS, though. It's not exactly the greatest, most exciting times. But mid, now 70 ahead in experience, even though he took all that harassment early.
Three denies on
Ori can
him,
go.
2 on Ori. Yeah, just a creep. Pretty much difference of experience. Maybe a range creep difference. Rune is available. Bounty rune to be picked up. This is something that Earth Spirit does really well. He can roll, pick it up, refill his bottle. The power of Earth Spirit mid.
Yep. Goes back, picking up boots soon enough. Refills that bottle. Wonder if we're going to see supports come over towards mid to make something happen, because there isn't really great supports to do that on either side. Pugna, he can Nether Blast, and maybe ZZQ can walk up and Battery Assault Cogs. But on the other side, too, it ain't great. It's Fire Spirits from FY and really not much from TMA, because he's not taking any shots in Impetus.
You have the damage with the enchant, bringing the creep. It's more about the control and setting things up for Ori. ZZQ try to go for the rune and
Force the
now needs the
TP.
TP out. Very difficult to square up against Phoenix at these early levels. He's level 2 only, level 3 Phoenix, having Dying Light and Blinding Sun, Faucet, and neutral ability, innate ability.
This is another min matchup where Ori gets ahead in CS pretty heavily.
As he should.
Bottom lane, TM Ming.
Flash. Ooh, this could be
Chased.
a kill, but then again,
He's got the Nature's Attendance. Very safe.
Overprotective Wisps. Whenever you take more than 250 damage, one Wisp does get summoned for 4 seconds. You can have max 4 of those.
It's always nice to get a big boost in the heals, but now the Hoof Stomp double edge. And not going to be enough damage, but the Icarus dive and some damage onto Erica as that courier from the Clinks is coming in because Low lost his courier as that one was flying out to him. So not going to be both carries losing their couriers. Just Low, who, despite getting a lot of farm in the last game, struggled to output damage.
Was very difficult for him. This time around, he's playing into Silence, he's playing into Clockwork. Can be killed from 100 to 0. Want to see what the build on Erica is going to be, whether he opts to go for Deso or if he wants to pick up Mjolnir build just to have extra bit of a control. Deso, in this case, compared to Weaver, I would say Deso just works slightly better. But also, if you want to have Gleipnir, that works nicely. Bach, what is he bringing on the courier? Nothing yet. It is
Triple
a triple
bracer
bracer.
so far.
Hell yes.
He needs 4 bracers, technically. He's got 4 hooves. Battery Assault cogs around him. Erica doing some damage with ZZQ. They're also going to TP in a +1 of 7E to secure that kill. And by secure, I mean steal that kill for sure.
If he rotated, he should definitely get the kill. Needs any kind of gold he can early on. This time, it is going to be Spirit Vessel, reducing the healing from Enchantress, from Phoenix, Centaur. A lot of HP on him, and also Leshrac does build into Bloodstone, so it makes a lot of sense for him to buy it. Supports a bit under-leveled on Team 0. Level 3 on
Icarus dive?
ZZQ only.
Erica, Hoof Stomp, double edge. Do they have the
He needs to eat
damage?
somebody. Oh, can't get close.
He couldn't get the Death Pact off. TP, oh, the Wisdom Rune swiped by ZZQ. Battery Assault, this is going to be the Wisdom Rune and a kill.
And will deny himself. That's how you come back into the game.
double kill.
FY getting a double kill and
Sure.
ZZQ tipping him. Yeah, they're fine with this one. FY not getting XP. They were so under-leveled, as I said 30 seconds ago. Clockwork gets in there. Now level 5 and a quarter, 7 minutes in.
5 1/4, while Enchantress is 4 1/4 and FY is about 4 1/2. So there is that little bit of extra experience, especially for ZZQ, somebody who wants to play aggressive, get that hook shot, and make moves. Getting 6 as quickly as possible could mean devastating results for Azure. That's low. His farm has not been amazing, but it's not terrible for the moment. He's now working this alone, 1v1 against Beyond.
He's in a good spot.
Roll in, and that roll hits, but the Icarus dive, the Magnetize was committed, and that won't get them a kill, so 7E. He sees these stacks, though, and he should be able to take it with the roll.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Nobody
attack.
here to defend this big camp.
They are finding a way to come back into the game, stealing the XP rune, stealing
Stampede
enemy
Beyond.
stacks.
Bottom is gonna drop to Ori. And then a Hook Stomp top as they're trying to get a kill here out of the Centaur, but they are gonna start to rotate over. It's Ori TPing onto Cogs. It's at least a deterrent to make sure that Bach doesn't get chased to death.
2k gold lead already for Azure. Low, left alone in the bottom lane, will push him towards the top of the net worth. Mask of Madness about to be finished, completely uncontested in the laning stage. These healing wisps creating too much chaos, not having enough damage. Primal Split, by Primal Split I mean Primal Beast. not putting the pressure onto Faceless Void because he can easily time walk that off. Ponlo doesn't provide any kind of stun, any kind of silence that Faceless Void is afraid of. They're fighting a lot of neutral items where 7E and Ponlo are farming right now. They made some big stacks.
Get those stacks, get that gold. But you look at the net worth, and this is similar to what happened in the first game. It's not as spread this time, but Ori is ahead by quite a bit. Low having a good game bottom. He's farming kind of well. But at the same time, so is this Clinks. Erica got the early Falcon Blade and wants to pick up the Deso after finishing off these treads. Get that early Deso, maybe move with ZZQ, who surprisingly was 5.5 at minute 7 and didn't make it to 6 until just about now.
Needs one extra creep to get that level 6. Hook
Such a
shot
long
now
time to get to
available.
6.
It is, especially if you die in between. Try to rotate TP somewhere. You don't get anything done. 7E, he's chasing. This is a tanky Enchantress.
Yeah, you have to deal with the Nature's Attendants at level 2. You're just not going to break through that and able to heal off the Magnetize again.
Azure Ray, they have the 4-leg Abomination draft. You have Leshrac, Centaur, and Enchantress. Very important.
You've heard the saying, right?
What's the saying?
2 legs bad, 4 legs good.
Never heard that one before.
Never read the book?
No.
Animal Farm?
I did. Just kidding.
Okay.
I read
Big meme reader.
19.
Hook shot
84.
flying in, and they don't have the damage to get Bach. Again, it just seems like they're throwing everything at the wall, hoping something sticks.
Keeping things at 2K right now, but Deso is going to be the big pickup. We still haven't seen Chrono from low. He feels pretty comfortable just farming, having that late game security, Faceless Void, but he's off to a good start. Also, did put 4 points in time lock, which means that he wants to farm. Doesn't want to battle at all, knowing the lane. Even if they try to pressure you, 1 point in time walk is enough. All that damage from Primal Beast. It's also a lot of commitment from them in terms of mana.
Erica shading their way towards top with the rest of the team, and they are
Spirit
looking
Vessel
to show up
is
here.
coming, but he has no charges.
Roll in, and that's going to land on a Low. Can he get out of this one? The life drain, the kill. Low is dead so quickly, and this is a big fight for Zero as they get Bach as well. They will continue on to try and pop this egg, and get it just
Will
in
do
time.
so. Ponlo gets it. He didn't have a point in strafe. Well, like one valuable point in strafe just for that would make a lot of difference. You get 100 attack speed bonus. Oh, big stacks now being stolen. This is super massive.
They got scanned on it
ZZQ.
immediately.
He's not going to allow this to happen. Hookshot is available.
Missing
Not
that
anymore.
hook shot. They're still just gonna go though, right? Spirit Vessel, they're chasing, missing
They're
the
afraid
roll.
of the Chrono. Low, they see him. They see
need
him
to
coming.
be careful. Low's coming over. They're gonna use the time dilation. They gotta stay in front of 7E so he can't roll away, and they'll do so successfully. ZZQ, he'll die first. Down goes 7E, all to defend these stacks. All the while, Pugna as well as this Primal Beast know that they need to clean up the stacks ASAP.
Top tower has fallen.
Let's see if they can find something else out of it. That was a pretty wild fight, especially because Hookshot did miss. Could have been blink in, Hookshot in, get the kill, but Enchantress is super tanky. He didn't die a single time, and that was not even close to killing her, especially after the Hookshot missed. Having 20 Magic Wand charges, having Overprotective Wisp as Faucet, and also Seeds of Serenity. Plus, I don't think he popped Nature Attendance immediately. This hero, when played with all these items, when played with this build, makes very difficult to kill.
Yeah, not an easy position 5 to kill ever, and going 4 staff. Has the untouchable now, hook shot. Ponlo will be here with the life drain, the spirit vessel. The attendants cannot tend those wounds.
still need to commit heavily to getting the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower
Spirit Vessel, 4 points in Battery Assault with the Cripify to amplify that magic damage by 30. I would like to see the number of stacks being made in this game, because I feel like this is so far the game that we've seen the most stacking happening. FY has been also pretty active, and I believe he also cleared the stacks in the triangle of his own, about to finish off his Spirit Vessel, great against Pugna. Of course,
I think when they last showed the stacking numbers, it was like 14 for Team 0 and 13 for Azure.
it's 16 now, and 13 for Team 0.
Yeah, I was
Quite a lot of stacking going.
But yeah, you were right. A lot of
Going
stacking. Because stacking's something we talked about a lot last patch. Felt like it was so important to get the stacks out, whereas now,
is under attack.
yeah, there are stacks here and there, but it's not the name of the game in the laning stage anymore, right?
No, but things changed a little bit more. It also depends on the lane setup, how things are developing, if you want to fall back to the stacks, if you have heroes that can clear the stacks. Erika, Deso finished on him, having Lance of Pursuit. This item got buffed in B version as well. Damage has been increased when you're attacking from behind, from 15 to 20. A lot of attack speed on Clinks, of course, so more damage.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And a good amount of slow.
Just waiting to see that
Anti-ward.
first
Same spot.
chrono. Yeah, same spot. Tianming, though, not dying immediately this time around. Still alive, still surviving, and gets away. Icarus dive, Supernova, Chronosphere on Erika, as well as ZZQ. They got beyond the takeout 70. 2 heroes dead. The Supernova pops the Icarus dive over the life drain to try and help out Erika, but they've got the time walk over. They should be able to get the kill. It's 4 heroes dead on the side of Team 0 as Ponglo TP and first hit bash, of course, as that is a full team wipe for the side of Azure.
Again, Enchantress first point of contact, exactly what Azure wants you to do, so they can react, they can try to set things up on their own. First Chronos here as well, off the game. They get stuff done, full team wipe. It wasn't, multiple man Chrono, but it got the job done. Chronos fearing Clinks, and he didn't get any Deso charges. Now things are gonna get much more difficult with levels, Leshrac for the next fight. Bloodstone, Amplify Damage Rune, and we'll have a Yule Scepter as well, so he can remove the Spirit Vessel. Things are looking pretty grim for Team 0. Unless they can find these pickoffs when Chronosphere is down. Again, Enchantress. What is this hero? What is this abomination?
This is insane. They're trying to kill this hero, kill the deer. The Nature's Attendants, they're healing these wounds, but they just keep coming, and they also got Bach. That's the bigger of the two.
They need to
want
chase
Ori.
him down. It is time.
Overeyes?
Yours has already been used. Ori
Yeah,
getting tipped by
Bloodstone in a
Ponglo.
second. Oh,
Not gonna be
Ori.
enough.
Yeah, he's dead.
Striking
After a
back
full team
immediately.
wipe.
I love to see it. Knowing that there is no Supernova, there is no Chronosphere available. Using that opportunity. Good shot calling from Team 0. And this is going to be a tower. Getting some Deso charges as well. But the Enchantress, I think you might need to ignore her. Just pretend that the hero is not there.
Seriously, because they keep going for the Ench, and Ench keeps surviving. Man, after being team wiped like that, surprising that they are so willing to continue fighting, but they know that this is their timing. Only a 2,000 net worth lead now for the side of Azure. Low, he's ahead of the Earth Spirit, but still needs more, and it's Maelstrom Mask of Madness. Chrono up in 10, by the way. Four-man smoke. Ench. We see ZZQ, Hoof Stomp, Double Edge, and Seeds of Serenity, but they've got the Spirit Vessel. Ori gets credit for that kill. They found Low. He needs the time walk. Gets down. There's the Chrono. They stampede. They're going to come to help him out. The Supernova but Erica in trouble. So is this Primal Beast. Erica goes
still
down. 70
taking
with
the
a
fight.
magnetize. They still want to go. Whoa, he's going to fight this. 70's dead. Beyond is gone. They went back in.
Oh,
I
70
don't know what
definitely
you're trying to
should
get
have
done
not
there.
rolled in. That's such a risky move. If they get
Yeah.
a kill on Faceless Void, they can probably take the fight. You'll have Clinks resetting, going into Invis, and now we're back to the start where we kind of started. Every single time Chrono is up, they do have overwhelming team fights. ZZQ dying here immediately. Roshan does belong to Azure Ray.
So
He was so close to dying. They need a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
Didn't see it for the second time, but he was so close, and then immediately Supernova, Erica with no BKB, no saving items yet on him, kind of doomed. Whenever you get on top of him, he's just straight up gonna die pre-BKB.
70 going in with the magnetize, but it just is not nearly enough damage. And that gives so much gold over to low. Now he's got this Aegis, and he's real close to this BKB. This is a good spot for Azure to be in. 6,000 net worth ahead and an Aegis in hand. Nature's attendance to make sure Bach... Hold on, I'm gonna hold that thought.
Bach, oof, they stopped hitting.
I was gonna say it, but I know if I finished that sentence, he dies.
Thanks, B-Cup. Very nice of you.
Yeah, I didn't want to
Not wanna-
caster's curse anybody. I can't do that.
Yeah, Ming changing his item build, picking up Glimmer Cape. It's not like they had enough to kill him. Like, this is gonna be... Because he was thinking about getting the Force Staff, but with Glimmer Cape, having 25% magic resistance and having that 300 barrier on top of the heals, this shard just doesn't die. DZQ, ready to...
Smoke,
Oh,
right
again,
up on the
no,
high ground.
no, don't go. Hook shot out, that's a good call.
Stampede, though. They're gonna get ZZQ anyway. Where are they? They're gonna re-engage. They always try to re-engage. I said they were gonna get ZZQ anyway, but this is Bach dying.
Chronos back up.
Supernova,
Low's coming.
Cogs, they're able to run out of them, and now Low, yeah, he's coming, but do you want to go anymore?
Look good. They
turned
didn't
it on
even
Bach.
kill ZZQ. That's pretty nice. Hookshot out, gets the cogs, gets battery, and he's also very close, like relatively close to pipe. These are some very expensive components when you are buying a pipe. There's another 600 gold as a position 5. Basically handled Midas recipe, so far away from it. 70.
is-
He's Invis and has Arcane Rune.
Roll. Time walk away. I was gonna say, Bach, he's going for Eternal Shroud. But they are taking a massive amount of magical damage. Would you have rather that be a pipe, or would you like a pipe at any
No.
point for Bach?
No. Just Eternal Shroud, too good of an item. Or itemizing for yourself. Somebody else, if you really need it, you have a Glimmer Cape on the Enchantress. No need to overdo it.
Hopefully, with the Eternal Shroud, at least for Bach, he can survive a little bit longer. He took about 3,000 magical damage in a pretty quick span of time. Where are you going? Shivas, and they're going to engage on this Pugna. But they engage. They want to leave. Hook shot. That connects onto, I want to say, the worst target, the Enchantress, who's going to survive. The Glimmer Cape
She's still alive.
finally
Not
dies.
anymore.
DM Ming drops. Spirit Vessel, Chrono, that's committed onto Erica. They want the right clicks. They want the damage. Ooh, all of a sudden,
Decryptify.
disarmed and taking a lot of damage is low. He needs to be careful about how he's going to go back into this fight because he's got the Aegis, yes,
Egg
but they need to
in
make
the
sure
middle.
that they find themselves the right positioning. They'll
egg
burn
from
out
FY.
beyond. Great egg from FY. Icarus dive over, looking over to get Erica. But the roll, the burn, the sun ray, and a little bit of a life drain from Paulo to top him off and make sure that he's able to get out.
Not too bad of a trade for Team Zero. The spellcasting really is on point. That Decrypify during the Chronosphere, saving Clinks, getting out of trouble. Ponlo playing out of his mind. And also that Nether Ward with Siphoning Ward. Every single time you use ability, you get... every single time you deal damage by the ward, you get 25% damage and mana back. So makes Ponlo super tanky. That's pre-Glimmer Cape. Once he finishes that off, it's going to be even more protection for his team. I think Strafe needs to be used to kill off the egg. It's like relatively easy said, but because he has a lot of things to look out for in the middle of the fight, but would definitely love to have that available. Has a lot of attack range. Dragonlance did pick up Grobo, level 15 talent attack range, so look at the top lane, outranges the tower by a good 75, maybe even 100 range.
Eesh. Daedalus next in the queue for Clinks. Mjolnir next in the queue for Low. Like I said, Ori wants is Shiva's guard, and he's got 2,400 gold. For him, it's still about 1,000 away. I'm looking at Phoenix FY1's Shard, Force Staff back on the docket here for TMing as well. And Bach also queued up a Shiva's. Hasn't purchased any of the components yet. And so Ori's about to finish his.
That tells you a lot about the game. What the item is really good. Stopping the healing, having that speed, attack speed reduction. Uh-oh, didn't click his BKB.
Oh, no. Erica survives!
Supernova
again, and yeah, he's able to escape. Supernova goes off. How much are they going to lose, though, on the side of Team Zero? It's 2, maybe a third. They've got the stun. They'll get the kill on a Beyond. It's TMing who gets credit for it. They save Erica, though. It's saving Private Erica on that one.
They know as long as they stick together on Azure Ray, they will be able to get a better fight. They want to get a pick off. Hook shot with this Clinks. Earth Spirit rolling in. Primal Beast charging. Try to get something on the side, but unable to do so if they are playing all together right now. Low is alone. Clinks has no HP whatsoever, has 1 Death Pact available. I don't think it's enough to kill him from 100 to 0. Let's see.
They're going to try. Chrono. Oh, God, Erica.
I mean, did they not click on him? He has a BKB. You just can't roll silence. He's going to be able to get the time walk off.
Sunray and another kill on ZZQ.
They're falling apart in the second game.
It's like they're trying to force it, and it's just not working. They're throwing their heads at the wall, and the wall is a Azure Ray and a Chrono. Not only does it stop the head, but it stops time and space.
Yeah, it's the European wall from the blocks. It's not that US wall where you can easily break through it.
Yeah. We're great builders over here.
Things are
Top
looking
tier
rough.
2. Yeah, you're right. You've been saying it for a little bit too, that this has been looking rough, and they're not making it easier by trying to force these kills, right?
No,
but
they
know
like
they have a fast lineup, and they're trying to keep it going that way.
They do.
You'd think.
Now it's time to go. Knowing that there is no Chronosphere for another minute and 20 seconds, it would be a good time to strike, but fighting into Chrono with no real saves, it's going to be very difficult. There was like this Decrypify that came out once, but I think that's going to be tougher to execute with each minute passing by.
11,000 net worth lead. And not looking easy for Team Zero. Erica still wants to take top of Erica. And he turns into bone dust. Not a great feeling to be ground up like that. They're not taking the advantage of the fact that Chrono was on cooldown, only down for another 35 seconds. They're grouping up a little bit, but it's not turning into anything offensive yet. But they have 5-man smoke. They have another 25 seconds till Chrono is back up, 20 seconds till Roche is back up. I would say a full team wipe here in Team Zero. The game might just be signed, sealed, and delivered for Azure Ray. Force staff out of the
Shot.
cogs, and they're gonna onslaught forward, looking over at who else but TM Ming on this Enchantress. They'll enchant Beyond, slow him down, blink hoof stomp, the follow-up is there. They've got the silence on a low, but the stun from Ori lands on a Beyond. They'll uproar on Beyond, they'll look over is now Chronosphere is available. If they find themselves Erica, they'll feel free to just drop it to Crepify on a Beyond, but it won't save his life. CZQ is gonna be focused by low. He'll change his attention the other way around as Erica's gonna BKB and TP out. Yule's 70, BKB, Chrono even committed on this one just to make sure that they kill off this Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and they should go for Roche after taking a fight like this. That's why Low used the Chronosphere. They are gonna hunt. They want Pan Low. I don't think that's the target to go for. Roshan was just spawning. It's gonna go back to the bottom lane. They don't know the exact timer. We do, however, so one thing we're better at than professional e-gamers.
Oh, what's such a compliment for me? Me better than a professional e-gamer? No, you let it go to my head. You said it. And now my ego's inflated.
All right, calm down. Calm down. You're not joining a professional team and winning TI Cup.
Yet. You don't know.
You know how certain people, they get in coma and suddenly they wake up. Suddenly they know a certain language. They know how to play piano. Maybe we need to get you into coma, like somehow.
All right. Next time we're
What's the
together,
most-
just hit me in the head really
I was
hard.
thinking about what's the way that it's not painful. Just maybe some induced coma could work, but we'll have to see.
I just want to
And-
get better at Dota.
I
the
see
reason
this
for
as
this
the only
coma.
way. This is the only way. Face Void now with almost having a full Scotty, so that's gonna be. So they have all 3 items to stop the healing: Scotty, Shiva's, and Spirit Vessel.
You just on this void, and the shard goes to.
Not just Shiva's, they have double Shiva's card.
Yeah, they went double Shivas. They committed to on Bach as well. He's got the best item though.
Oh, he got stumped by a centaur.
Beyond. Low doesn't have Chrono, but he'll time dilate.
Tian Ming
Just needs to bash, but can't keep up.
with the play. Problem is Erika can't really deal damage. He needs to commit to a fight. And if Chronosphere is up, he's gonna be the target for Chrono. Like, just very difficult game for Klinks. The way to maybe play around it is use a buyback, try to bait him to use Chronosphere on other heroes. But we're getting into a territory where Faceless Void is the king of the game.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, I don't think we're getting to that point. I think we're at that point. Especially while he's holding this Aegis. 70. They're not afraid to just chrono him either. I think that they've been super willing to do so. He has to run while ZZQ being chased by FY. Hook shot trying to get some distance in the TP out and gets away. So able to survive is going through the twin gates. TP out from Panlo. Unable to hit that stun. And Azure spending a lot of time chasing around the map. But still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. Beyond, again, even being more of a distraction.
FY was being pinged out. Maybe they could get a pick off there, but FY knows something is up, reconnects with the rest of the team. Bach pinging out the top tower. The rest of the team needs to come so they can push.
Converge.
top tower is under attack.
2 minutes left on Aegis. Trifecta of items stopping the healing. Panlo is not gonna have a good time.
So they'll start. Take this tier 3. Maybe they have one more fight left in them. Geomagnetic Grip, they've got the silence. There's the Decrepify. And they'll take out that Nether Ward. Life Drain broken.
Sentry
Erica
ops down, they
nearby.
see Erika.
Yeah, they might just go for the time walk into the chrono. They stampede. They go backwards. They're actually going towards ZZQ while they leave Low by himself. He pops his BKB. He'll chase after Erica. He's still holding on to this chrono. So willing to hold it and not just drop it down on the Clinks, while the rest of the team went and got ZZQ as they took him outside and took him to the Lagrange. Time walk in beyond BKB. He'll walk all the way back to base.
Low's doing a good job blinking in or time walking in, forcing BKBs without committing with his chrono, holding the Aegis for another minute, knows that he doesn't necessarily need to use it. So now you have 2 BKBs on cooldown. Erica, can he deal the damage? He does have a lot of right-click, strafe, level 20 talent, extra 40 attack speed, Daedalus. Desolator is just how you're going to control the fight.
Onslaught. Beyond, he doesn't have BKB. Yeah, that's not going to work out. The hook shot in, but again, it's on a
the
TMA.
Enchantress.
It's always on the
Please
Enchantress.
stop.
It's always been the Enchantress every single time. Roll in, hits on Ori. They'll use the
That's a
Magnetize.
big
They've got the
Magnetize.
silences, but the BKB's going to be popped by Ori. There's the Chronos Award, though, right onto this Clinks. They'll look over to kill off Erica. They've got the Sunray. They'll burn him out. He doesn't have buyback. Beyond is going to be dead following that one up. And neither of these heroes have buyback. They'll call GG, and it is even at 1 as Azure Ray dominate Game 2 and take it with ease.
I said it was a risky draft from Team Zero. Also, some of the decision-making that did occur during the game where they're trying to gank Faceless Void with 2 heroes, not having enough lockdown. He turns, gets a kill. And this Enchantress was a menace throughout the whole game. Great positioning from Tianming, and a bit unfortunate from Team Zero to just get the first point of contact on Tianming every single time with this faucet.
It was always an edge.
Having Magic Stick, they try to go on it multiple times. This is the time that I don't.
He lives.
Here? He lives here. Okay, so
Yeah.
Fluffy Hat, all these small items. A cloak, having a neutral item, gets out of the trouble, and this is going to result in a full team wipe. Azure Ray, much better showing in this second game.
I love that TMing also doesn't just like TP out and leave. Comes back to maybe throw one impetus over the way of that clockwork. They get the kill on a ZZQ again. This is just, it's an Azure Ray domination festival.
Yeah, this is
every
also
time they got on Erica, he died.
the time that they try to go on low, not enough damage. They needed a third hero. They needed that bit of extra, lockdown, any kind of a stun, any silence that could make a difference. And this is the last fight. Magnetize, it did look good. It's just that Chrono on Clank's game pretty much immediately ends afterwards. No buyback available for Erica. Skeleton draft against 4-leg Abomination draft. Skeletons did not have enough to punch back. It was something that they tried. We gotta give them credit for it. Azure Ray, you lost bottom lane pretty hard. Didn't have enough damage to kill the Enchantress. You are not gonna kill Faceless Void. He can every single time you try to go with Primal Beast, he can time walk the damage and come back to farming. One of the reasons why he focused heavily on the bashes, which is gonna skyrocket his farm. Mid lane was also a bit of a disastrous one. Ori did dominate that one. Standout player low. 10, 1, and 8. Love the itemization. Shiva's Guard, even double Shiva's Guard. Usually you don't see that, but if you're fighting on 2 different fronts, why not have it? Exactly what Centaur needs. A little bit of armor. By a little bit, I mean quite a lot. And then you have Scotty, Spirit Vessel on FY, plus Shiva's Guard, slowing them down. The Kuros are not gonna move. And also the healing, something that Panlo did. Panlo played a really good game. It's just very tough game for him with the Stampede, getting on top of him, all this itemization from Azure Ray. But yeah, they need to scratch this one. Maybe tone it down a little bit with all these like new heroes. We don't see much of a Primal Beast. There was, again, Earth Spirit from the mid lane. I want to see something slightly different, but I like the style of Dota that Team Zero is playing.
Yeah, I agree with you on all points. I think they're fun to watch, and I'm finding myself rooting for them. I'm staying non-biased, though, and we'll see who wins Game 3 in qualifiers for TI after this short break. We'll see you soon. Stay there.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TI qualifiers, the road to the international for the Chinese qualifiers. We are here with one more game for you between Team Zero and Azure Ray, as it was game one for Team Zero and now game two for Azure Ray. One more game. It's a BO1. Winner goes to TI. A lot of stakes, Lacoste.
Absolutely. This is, how you want it to be. If it's a stomp 2-0, not too much hype about it, but this one could be really, really good. I want to see what Team Zero is going to cook in their draft. For the next one, this was a bit too much. For me, as we said, it is spicy, it is risky. That's how they played it. Try to kill Faceless Void, did backfire multiple times. Enchantress was causing a lot of issues. Coming into the third series, Enchantress, that's definitely a ban in the first phase from Team Zero. You do not want to play against this. It's BO3s are different coming into the third game. Same goes for playing BO5 finals. You can experiment a lot more. You did make some experimentation. Now you need to tone it down and remove some of the heroes that did cause a lot of problems for you.
Yeah, they went to that Clinks. They went to the Primal Beast. They tried a lot of different things in game number 2 when I feel like they could have just done the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid, and try to just do what was working for them in game number 1 and finish off a series and try to get the 2-0, right? It felt as though things got maybe a little bit too complicated.
Yeah, it was difficult to execute, not having that instant blink initiation, blink stun. They are playing a bit of a different game. This is a team that just how they play Dota. That's why we love seeing different styles clashing. So coming into this one, Chen banned out Witch Doctor. I also want to see Enchantress on the list. They only have 2 more bans left, so they will need to choose wisely.
Connell, Chen, Witch Doctor. Let's see what Azure continue on as we see the most banned heroes. Obviously, Templar Assassin's still up there, although not seeing as many TA bans. It feels like it was every game for the first few days. Now it's not every game.
Weaver is also in the pool. Slaughter banned out already. Azure prepping for Weaver in the first pick.
A lot of time being spent as they go Clockwork, so they get rid of that. ZZQ was on that Clockwork, and now the Phoenix ban. Phoenix feeling pretty strong in that last game for Azure.
10 seconds remaining.
So
Phoenix,
if they
certainly doing a lot.
Remove Night Stalker here, they have a pretty free game, pretty free reign on Weaver at these early stages of the game. Not many heroes counter Weaver early on.
And definitely Weaver's been first phase pick material.
The hero does so much. I've been saying that this is the strongest level 2 hero in the game after recent changes. Your Geminate attack being your innate ability. So they'll ban it. They do not want to pick it this time, but they are afraid that the enemy team will get it for themselves. Enchantress is still there. There's the Leshrac immediately taken. This time I don't want to see Earth Spirit to be matched up against Leshrac, but Team Zero, they are pretty stubborn, it seems, when it comes down to picking Earth Spirit.
Right.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 70 has been liking that Earth Spirit, but
5 seconds remaining.
it hasn't been exactly liking him in terms of being in the mid lane. Both games, even though they're in this one 1-1, it got kind of slapped.
Yeah, I like Razor as a response to Leshrac, even not just for the lane, but throughout the whole game. You can also stick to the target. It's anti-carry. Does get forgotten as you're not necessarily pick it straight as a response, but later down the line have that in the back of your mind. Unless you can think of something better.
See what they want. Spending a lot of time on this first pick. Shrek, 50% win rate in 6 picks, and they go to the Pangolier, which did a lot in game number 1, but we've definitely seen this hero be hit or miss.
Can be played from both lanes. I think offlane Pango, with the recent changes,
10 seconds
is playable from the offlane. Before, you still needed to buy your Diffusal Blade and kind of forced to buy same items from the mid lane, maybe throw in a Blink Dagger in between, but doing the poorer job than a mid laner would do. I think this one is opting to go for the off lane rather than the mid lane, knowing that he is playing into Leshrac.
10 seconds remaining.
So,
5
ban the
seconds
Brewmaster. We saw that Phoenix being banned earlier and getting rid of a lot of supports. Chen, Witch Doctor, Clockwork, and Phoenix, all from the side of Team Zero. Really hating on both TM Ming and FY. But still have that Enchantress available.
They have other options to
that.
go for. There is IO for Azure Ray if they want to pick it later down the line. I feel this could work with Leshrac, try to overwhelm them with the sustain that IO brings, plus the Bloodstone on Lesh. Maybe even throw in casual Marcy. A lot of options for Azure Ray. Because, as you said, Team Zero banning out most of the support heroes in the first phase.
5 seconds remaining. Pick.
Is it Centaur
have you
time? Might need to steal the Centaur. I see this Life Stealer and immediately start thinking about Centaur. Great. Throughout the whole game, even in the lane, he's okay. Not as good as it was before, now that the Ghoul Frenzy doesn't slow anymore.
has arrived.
Dark Willow, a very good hero with this Pangolier. You've just got so much area denial / catch with this Bramble Maze and the Facet. That combined with Rolling Thunder, you can get bounced around into a couple of brambles and really be in a lot of trouble.
5 seconds remaining.
I like this pick a lot. And it's a hero that I think kind of got forgotten in the bans a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a hero that can cause a lot of issues when you're trying to invade certain areas of the map. A lot of brambles around Leshrac. He gets hit by a bramble, doesn't get close. His Edict doesn't deal damage. Gotta be careful how you approach it, especially for the speedier heroes. I feel like if you're slow, it's much easier to navigate through the bramble maze. Same draft, Leshrac, Centaur. I'm down for, Enchantress. This time, we'll have a much worse game against Dark Willow, against Pangolier. Pango loves to play into Enchantress with the Swashbuckle. He doesn't care about your healing over time, has this explosive damage. I said I wanted to see Io. I'm still down for that. Also, Dark Willow can be hit or miss against Leshrac, depending how the game is played, where you have AoE damage to kill her off. You have Yule Scepter for dispelling purposes later on. And will take Pagana for themselves.
This time, taking Pagana themselves, and we'll see what the response now is from Team Zero. They've got their 3 and what looks to be their 4.
This looks like their offlane. If it's going to be Pango offlane, want to see the Spirit Vessel build against Leshrac, Centaur, Pagana's Life Drain. Have something early on. And there's the Razor.
There, it's that Razor you were talking about.
Yeah, now it's not as good, knowing that Centaur is still available for them, but this is how they're going to counter it. I was wondering what it's going to be. A lot of AoE roots, a lot of teamfight control, because before you would just say, Centaur, he uses Stampede, breaks the link, Razor doesn't get to have this overwhelming damage, doesn't stick to the target. But now with Druid Protector, Dark Willow, it is a lot of things that you need to focus. Going to be pretty chaotic fights. Team Zero, I just love the way that they're drafting.
Yeah, we've liked what they've been doing so far, and it hasn't netted them the series yet, but I'm interested. Is it close to overcooking, though, with the Treant pick?
No. Treant is safe. Treant also got buffed in the last patch, the last big patch, where he can use the leech seed. Very difficult hero to kill overall in the lane. Stabilizes your lane. Pretty similar to, I don't know, Clockwork, Abaddon 5. I know it's not the most popular thing. Good response. I like this. You want to double down on the team fight. We'll take one of the best team fighting heroes in the game. You know where they're going to be grouping around against. Like, you have something against Bangalre's Rolling Thunder. Great against Treant Protector. Treant Protector, however, throughout the whole game, you will have something to stop the BKB black hole from going off when it comes down to that point of the game.
Team ban.
Let's see what these bans have to be. Is these teams are looking for safe laners, but options will start to get limited with the bans coming through, especially with the Lifestealer ban. There was Lifestealer, Weaver, Gyro banned out. Maybe we'll see an Ursa ban as well.
Dire team ban.
There's that Faceless Void ban. As Low played that in the last game.
I'm down for Muerta. But then again, you're going to be playing Muerta core in a Centaur. You do kill yourself off the Blade Mail and return damage. The reason why I'm thinking is have this explosive damage, and also you can attack ethereal targets, which is great against Pugna, so Pugna doesn't get the value from it.
5 seconds
Other
remaining.
options... Troll, again, into Pugna doesn't feel great. They had a lot of success with Troll in the qualifiers, undefeated, 3 out of 3 games. Later on, you
TA
can...
that way in the draft.
Yeah, Troll could be an okay pick against Eidolons so that you have something to kill them off with. But you are going to pick it into Pugna, which is not that great.
seconds
Later, you can pick up the Aghanim Scepter, dispel yourself, dispel enemies, so that's
5
nice.
seconds remaining.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your point about Muerta. Just surprised that TA made it that far into the draft.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
So
Darkseer. Interesting.
Darkseer carry, team fight, vacuum into Overgrowth, into Rolling Thunder, Bramble Maze, Terrorize. Something that has been done before a few times in the qualifiers. It did look good. Carry for Azure Ray.
5 seconds
It needs to
remaining.
be something spicy. Could be... I'm down for maybe Morphling. I know it's not the hero that they like to pick as much, but
Dire team
against Razor, I would prefer if that was Morphling. TB is fine. It's when you see Treant Protector, first thing that carriers are like, okay, who buys Manta style? I want to have hero that buys into Manta style, so I get out of Overgrowth for free, and I need to be matched up against
10 seconds
Razor.
remaining.
Looking at their magic damage, there is Bedlam. Pango nowadays is
5
all
seconds
physical.
remaining.
All 3 abilities are physical, so maybe some kind of a mixed damage. Gyrocopter did look good, but it got banned. Muerta, I mean, she deals tons of damage. You can't attack her. Let's go. I think this might be the pick here.
Does it get away with what it got done in game number 1 against this lineup, though?
It didn't look as good in game number 1 as well. Muerta always has something to worry about. It never feels like, oh, this Muerta is going to own 0 deaths type of a game. There's probably a hero that I'm missing right now that I'm not seeing. Something that they're going to bang out straight out of nowhere. And this TB, after seeing the Darkseer, makes a lot of sense. You know, creating illusions out of TB, something he doesn't like to play into, having this constant chip damage. Makes a lot of team fight. Makes team fight much difficult for him. This is good. This is good. This is the old school classic with Treant Protector and Drow Ranger. Strong lane. The only hero who can kind of close the gap is Centaur, but with the Stampede can't bring the whole team. I like this. I
Support Centaur.
support Centaur and Enigma off lane.
3. Yeah.
Can work. It's been done before. There was a time I'd say a year ago, coming into TI, a lot of people were trying to theory craft Centaur position 4. It did look okay. You need a stun in that lane. Like usually it's paired up with Tiny, which is a better lane, toss back into Eidolons. So FY, if there's a guy who can make this work, definitely FY. He knows all the ins and outs, plays all of this cool stuff.
Definitely going to be interesting. Also, still going to the horsepower. I was wondering, I mean, there's no reason to go anything other than that, right?
That's just a better one, yeah.
Yeah.
The other one, Counter-Strike, if you lack damage, you can take that one, but then you need to pick up the boots, upgrade your boots, because you don't have enough move speed. So we'll pick that one up.
So, how many games would you guess that FY has on Centaur?
I would say like 5, 6.
He's got 7. You're close. Last game came 10 days ago in the Riyadh Esports World Cup qualifiers, where he played Centaur. He went 5-4-20, and the build was like Wand, Blink, Glimmer, Yules, Boots of Bearing.
Boots of Bearing is the kind of a key item. You want to have Tranquil Boots. You need to have something to help out your team. I think in this one, Lotus Orb later down the line might be an item of a choice because other heroes don't build into it. Great against Razor Static Link, of course. Put that on your TB. Great against Overgrowth. Is there anything out of ordinary when it comes down to faucets? Razor taking what he needs to take. Drow Ranger doesn't have the best faucets. The Vantage Point one is the one that deals 20% more damage when attacking from the high ground. The other one is she can use items and move during multi-shot. So that's kind of a eh.
30 seconds to battle.
Just eh.
Yeah, there was also a nerf to Drow Ranger where Gust no longer grants you bonus movement speed, so... A lot of nerfs to Drow Ranger. She does have this one where she's sitting on the high ground. Works well with Glacier, of course. So that's gonna be good.
Definitely something to look out to in terms of
The battle
how
begins.
quickly the shard gets picked up for Drow. See how that lane goes. Erica, the lane for Klinks was okay. And truthfully, my big lookout is 7E. He's been dominated 2 games in a row. What's he going to do with this Razor?
Should be getting ahead in this lane. Also, when it comes down to people rotating, Ponlo, he had an amazing game 1. Had a, I would say, even great game 2, even though they lost. He did as much as he could on Pugna. And now I want to see him rotate to the mid lane, try to get stuff done. Ori, 16 static link damage stolen, but he does last hit with a lightning storm.
Swipes that one anyway. Interested to see the play from FY as well on this 4-position Centaur. Not exactly the easiest heroes to kill.
I'm looking at Razor 70 missing most of his CS in the mid lane, even with the stolen damage.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's definitely showing that Ori is the better mid player. Especially if he wins a matchup like this where it should be Razor favored, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna win. A couple of mistakes did happen, and Bach getting the first blood. Blood Grenade, Centaur Stomp, ZZQ, Astrian Protector, soaking up all of that damage. Not sure what happened there. I don't think he should die, but I guess they got level 2. Killed him with Malefice or just Eidolons.
Dire's courier
And he kills the courier as well. Uh-oh. Not a great start for them.
No, and not sure what Low has against ZZQ because he was instant tipping on that first blood kill. Wonder if there's any bad blood between the two of them, but we'll get this little bit of a fight recap. Malefice there with the hoof stomp. Equal damage basically done by both these heroes from Azure. Centaur, of course, looking for the bracers, using that horsepower, but Bach has the Event Horizon.
Cool spell name. Not the best one. This feels a bit lackluster.
Blood Grenade onto Erica. Hoof Stomp. These Eidolons, they've got the Malefice.
Event Horizon.
They're trying to get the
he's
damage
slowed.
out. Yeah. The Event Horizon's too much. You can yell Murph as much as you want, but you can't get it past the Event Horizon.
You're getting sucked in.
Oh, yeah.
That's like having Black Hole without having a Black Hole. Good start for Azure. 2 kills already in the top lane. This was supposed to be a lane where they sustain, but problem is your Drow Ranger will always be on the back foot in this lane. Playing into Eidolons, there will be a lot of denies. Erica will need to catch up now. Return of Shadows available, and also Healing Lotus. I could see them scoring another kill in this lane.
Yeah, for sure.
70 mid, diving quite deep.
TP could come from a Centaur if he's not too careful. Ooh, there was a TP started by
Tian Ming.
Pugna, I believe.
Yeah, Ponlo
and
immediately
stopped
Bramble.
it with the... Yeah. There's nothing to stop an FY TP. Honestly, probably just the fact that he wouldn't have mana for a stun afterwards. But Bach again, Malefice, and they're gonna go. They've got the silence, but I don't think that's enough. Bach's already on a killing spree, and Game 1 looks so promising for Team 0. Game 2 was all Azure, and we're already starting with this top lane being so good for Bach.
Things looking pretty rough. This is also not the lane where you can stabilize with any kind of a play. This is supposed to be the sustain lane, so somebody needs to come top and try to get stuff going. Needs to be 7E. Even with rotation from Dark Willow, I don't think you should be able to get the kills there. Maybe 1 kill on a support, but other than that, you should be fine.
Mango picked up here for the Centaur. Bach early into this urn. Hope Stomp once again. There's the
Good body
silence, but
blocks
the
from
body
FY.
blocks from FY don't think they'll quite have the damage, nor do they want to go into the tower, but there are a lot of Eidolons here. If you're not too careful, you could just die immediately. This is really the lane with the most action. Mid, Ori, staying ahead in CS. Bottom's been pretty quiet for the most part. Nothing really doing elsewhere, and really a question of how much they can get done for Azure in this top lane. They put this Obs down, then this Sentry. They don't see anybody, though. They do not see where the Centaur is at. So, FY with 1 Bracer. See if
he
makes
gets an angle.
A go.
There is Ponlo who just TP'd to the top lane.
No TP on Tian Ming, by the way. He's going to have to go through the Twin Gate as they go for Bach. This would be a killing spree going the way of Ponlo. They'll try to at least trade onto Erica, which is a trade that's pretty worth it.
Blood
here
grenade.
Comes this Pugna. Tian Ming's here with a Blood Grenade. The Nether Blast, they've got the kill on Ponlo. Do they want to dive for ZZQ?
Not
The
really
thought was
worth
there
it.
for a second, but it's not much value if you lose a +1 going for that kill.
This also gives Centaur some free time, getting some CS, getting some solo XP as a position for Centaur. Very important that you get yourself to that level 6 with the Stampede, high impact ability, and they're not done yet.
Erica again, no.
Even low
The
is
meta.
here.
Yeah, they want to go on Erica, who just came back to lane. You're going to be alive with a TP on cooldown for another minute.
And this is going to be the tower.
Oh,
Meta, still
Ori.
half duration. You have Catapult, you have Enigma, and then Low can go back to the bottom lane, continue to farm up. They can't really pressure the tower with Pangolier. Things are falling apart, and it's not slowly, actually very quickly for Team 0. They need to pick up the XP rune on their side of the map.
They really do. We talked about it in games 1 and 2, just the importance of getting your 6 on some of these heroes as a support. You've got level 5 for FY at 7 minutes, something we saw from ZZQ on the Clockwork in the game that he played that on. where he was able to steal the Wisdom Rune and get a kill. But the fact that FY is involved in 5 kills in 7 minutes, he didn't really need to do that. He just picks up the Wisdom Rune, and he's already feeling like you might have Stampede soon enough.
Refills the bottle. Pretty much having a perfect game on this position for Centaur. 1500 HP. This hero does not die. ZZQ will probably pay with his life here. Too many heroes around him.
Ori's gonna get that kill. FY's gonna push even closer to 6. Have arcane boots on Ori. He's got that bottle as well. Diabolic Edict only level 1, so the pushing power out of this Leshrac isn't too high just yet. But 7E coming around, and he's coming to steal some camps. You gotta be careful.
Has Shield Rune, can't afford to go greedy. They need to bring a third hero to kill him, or he doesn't have much mana to work with.
Yeah, has 13 wand charges, arcane boots in 20, but currently half the pool. Try to clean up some creeps as Low. Low, when he first popped onto the scene on YBB, it was either he played Terrorblade or he played Phantom Assassin.
This is how you start as carry. You have you have TB +1, then you have these hero specialists like illusion specialists like Nightfall, known as the press kid back in the days, playing PL Terrorblade. That's how you get to notice. Then you had these, players who play something like Monkey King, Crystallis, that other players don't play. Man, there's a lot for Drow Ranger to recover in this game. Just hit level 6, still doesn't have an item. Blade of Alacrity coming on the Courier.
Dominator
tough game.
already on Bach. And there's 6 for FY, so they have Stampede pre-10 minutes. That's massive. Paolo's only level 4. There's the Stampede. There's the potential turnaround. The static link. But that already broke. 7E. He used his ult, but he's in so much trouble.
Overextending, not
I don't know if they were
respecting the level
expecting-
6. Not respecting
Yeah.
the Stampede.
I don't know if they were expecting it that early.
If there was no Stampede, I think they get a kill on Ori. He probably dies afterwards. Uh-oh. Bach, he's coming in.
Paolo. Yeah. Paolo's in trouble. The Eidolons are here. The Netherblast misses, but they've got the life drain with the hoof stomp, and Bach's got another kill. It is 9-1.
It needs to be beyond. He needs to get stuff done. Level 7, Shield Crashed is maxed out, pushing the tower in the bottom lane. Has Spirit Vessel coming, but they definitely need his teamfight presence. They need his damage. Need somebody who can soak up the damage as well for the team. Because Razor doesn't feel too comfortable getting close to the fight, especially after a death like that. 7E, 0, 1, and 0 on mid Razor.
With the better matchup, too. But still ends up 700 gold behind Ori at the 10-minute mark. These supports on the side of Team Zero, Paolo's still level 4.5.
And their XP rune didn't get stolen, so needs to find a lane for himself. Right now, soaking up the experience in the bottom lane. Has Shadow Realm available. Plus the Healing Lotus, Raindrop, keeping him alive, baiting a bit. This is a good... Wait, he just killed himself. Didn't pop the Healing Lotus, used Blood Grenade. And the neutral creep hit him.
At least they'll get TMing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, there it is. At least they'll get TMing, but it's not worth losing 7E.
Spirit Vessel charge is now available on Beyond from that kill, so all good. They did heavily commit. At least Pagna didn't get XP for Ponlo. Ponlo will definitely love to get XP from that kill or anything on the map pretty much. Level 4, 12 minutes into the game. Needs a lot of recovery on his side.
Can we get a replay of that blood grenade? If possible. Top lane. TP's coming in. FY getting a little bit low. Ori's here. ZZQ chase back. pig pull. He supports. The net worth is 3K. The experience is only about 12%. It's the supports that are really missing out at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big difference in terms of supports, what they bring to the table. FY already using Stampede 2 or 3 times, getting the value out of it, dominating the lane. 7E. ZZQ is behind him, but doesn't have overgrowth.
Yeah, he's a couple creeps off of it. And getting this creep wave, he should be able to get his level 6. So now they have overgrowth. They have level 4 in the Diabolic Edict as well. Or you can start to push these towers if he feels comfortable enough to just move forward.
They will move together. 14-minute XP rune coming up. Bach will pick it up on his side of the map, and we'll finish off Helm of the Dominator in 400 gold with Edict that you mentioned. Nobody kills this Helm creep, so that's going to be pretty massive upgrade in terms of teamfight potential, pushing out the waves with the Ancient Black Dragon if he can find it.
What's the go-to ancient creep that you're going to be picking up? As FY stampedes away, but the overgrowth committed. Uh-oh. Black hole. It's only on to Beyond.
Has great healing. Lotus
Pongo
gets it.
ZZQ.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And he just watched and black hole for nothing.
Okay, they got something out of it. It's all about delaying the game until they feel fight ready. Beyond sitting on 2,000 gold. Let's see what he decides to pick up. Whether he feels that he needs a Blink Dagger to be the initiator for the team, or if there's something else that he's cooking. Gonna be Blink for now.
So nothing off menu. It's just straight up standard Blink Dagger,
Radiant structures are fortified.
which I think is okay. The whole time TB just farming up this Manta, or at least trying to. Brambo's thrown behind the tier 1 tower, and they do get the deny. So unable to get that tower as Erica shows up. Erica, though, bottom of the net worth of the course.
No Stampede. This should be the
What?
kill.
Look, Stomp trying to get away. Bramble's down again. Curse Crown and a kill for Beyond. They also get Lowe's Courier at the same time.
Are scattered.
They're starting to play aggressive, and this is something that Team Zero does really well.
If they can find Terrorblade, scan just connected. Bedlam available, no Terrorize. Down to half HP already. DPs are coming in.
Got the Rolling Thunder. Sunder used, though. And with the Spirit Vessel, not sure it's going to matter. Low all alone, and nobody can help him out. It's a little surprising that the response wasn't quite there from Azure Ray.
What is that thing where TB just died? Underneath the Watcher. What is it? That looks like some kind of a bear fur or something.
I don't see anything.
The Watcher. It was definitely on the screen. Still on the screen.
Screenshot it for me.
Well,
Snip it.
we can check it out bottom once the action is gone. Something that Pango bounced out of. 7E. Oof, damage with the Crepified
Easy
double edge.
kill.
So what is that thing? Yeah, that thing right there.
It's a tree stump.
Was that in the game the whole time? I don't think I've ever
Or
noticed
no,
that.
sorry, it's not a tree stump. It's a tent. Yeah, it's a little tent. It's got 2 sticks holding it up. Tent, maybe not the right word. Covering, awning. Yeah, I think so.
It's
an
troll.
awning.
Yeah, trolls live.
For the trolls. Starts to rain, they huddle up, they stay warm, they make fire.
What if it's not a troll camp? Does that still exist? Because I don't think I've ever noticed that. Is that? I noticed on the spells and stuff. You probably should have noticed that, where you're like, oh, look at this. It's a frog. It's some kind of a...
What do you think I'm doing? Just looking at nature on the map all
Yeah.
the time? Oh my god. Oh, ZZQ. He's got overgrowth. Low's probably dead again.
No Sunder.
He doesn't have Sunder.
He's alone.
Not probably. He is very dead. He even stopped moving.
They managed to stabilize. The good thing for Team Zero is that they have TBS carry on Azure Ray, which doesn't feel good right now. Overgrowth ready to use on 4.
Yeah, Overgrowth on 4, Terrorize on a 2. Didn't hit on a TMing, so they were able to suck down ZZQ. They've got the static link on a FY. The right clicks are in. They've got themselves another kill. As Curse ground connected. Ray go to the black hole, but it doesn't quite hit Erica. They'll still get the kill on a 70. It zones out Erica a little bit. Bot still moving forward. They get the kill on a Ori. They'll take it on a Shrek. They've got TB coming back into this one as they'll lose TMing. But do they want to continue? Yeah, they do. Metamorphosis committed. Eric on the high ground.
That
FY
fight.
looks for the hook stomp, gets the kill, and now they're going to look for Beyond. He's here with the Malefice. They've got the Midnight Pulse down. Swashbuckle to try and leave. FY is following this up with a hook stomp that's on cooldown for another 2 seconds, but blink over from Bach. They'll chase. They've got some Eidolons. They'll get the kill. Lowe's got a double kill despite dying to start that one off.
They overcommitted. Terrorize did not hit onto Enigma. That's the big one. And they were also not on the same page. Overgrowth onto 4. Everybody else went completely back. I think they should have gotten more out of that fight. But Azure Ray, low. Double kill all of a sudden. Definitely didn't deserve to get it. And that's going to be his Manta style now completed, which is great against, of course, Dark Willow, removing some of the root mechanics. Great against Terrorblade, Silence, and also Spirit Vessel. 74% in favor of Azure Ray, Gaben says.
They do lead the net worth on all 3 cores. Low really wanting to work towards this BKB. Needs it, I'd say, fast. Because they make it look so easy to kill him the few times that they have caught him. 7E playing a dangerous game. There's the Decrepify, and they land the stun, but with TPs coming through, they need to leave. I say they need to leave, but FY also holding his ground here, and he's got a Blink Dagger flying out. Got the Malefice, Paulo. Blown up. Ori gets credit for that kill, and it's another Ancient Black Dragon here for Bach. Like you said, nobody really deals with these Overlord creeps that well.
Can't really do much to the creep, and moving as a unit. Black Hole off cooldown in 35. Gonna clear the enemy Ancient stack.
FY too. And they find the proper opening. Might Beyond, not the easiest to kill. They have Blink, but Beyond, they spotted him and they just back away.
He saw Nether Ward being placed. So the Icon immediately went back. ZZQ trying to farm up his Blink Dagger after picking up Aghanim's Shard. So we'll have that permanent invisibility when near the trees. Trying to scout things out for his team. Draw Ranger
There's smoke.
managed to recover, I would say, nicely. They're still top 3 from Azure Ray
70.
on network. Let's see if they can find something. They can.
Post stomp, and they will get this follow-up stun from Ori with the life drain. It's Bach who gets the kill on a 70. The TP's not in time. That's the debut of the Blink Dagger from FY. Drow deep in their own jungle. Erica, level 15, and just 1,200 gold away from having that axe. And that upgrade of the Frost Arrows, having that hypothermia can be huge.
Dire's top tower
Losing another tower here. Roshan.
The map is starting to shrink.
Yeah, potentially for Azure Ray. They do have sustain with Pugna. They do have damage with Leshrac. Ori. Bloodstone, Yule Scepter, and Whisper of the Dread. Plus having Pugna's Decrepify, which is maxed out to deal even more damage. And Pugna did find a really good neutral item for himself. Tian Ming, Eye of the Vizier, so he can keep the distance.
Start to life drain this Tormentor. Get it at 22 minutes. This will be Shard for Tiamat. So he's got the Nether Ward increased cast range and the upgrade to Life Drain as well. You've got this Ancient Black Dragon just pushing mid too. And they get the shard on 7E. Was he
Trian,
underfarmed? No,
Trian-
Trian and ZZQ had it, so
he
it was
bought the
between
shard.
him and- Okay.
Not a bad shard to get for free, or you buy that later. There's always items to buy on Razor, but could be really nice pulling people in, pulling you closer so that they can't run away. There's also a Stampede to save people out of trouble, but 70 having a rough time on Razor. Not so much, I would say, in terms of the score and the farm, which is still pretty low, but just not having a game. Like, was unable to play into the matchup that he was supposed to win, then overextends, gets killed, gets jumped, blink reveal on Centaur, also a kill on him.
A lot of time given. They've got this Ags on Erica, but that being said, Low, he's got the BKB. That's what he really wanted, and they're going to go for this Roche. However, Team Zero, they're wise to this, and FY going to try and stand in the right spot, breaking the smoke from 70. That's the Blink Dagger that's going to be broken. Forced not far enough away. The damage in from Erica. They're pulling him in with that short.
Oh, he
They
got
just got the
bashed by
life drain.
Roche.
They are going to save FY. Low with the BKB. They get the kill eventually from Beyond. And this isn't exactly looking like that great of a fight. The BKB was already used. The stun lands onto the Dark Will. Maybe they can get the kill here onto the Dark Will, but Yule's up into the air. This damage isn't coming out well enough from the side of Azure Ray. They've got Erica just doing so much damage from off to the side. Honglo finally dies to TMing. They'll use the Overgrowth. They're going to look over his back. His hit with the Spirit Vessel, maybe dropping down the Black Hole. It's going to be on a 2. Gets ZZQ and Beyond. 7E now needs to kind of bail from this one as Erica, despite the fact that he was nailing a lot of damage on the side of Azure Ray, just doesn't get enough out of the fight.
They wanted Centaur so badly, knowing that his buyback is on cooldown, gets decrypified, gets saved, and then gets bashed by Roche, takes some extra damage. Doesn't feel comfortable coming back to the fight. The fight was on two different sides. You had Pango as well on the left side of the map, soaking up the attention from Terrorblade, and now they will take Roche on for themselves. Will pick it up. And I think it's go time. Now that you know that there is no Black Hole, there is no meta, but meta's gonna come off cooldown because of that 15 talent, minus 20 seconds. Pretty good new talent on TB. Low.
He's in trouble. He just got this Aegis. How many times are we gonna see this?
So far today,
Pick
we've
up an
seen it
Aegis.
like 2 or 3 times.
Die immediately. Before he comes in, BKB's gonna be popped by 70. The damage from Erica again! They can't forget about Erica. But Erica being left to just throw out these heavy-duty right clicks.
It is a lot. Also, he's not life-stealing. There is Spirit Vessel available on Pango and also Hypothermia stacks. Now, they are in charge for the next good 25-30 seconds how the fight is going to be played out. ZZQ with the Blink Dagger, this is the big pickup. He needs to cancel the Black Hole, or if he finds an opening during Stampede when they're locking down the target so that he can't run away.
This is... Drow, when there's no Black Hole, Drow is in a good spot. And we talked about this at the beginning of the game, and I'm not going to... You know what? It's not we. You talked about this at the beginning of the game.
It's fine.
Shard now purchased for Drow for the Glacier.
Glacier's gonna be good. If he's on the high ground, deals 20% more damage. It also looks like crit, so the damage is gonna be red. Pretty cool.
So, what can they do? Because you said it. And even though that Roche fight goes not that great, they end up finding themselves still being the aggressors.
Not for long. Black Hole coming off cooldown with the BKB. 7E. Invis Rune available on him. SNY going Satanic. That's the build to survive. If you can get Static Link, Satanic in the middle of a fight. Even if they throw everything on you, you can still survive. ZZQ playing a bit of a dangerous game on Treant. Exactly how he needs to play.
Radiant are scanning.
5,000 net worth lead here. But still feeling like Zero have control of a lot. When there's no Aegis.
He got dusted.
and the
ZZQ,
cooldowns
does
are
he-
rough.
He's in a spot where they don't see him. He is the tree
He
himself.
is the tree.
Yeah. TP's out, gets out of trouble, buys a little bit more time for the team. Drow Ranger, Shard, Enchanted Quiver also found level 18. As if this Drow Ranger is not focused in a team fight, she could go ham. They need to get on top of her and try to kill her off.
Yeah. I would say the timing might be now to even try and go on Erica before the BKB. Because once that BKB is there, we've seen them already kind of struggle with this shard that was picked up for 7E. Generation bottled up for Leshrac. That could be good to go for a fight as well.
If they can kite the
Like,
black hole, if they can like terrorize during the Stampede or Bramble, I think they win this fight. I think that with the draft that they have, this is a better scaling draft on their side. Treant Protector will start to get more items. He was thinking about maybe getting the Aghanim Scepter. Still needs to get, you know, good amount of farm, but has one job: stop that black hole from going off.
They almost did a good job of it in the last fight that happened near Roche. Rock was low when he threw that black hole. He was fortunate enough that Erica was kind of staying far enough back in the fight that wasn't in range of getting the Enigma. Thinking about going in with the blink. Both heroes blink, but not finding their target.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Unfortunate to not hit their target there, and it just leaves more time for Drow to farm. And same with 7E.
Drow Ranger in the late game. Uh-oh, the wraparound. If he stays for this wave, Stampede on top of him. Rest of the team is catching up. There's also no 7E, so he's not taking that fight. Erica just got scouted. Observer board did expire. Needs to get out of trouble. Okay. Good read.
He gets out of there. Black hole used, and they will get the kill and beyond. But now, again, it's now knowing that black hole is on cooldown.
Should take a fight. As soon as he gets out, even if you lose that fight, Ori, okay, there was nothing to stun him with. But you can see the damage from Erica. BKB now completed, about to crack level 20. Some multi-shot damage. Gust self-movement speed, that's the new level 20 talent on Drow Ranger, now that we removed Gust self-movement speed from being a part of basic ability.
Right. Go stomp. 7E. They don't really have any more lockdown, but they'll land the stun on a ZZQ, and 7E went back in and almost just got obliterated there.
Needs to be careful. Drow Ranger is also the key for winning the fight. They need to try to set things up. This should be a tower in the mid lane. Roshan, minute and 30 seconds, potentially. Low, continues to farm up. Getting bigger and bigger on TB, the most farm hero in the game. Daedalus, level 19. But Drow Ranger can still take care of Terrorblade. With the Glacier, with her Aghanim Scepter, Enchanted Quiver, and of course, Marksmanship.
Level 20. And just continuing to farm up. Now 3K behind the TV, it's not as close. Roche potentially up in a minute. And they are going to take this twin gate. They might find 7E again. But the scan from the Dire is right on the money.
Radiant are scanning.
They know, they just scanned 7E.
Yeah, now they scan 70, and 70 is going to get out. And doesn't turn back into base. I think they spotted exactly where he's at. They just need to get the blink right. Low, smoke's going to break, and they won't be able to catch up to 70. He's pretty speedy.
Smoke was used. ZZQ. But they need the Drow Ranger. They need her to be with the rest of the team. They need her damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Definitely do. Roche, is it going to be a quick
Ooh,
one?
it is a quick
30
one.
seconds.
DB Illusion pushing the top lane. They do have living armor to stop some of that aggression. Extra armor. Extra 8 for now.
Top tier 3. Going to be healed up with the living armor.
Dire's
Roche in 12 seconds, and all of Team 0 have gone to top. Miss out on Roche. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate, actually.
Someone should have been inside a Roche pit. This is Aegis for your Drow Ranger, most likely, if you got it. And now it looks pretty free for Azure Ray. They do have the damage. Everybody's steeping into an outpost. Even if they smoke now, they're not going to be able to get there on time. Roshan's roar, they heard that, I hope.
They smoked immediately. FY sitting with half the health. They need to get this Roche quick. They should time it out just before Team 0 get here. The Bash is making this a little bit problematic.
They're super low. Low did use Sunder on one of his illusions, which was full HP. They know that they're still sticking around. Let's see how they're going to approach it. 70, Satanic, SNY, Vindicator's Axe. A lot of armor, a lot of status resistance, and slow resistance from all of these items.
Low standing still, acting like an illusion. Erica TP's away. They had Enigma pushing top. Getting this tower low, but not dead. Stampede gets committed, but 70 pops the BKB.
Was afraid of getting caught by Yule Scepter into stun.
Dire's bottom tower
Potentially a setup for the Black Hole. And now they can take the enemy XP rune, take enemy Tormentor, finish
the
off the
Tormentor,
last
too.
tier 2 tower.
This is a good spot for Azure to be in, but I almost feel as if they lose this fight and the game is in Team Zero's hands.
Sieging
be
high
their game.
ground against Drow Ranger can be difficult.
never easy.
Yeah, you might, especially with amplified damage. All right, I don't think they noticed that. There was no observer board, so this is a good time to strike. Let them go for the high ground. He doesn't have TP for another 10 seconds on Drow Ranger. Needs to walk back into the base.
Low's the one with the Aegis. They'll take the tier 1 tower. They're trying to area denial with that stun
There it is.
from the Leshrac, but the Aegis is already gone.
Immediately popped by Drow Ranger. Glimmer Cape immediately on top of
Do
her.
they just let Low die? They'll BKB. And they'll run.
Is that what you would do? Just let him die the second time? The
No,
rest,
no.
rest-
If he had gotten caught is what I meant, but do you try to fight into amplified damage on the high ground? I don't think so, right? If Low had gotten caught one more time with
they
like
would
a
jump
blink
in. If they,
overgrowth.
If he gets caught, they jump in. Bach, Octarine Core, Blink Dagger, BKB. Haven't seen much of a Black Holes recently, especially on multiple heroes. There was one on Pangolier and 2-man Black Hole before that, but other than that, it was a pretty silent game for him. Split pushing with the Ancient Black Dragon, getting a lot of farm. Drow Ranger did catch up, second on the net worth now. Butterfly completed. That's the best, pretty much damage item you can buy on Drow Ranger.
37 minutes in. And Bach gets that shard, that Malefice upgrade, which is pretty solid in my opinion. later in the game when these BKBs are low duration and all of a sudden Malphus is just bothering you.
It is annoying. It's also a
it's
super
impossible
good
to run.
early shard that you want to purchase on Enigma a lot of the times, depending what type of a game you're playing. If you are getting Vlads, if you're getting Boots of Bearing, then you can play off your Eidolons. FY. Still farming up his item, been pretty silent in the last couple of minutes. Lotus Orb, the item of a choice. We did discuss that after seeing the draft, that it's going to be such a good Lotus game. Great against Overgrowth, of course.
Blink
FY
Hostile.
blinks in.
70, he's got Satanic and BKB ready
Status
to go.
resistance, making a
BKB
difference.
in the turnaround. Beyond is also here, but the right-click damage. 70 is just going to melt to low, who ends up sundering Ori. Uh-oh. Life drain.
Drow Ranger
Ori
is in.
getting
He
back,
exploded.
and there's the Glacier. Yeah, look at that. They've got the fear of the
Overgrowth
black hole, but it's going to
immediately.
be stopped thanks to the Overgrowth, and that's 3 heroes dead. Erica just able to clean up.
Yeah, that's the damage from Drow Ranger. Do not underestimate it. Why we said that this lineup from Team Zero scales much better, and he's about to see what he can have from neutral items. So Mindbreaker, gonna be sent back for now. Enchanted Quiver wants that attack range so he can keep the distance. Might take it later on. How much damage was that from Drow? 5,000 damage immediately. ZZQ has one job. Cancel the black hole. Stay as far as you can. Blink in, use Overgrowth on Enigma. There's no way for Enigma to defend against that. There's just not an item in the game that you can buy against it.
To get fortunate enough to kill him first. But it is tough.
Bottom tower.
And they have found Ponlo. At least get the Dark Willow.
Status resistance making the difference there when they jumped 7E from SNY. 25 status resistance. Big difference, because Leshrac was unable to land the stun. And also Aviana's Feather. Butterfly. DB doesn't have MKB, so we'll have trouble dealing the damage into these two heroes.
5,000 lead. Now Drow at the top. How do you deal with this Drow? BKB being popped by Ori, and the Stampede even needed to just get away. But Erica's staying by. Maybe they can find the positioning, but no, the Gust, it landed onto Ori.
Well,
ZZQ
Pagna's just
moving in, they've got the
dying.
Rolling Thunder. They'll get the kill on the TMing. Erica blows him up. Yule's up into the air. They need to be careful about Erica and the right-click damage that's going to come from this. Low on the
70,
high
he's
ground.
committing.
They've got the static link. They have the Lotus, but the right-click... Oh! Whoa! Gets blown up!
And the high
And look
ground.
at this, the Glacier from the high ground, the black hole on a 2.
That just might
but
be
it's
it.
going to be Erica who's going to be really cleaning up. Team Zero are on the doorstep of qualifying for TI.
That's why he sent back his neutral item. Tier 4 choices, no Mindbreaker. He says, I'll keep Enchanted Quiver, have that extra attack range, and have extended attack range, 350 on top of that when attacking with the 4-second cooldown. So he blasted Pagna immediately, and then TB just died, ignoring his base armor. 10,000 damage from Drow Ranger in the previous fight.
That's insane. Yeah, that last shot that hit the Terrorblade was 800 physical damage. That just ripped right through him. Let's take a look, because it has to be Erica.
Yeah.
I think the move has to
Look
always
from
be
where
Erica.
he's attacking Pagna, and it's just following him from the Glacier. Also, you are dealing 20% more damage when attacking from the high ground. And keeping the distance, 7E using himself as a bait, knowing that Erica is going to be behind. Yes, he dies one
that
hit.
attack range is insane. And just...
You also
with that-
can't miss. Like, he was on the high ground, but you can't miss because of Enchanted Quiver.
So now Team Zero, they have a 3,000 net worth lead. I am wondering how Azure bring this game back. I truly don't know.
1,000 damage from that attack. And they're
One
going in
break.
again. He has so much range. Enchanted Quiver, extra 75, 200 on Glacier. Hurricane Pike, extra 150. Level 26 now, 10% marksmanship chance.
I guess this is for the Stampede effect, but FY wants the axe.
He wants to save people. If he can
Yeah.
make TB invulnerable, drive him around.
Starting a rat.
Not effective when you have Treant Protector in the team, so he can heal it up. Roshan available in 40 seconds. Gonna be on Radiant's side. Curse Crown.
Oh, wow.
It's gonna tick.
Oh, Low on the run still. They're even gonna Rolling Thunder. They're coming from the other side. Where's your team, Low? Where is your team? Nobody's here. Now they go to the black hole. It's
He's
on
ready to
two.
cancel it.
Oh, but it gets stopped with the overgrowth again. Low, he's gonna die. Box gone. No buyback.
This is
Low
it.
had no
They are
team.
doing it.
Team Zero. They are on the edge. They can taste it.
They can feel that they're so close. Bottom lane being pushed in by Ori, level 24, not as effective. There is XP Rune if he wants to pick it up, but wants to do some split push action. I think it's time to go, knowing that Enigma doesn't have buyback. At least we know, but they know that there is no black hole. So even if he buys back, there's that split push action that we're seeing off screen. Go for
they're
the
going
throne.
straight force.
Yeah, as they
They're
should.
going straight force. Where's the answer? Is there an answer? They've got the glyph, but there's still 40 seconds without Terrorblade, or he's going to even jump in. Stun lands, they'll break the tether, but 70's committing. He wants to go. Stun lands again, Satanic, but Ori with the BKB doesn't quite have the damage. They'll go
On the
for
Glacier.
Eriko, goes onto the Glacier. They've got the kill on FY, who's going to have to buy back immediately.
look at the damage on
rune,
Ori.
The damage. They need to be
BKB.
careful. Erica pops the BKB. Look
Ori's
at the
dead.
hypothermia stacks. It chills down their spine as they're looking to get this. Buck goes in. He doesn't have black hole. He's just in the face
They
of
need to
this
save
drought.
him. Satanic
They're
ready
trying
and
to save
Glacier.
Erica. They've got the Satanic. They've got the Glacier again. Buck's gonna end up dead, but 70 finally falls. FY dies for the second time. They've got Terribly. There's the Sunder. Yule's up into the air with the BKB being popped by Low. Was it the right decision to go for the throne? They'll go after Erica, but Low, he can't survive. He's got the Sunder, but 3 right clicks. That's it. That is gonna be it. GG Team Zero. Their first land is TI.
Oh man, what a performance in this third game. Team Zero against all odds pretty
And
much.
question marks from Erica. The excitement. Oh my god.
As he should. He was the one getting tipped, right? Low was the one who was tipping him and 7E, and we can see the boys on screen knocked out the camera. Ponlo broke the camera, doesn't care.
Does not care. He can afford a new one. Oh my god.
Beautiful,
Team Zero.
beautiful performance
That is-
in this last game.
Wow.
All they needed to do is to farm up this Drow Ranger. Erica had a horrible start of the game. He came back, they killed him again. Low goes through the Twin Gates, kills him one more time, but the man keeps his composure, continues to farm up, goes for the right itemization, and that Enchanted Quiver, I think it made a lot of difference. If he had a different item, would not have that extra attack range. This is the fight where 70 gets like randomly bashed by Roche. Good save from Tian Ming on FY, keeping him alive. So they were unable to take the fight. Pretty chaotic fight for Team Zero. This is the fight where Bach gets a 2-man black hole with the Midnight Pulse cutting down the trees. And this Treant Protector pick, in the end, it did work out. He had one job. He had one thing to do, and that's cancel the black hole. Whenever, just show up in fight. As long as black hole is not being used, you don't have to do anything.
Man, just looking at these highlights, it looked like it was going so well for the side of Azure, but the turnaround, the Glacier, the damage, the destruction of a Pugna right there. Absolutely just overwhelming feelings as Team Zero started to come back from about 10,000 net worth behind. It really was just insane to see the comeback from Team Zero. And you had this as mean, there's so much just pressure there as Erica, who hasn't been at TI since TI 2021. He got to the last chance qualifier at TI 2022, but I mean, this is so much for them, for these guys this is their first LAN event. This is massive. Erica showing up, beating Low.
Yeah, well deserved. You can see them being focused on the camera. 7E, full focus on Razor, dies in the end, and knows that Erica is going to be able to carry him in the last fight. Low goes in, tries to do stuff with the Terrorblade, but the matchup is way too difficult. She gets even on top of the Glacier. In the end, I believe she doesn't because they just lied. And they managed to get the dub back with the GGs. And yeah, as you said, a bit of a question mark. Erica jumping on the camera after seeing GGs dropped in the old chat.
Oh my god, Erica, those 4 deaths were early, but 11, 4, and 11 just brought it back. 70 had such a tough game. And beyond on this Pangolier, both games, 1 and 3, looked fantastic.
He did. And he was the driving force in some of these mid-game fights, being very annoying, using the Spirit Vessel, throwing his body in the middle of a fight, knowing that he can survive, and play that type of a game. Him and 7E sacrificing, I would say, their own game just so that Erica can carry.
Erica carries it for sure. And I know that the standout player is Erica in this game, but I want to say for the series, my standout player is Ponlo.
Ponlo played great.
Amazing.
Had an amazing series. First game on Rubik, game on was able to achieve a lot in that game, and also the control that he brought in this third game with the terrorizes. Great itemization as well, trying to set things up. Low was the one who got caught in the end. Ponlo setting things up with the Cursed Crown.
Yeah, I Low too far away from his team, and Ponlo Cursed Crown pops on the back end of that BKB, and Beyond's there again in that moment too, where he's got the Rolling Thunder. He makes sure to just sit on that Terrorblade, and there was nothing TB could do. It really was just a symphony of skills for this Team Zero side. For a lot of these guys, first LAN is TI. I mean, the pressure to come from all this where you get knocked down one time, one game here, one game there. You know, you're thinking, oh, maybe we're going to have to go to the lower bracket. Maybe we're going to have to fight through that long road. But no, they go through the upper bracket. This is Team Zero, a team that a majority has never been to a LAN before. They go through the upper bracket of the Chinese regional qualifiers to get to TI. That is
It is insane. It really is. I mean, some of the teams like LGD, they are already out of the qualifiers. It's just insane to think about that Team Zero not having as much experience, but they do have TI winning coach. They do have Blink with them, and there's a reason why the drafts look very good. Most of the time, they look out of ordinary, maybe, but they have their own style of playing Dota. And going through the upper bracket, which also means that Team Turtle will have to face G2IG, and then you have Azure Ray. So 3 big teams fighting for only 1 spot left.
You come to me with this bracket and you say Turtle, IG, and Azure Ray are the final bosses of the lower bracket to go up against each other in a bloodbath. I wouldn't believe you. I really wouldn't believe you. And to say that Team Zero goes through the upper bracket before this whole thing started, I wouldn't have believed you. I mean, they have really put up, and they have made everybody shut up. That's for sure. Because, I mean, Team Zero put it together. Their play style was exciting today. I mean, they played so aggressive. They knew their timings every single time. Oh, you use Black Hole? All right, we don't care. We're 8,000 net worth down. Yeah, well, my guy Erica over there, he just got himself Ags in BKB. We're coming for you. And we ain't afraid of your Aegis. I mean, they just ran at them. It was they never stopped.
Yeah,
that was insane.
It was a great shot calling from whoever is doing it inside the game. They is doing one hell of a job deciding when they need to take the fight. Even in a losing game, they still are making these aggressive moves, trying to make a play instead of just bunkering themselves inside the base.
Yeah, I mean, I am just so happy for Team Zero. I think they were really happy themselves. There's a broken webcam, jumpings, question marks. You'd think that there'd be fireworks happening inside the building, and I'm gonna break the fourth wall and a little bit of the magic here. Pongo broke his camera. He's supposed to be our interview, but he doesn't have a webcam. He got so excited. He doesn't have a webcam right now. Like, that is just the emotion going through this, man. I mean, to think about where he was at a year ago, I don't know. I'm excited for him. Like, I'm so excited for him. I can only imagine what the vibes are right now over there, right?
Yeah, it has to be super hype. This has to be, it's pretty much the peak of your career. Right now, you don't know what future brings, but right now, this is it. Should enjoy the moment because this is the big tournament that you are going to be playing with the team. Well-deserved qualification, dominating the Chinese qualifiers in that upper bracket.
I mean, a road that was not easy. It was IG, it was a Spiky Gaming, it was Azure Ray to get to TI, and we have this interview ready for you now. It's going to be Ponlo joining us. Ponlo,
hello.
I heard you. Congratulations, first of all. I saw the excitement on everybody's webcams. You have to borrow somebody's webcam right now. You broke yours. You were so excited.
I don't know what happened to mine, but well, too bad, I guess.
You'll have to get another one, but I mean that's a problem for further down the line. You guys played some amazing Dota, and I can't say it again too many times. Congratulations, getting this qualification for TI. What's the feelings going on right now in the room?
I mean half of the guys are not even here. I don't know. I still can't really believe it. I mean,
he said he could get in here if he wants to.
Yeah, he can speak English. Maybe he'll come. 他说你可以来，你会说英文。I mean, I can't really believe it yet. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take me a couple hours because I mean, I've been playing this game for like, I don't know, 14 years or something, and this is like my first TI. Kind of like how Tianming, I think last year was Tianming's first TI.
Yeah.
After 10 years of playing, so I think how I feel like is similar to how he felt last year.
When that GG was called, did it just feel like a big load off your shoulders after 14 years of working towards this point?
To be honest, not really, like, because it's not really, most of the time it's not like a burden I carry that like I haven't been to a TI for I don't know how many years. Most of the time I try not to think about it because at the end of the day I'm just doing it because I'm excited to do it every day. You wake up and you're excited to make progress and like be in a team and like work on your weaknesses and your flaws, and like it's such a Dota is such a, like, you have to be so introspective, I feel like, to be a pro player. You keep needing to like reflect. It's just a very nice, very rewarding process for me. So I try not to think about the the career trajectory and all that nonsense, because at the end of the day it's like you can just like be a nobody and then come in and win a TI or 2 TIs and then you can disappear. It's like, who cares, At the end of the day, it's like, it's your own life, your own career. You just do what you want. And yeah, that's how I try to think about it. I try not to let it get to me.
Yeah.
Right. And go for it, Lucas.
What was the expectations for you guys coming into TI qualifiers? Do you guys talk about it, like as when you see the steady progress, you're slowly going through this upper bracket? Is it something that affects you? Like there's a lot of pressure, of course, playing the TI qualifiers. How do you guys deal with that?
Yeah, I think before we won versus IG yesterday, I don't think any of us were stressed because we didn't really have like expectations to like win. It's like we have been training very hard for like quite a while. So I think we just want ourselves to play what we practiced and not like disappoint ourselves when it comes to how we play, and disappoint each other with how we play. And it's like we just get as far as that can get us, you know. If that is like one step too short of qualifying, then so be it, you know. I at least for me, I didn't have this like, oh, if I lose, I'm gonna be so disappointed. But to be honest, after winning IG yesterday, then like stress started to build for me, like because I saw like some people were saying, or like I see on some Twitter or something that, or 1 BO3 away from TI, you know. I've never been 1 BO3 away from TI, you know. It's like suddenly I feel like the fuck. I feel like I didn't even know I was in this spot, and then suddenly I'm here in this spot, and then yeah. Sorry, I'm just yapping.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Get it all out.
Let all
Let it
the
out.
emotions flow. Yeah.
That's what we want to see. When it comes down to a coach, does he help you? Does Blink help you with the mental side of the game as well, being a TI winning coach? Or
Blink, I think he's more like chill. He's more like laid back. He doesn't get into like. He's not like super heated, you know. The other players like Chinese players can usually be pretty heated sometimes, the way they talk. He brings an element of like calmness and like, I would say like logic, you know, to the room.
okay,
When it comes to the mental side, I think no, we didn't really talk about it. Like the whole team, we didn't really like address like, oh, I'm so stressed or something. We just like, everyone just tries to do their job, tries to do what they practiced. Just try to execute what they're supposed to execute, and then yeah, like that.
yeah, that makes sense. Also, when it comes down to shot calling, you're saying, you know, everybody needed to do their job. Who's making the shot calls during the game? Because I've seen you guys playing super aggressive. Even when you're on the back foot, you're still trying to make plays around the map instead of just being inside the base and waiting for 10-15 minutes for game to end.
I think for our team, I mean, obviously everyone talks, right? And everyone shot calls. But I think for the most part, we listen to our carry. I think he's just a beast. I think he's like one of the best carry players I've ever played with. Like
That's a big praise.
Yeah, he's just a beast. Like he always has a good like the perspective on how to play the game, I think. And he knows how we need to help him. And so he like explains it very simply, so it's easy for us, because the rest of us can get a bit like too like, oh, this guy, that guy, you know. We're like trying to kill everyone on both sides, opposite sides of the map. It can get a bit too hectic. So yeah, I guess because he's a veteran. So
yeah, what was he saying during that third game? Because it felt like you guys were just playing around and waiting for his big timing, delaying the game until he gets his items. So what was he saying, if you could share that?
I think the early game I just heard some noises like, oh. They were having a rough time, but it's like when if he is having a rough game, which is very rare that he's having a rough game, then someone else has to step up, right? I said something along the lines of like, just leave him alone. Let's just go play to our strong heroes. And then when he started to have items, he was nearing the Arganims, he was nearing the BKB, and they were nearing the point where their matchups, like their hero matchups, the Drow and the Razor versus the Lash and the TB, like became more and more important and more prominent because of the items they have. Then they started to shot call heavier and heavier that, like, don't do dumb stuff, you know, like, he said like, just group for this row, group for this, group for that, like, you know, don't die. It's like a lot of reminders of like, don't die. Because it's our time to go, you know. If you die, then it's like, we have to wait 50 seconds and miss our timing. Something like that.
Very important not to die in Dota, especially in a high-stake game like this. Any shout-outs that you have, like about your... I wanted to ask you about, you talked about your personal, the way you are growing as a player. Is there a certain player that you look up to, that you try to learn the most from?
Right. Interesting. I mean, it changes from different points of time, but probably right now one of the best post 4 players I would say is Saksa. Actually, even though he's not really playing, I keep a keen eye on what he's playing, because I think, you know, he has so much free time on his hands. He's not in the team, right? So he's just like flipping through heroes every day, and he's just like finding OP shit to play. So I keep a keen eye on Saksa most of the time, but I learn from all boss 4s. Like I watch every pro boss 4 player I watch their replays. In terms of shout out to my girlfriend Katya, who has been supporting me for like the past 1-2 years. And who else to shout out to? Mr. Death Summer, because he's watching.
Okay.
Oh man, Paolo, one last question.
太多话讲 Yeah.
As how do you feel? You said you're being introspective throughout your time with the side of Team Zero. What's your biggest takeaway about this last qualifier? What's the biggest thing that you think, as an individual or a team, that you've taken away from this qualifier? Is there something special about these last few matches, these last few days?
I think leading up to this point, it's not like we own a lot of scrims, you know. We kind of have a 50% win rate or something. We lose against like a lot of teams that you wouldn't even think are like top tier teams, you know. Like what I learned from these qualifiers, I think, is that not everyone can bring their best game every game. So you don't have to dwell too much on your weaknesses of your team. You focus on your strengths and how to cover your weaknesses, and then you just play your best game. And it's like that can be enough. Like today, I think it can be enough to beat some of these teams that are like supposedly better than you, you know. Yeah. Like you don't have to think like every S tier team is like so insurmountable, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all the questions we've got for you. Go celebrate with your team. It's been truly an honor to see this moment happen for you guys. I'm so proud for you guys that this has happened, and we'll talk to you soon. We'll be seeing you real soon coming up at TI.
Holy shit. Still can't believe I'm going to TI. What the fuck? I'm not going home? What?
No, you're going to TI, man. You're going. Prepare. You
Where
gotta
is
pack
TI?
some bags.
Copenhagen?
You're gonna be playing TI.
I don't even know where TI is. Alright.
Look it up. We're
Copenhagen?
going to Copenhagen.
Where the hell is
Denmark.
Copenhagen? Where the hell is Denmark, dude? I don't even know.
Start making some plans. Start looking it up. You got some travel information to get going. But please go celebrate with your team. Congratulations again. All the best to you and your team, please.
Good luck. Good luck.
you.
Prepare
Thank you, guys.
underwear and prepare your mouse and keyboard. That's all you need. Prepare your skill
Thank
for
you.
Denmark.
Oh, man.
See you guys.
We'll talk to you later.
Bye. So where is Denmark? Where is that Denmark? It's some fictional country.
Oh my God, that was amazing. Just I don't even know where TI is. Where is Denmark?
I think it
put
says
put it on the wall. It's a quote.
I think it says a lot about, you know, because he prepares for different stuff. He's not focused about the location, even though he should know probably, but tells you a lot about his focus and that they are working hard. So you can't get out of this bubble. You can't get out of this zone where you start to think about different stuff. He talked about everybody on the team fulfilling the role, and you could see them playing as a unit. That's what I want to see from teams that are going to be playing at TI. But also, he's just like, I think the expectation-wise, he did not believe that they're going to be here. Like when reality hit them yesterday, one BO3 away from qualifying to TI, and they will have another chance, another BO3 potentially if they lose this one. So they will be the first team to qualify to the International 2024 alongside 6 invited teams.
Put the banner up. They're the first one to have their banner added to the invited teams. Team Zero. I mean, if you don't know them, take a look at the last 3 days. look them up, start getting the information, because I mean, even just that interview alone from Ponlo is more than enough to make you just absolutely fall in love with this team. It is guys who are considered rookies, who have been here for a little while, with 70 Beyond, ZZQ, who are on YBB, your eHomes, growing through the DPC, coming through DPC Division 2, making that upgrade when they were on YBB for some of those guys. You've got Ponlo, you've got Erica, who I feel like has a chip on his shoulder with something to prove with all the carries that have just been lauded over in the Chinese region. Erica has always been on the edge, the cusp of those talks of greatness. And I think when you're able to run through these teams, Erica, it's a journey now. It's a pathway to TI. It is a pathway to making a statement, and it's just watching Erica's glow up is, I mean,
and Ponlo had
beautiful.
some really nice words to say about Erica. That he's the shot caller when things are not going correctly. He needed some time alone in the third game because everybody experienced that. You kind of go mute, you kind of go Marcy when things are not going well, and then when you start feeling things up, you ignite that fire. And he's the driving force of the team, and saying that he's the best carry player that he ever played with, being a beast of a carry as well, is a high praise for Erica.
It's huge praise for Erica. So, we got one more day of these Chinese qualifiers. Let's take a look at this schedule, because, I mean, did you think this was going to be the final day? Team Turtle, IG, and then the winner of that against Azure Ray for a chance at TI? I thought one of these three teams would have been at TI already, but that's not the case.
Yeah, big upset, I would say. Always love to see some good underdog stories going to TI. And we've seen that with the Chinese teams before, getting at the TI and just winning the whole thing. Blink was part of that. Their coach was part of that dream team that, against all odds, managed to win it. Nobody knew much about the team, and great stuff coming out from them. Azure Ray will need to take another chance, but looking at the three teams that are still left in the qualifiers for that one last spot, I'm going to give the edge to Team Turtle. I think they showed the best Dota out of the three, G2IG and also Azure Ray. They are very hot and cold, while Team Turtle, the veterans of the scene, these guys can still show up after not playing for a while and just dominate again. So I think I would give them the biggest chances to win the qualifiers, the last spot.
It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. I hope you guys come back and join us, because if today was any showing of how tomorrow will be, it is going to be even more exciting. Congratulations to Ponlo on the side of Team Zero, 7E, Beyond, Erica, ZZQ. Those guys have deserved all the celebration. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the last day of Chinese qualifiers. Thanks so much. We'll see you again soon.